Dallas Cowboys radio network is on the air. This is the 2025 NFL Draft with Kyle Yeomans, Zach Walchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, and Tommy Yarish.
Just a few steps away from the war room itself at the world headquarters of the Dallas Cowboys at the Star in Frisco. This is the Draft Show presented by Miller Lite, live from Frisco, Texas. It is night one of the 2025 NFL Draft. And we open the weekend with a quote from one of the great philosophers of our time. Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers once said, "Anything worth doing good takes a little chaos." And over the next 3 days, 12 full months of diligent planning, intense legwork by scouts, coaches, prospects, and media all combined into these 257 picks of total chaos. We would love to have it any other way. That's not what we've got. We've got chaos over these next 3 days as we welcome you to the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. We've got what I've liked to call the Avengers of NFL Draft coverage surrounding the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Kyle Yeomans. I'll be leading you through the next 3 days with this group of rotating panelists, analysts, and scouts over these next 72 hours or so. Let's start things off with our first-year draft rookie, Tommy Yarish from DallasCowboys.com, writer for the Dallas Cowboys in-house media. We've got Nick Harris, his second draft with the Draft Show, third with the Dallas Cowboys, but he's now with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, joining us here on the Draft Show. We've got, for the first time, Voch Lombardi on the show. He'll be on later. Zach Walchuk will be on later from 105.3 The Fan. We've got Bobby Belts on the 105.3 The Fan side. What draft is this for you, Bobby?
This is three, right?
Three on the Draft Show, and then how many total?
Meaning what? Like in the media?
In the media.
Like 10.
10, okay.
Yep.
So a decade worth. How does that compare to Brian Broaddus, the godfather of the NFL draft coverage on 105.3?
Yeah, 1992 was my first one. The last time they did a 12-round draft, that's when I got my start. So great to be with everybody here today. Really super excited to get this thing going.
I just want to make clear how angry I am every year at this time, though, with Brian Broaddus.
Why is
making
that?
us dress up like this and not allowing me to wear a hat, so people actually have to see my hairline, and Broaddus can feel better about his.
Hey, you
looks great, Bobby.
I think you look fantastic.
I think you should wear the hat with the jacket and the button-up.
I should, honestly.
It's kind of your staple.
Yeah, I think so. I should have done that.
Tomorrow.
Now
You see Schefter with like the hoodie and the jacket on.
Yeah.
I fully expected that from you today.
Oh yeah, like the Andrew Whitworth. Like oh, that's a good play.
Yep.
Make
Next
that
year.
happen.
Next year.
It's formal enough now, right? You can make it happen. All right. We've got about an hour until the first round begins in Green Bay, Wisconsin. First time they've ever hosted the draft. It's at Lambeau Field. And Brian, I don't know how much more we know from this point as when we've started this process back at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, it's interesting to say the least, and trying to kind of figure out information of what is going to happen ahead of the Dallas Cowboys right now has been fascinating for me. There's some guys that have been very adamant about teams trying to go up. There's players that Dallas is kind of obviously targeting. Ted McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona, seems to be a guy that's in play for the Cowboys at 12, but can he get to them at 12? There are some teams right now that are kind of thinking about, hey, if we maybe go back 2 or 3 spots, there's Ted McMillan. There's some teams that would pick him right at their spot. All this is going down in front of you. Jacksonville has been a team that's been super aggressive today, trying to get to Cleveland at 2. You know, maybe hanging in their spot at 5 or maybe dropping back. And so they like Ted McMillan as well. So Dallas, if that's in fact what they're looking at right now as their board is the guy they're targeting, they might have to walk a little bit of a minefield to get there. But, boy, that's part of the journey here with this draft.
Yes, certainly. And I just want to bring a theoretical to the table. Ted McMillan, he's there at 8. You before New Orleans, before Chicago. I am on the team of never trading up in this draft. I don't think it's worth it. But do we have a conversation about it?
Do you?
I think it's worth having a conversation, see what the room thinks, you know, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's at least brought up in the room, in the war room upstairs. But For me, the draft capital is certainly going to be way more worth than what they could potentially give up for trading up even 2 or 3 spots to go get a Ted McMillan. But nevertheless, I think it's worth a conversation having.
Now, is it even a guarantee, Bobby, that he makes it that far into the top 10 at 8 or 9 overall? I know New Orleans seems to be a team that's kind of in that mix for Teteroa McMillan, but at the same time, you can't even ensure he's going to be there at that point, right?
Yeah, I think Jacksonville likes him. New Orleans likes him. I think there's some positive feeling from Carolina. I just don't know that Carolina would pick him.
Sure.
Yeah, to me, I think the biggest threat is New Orleans at 9, and then does Jacksonville, which the buzz right now is that they're trying to go up.
Yeah.
If Jacksonville's unable to go up and says instead we'll bail back, there was some chatter today on the internet. I didn't even see from who, but there's some chatter out there that could the Bears go up to 5 to get Genty. Yeah. I think the scenario where you have to worry about Jacksonville is not them picking him at 5. It's them going back to 10 and then taking him is what I would be concerned with. But, yeah, I think Jacksonville and New Orleans, those are the 2 big landmines for you.
Yeah, I think, Bobby, you nailed it. I think the team that can screw all this up is the Bears if they move up to 5, excuse me, and then get Genty and Jacksonville drops back. But even then, you brought up a good point about New Orleans. Is that Kellen Moore's guy? Is that where he finds his number 1 wide receiver to pair with Chris Olave? They need a quarterback too, so that's one of the spots that Shedeur Sanders has been thrown around. But
Jackson Dart too.
Yeah, Jackson Dart. So there's so much on these first 10 picks. No idea. There's just no way to predict anything that can happen without, hearing about these trades first. And I feel like there's going to be more than one in terms of movement in the top 10.
And it felt like we had some certainty in the top 6 coming into the week. Yeah. And now as we get closer and closer to draft night, the only pick that I know for sure is going to happen is number 1. Even the Browns are fielding calls for number 2 at this point.
Yeah.
That could be where Jacksonville's potentially trying to trade up to go get Travis Hunter or one of these other guys. It's going to be a fun night, guys. I think we're going to have a lot of wheeling and dealing here in the top 15.
Yeah, if you're the Cowboys, though, you have had to work through a scenario on your board where McMillan's not there. If that's the guy you're looking at, you have to be able to kind of look and evaluate. You look at your stack where everything is on that board and then start to say, okay, this is, this would be the next best spot for us. This would be the next best player for us. And, when Jerry Jones was talking about it the other day that the board wasn't set, I'm feeling that they might have been working through that. Maybe their board was set, but they were working through the idea of potentially a guy like Ted McMillan not being there. And so then you get a little bit, it makes you uncomfortable. The whole idea is to be comfortable when you draft, and you don't want to get caught on the clock having to figure things out. So walking through those kinds of scenarios where maybe you take a player away. If it's not McMillan, maybe you take somebody else away. And you just walk yourself through those situations where you feel totally comfortable that, hey, if that happens, we're going to take this guy and go forward.
Now, with all of the scenarios that could possibly work out for the Cowboys, whether it's from 1 to 11 or even after that from a trade back scenario, I feel like this is the first time we've kind of looked at it and said, because of the list of prospects ahead of you, because of the small number of can't miss prospects, this is the first time I've really heard the group kind of be okay with moving. Would you still rather move back and get as much draft capital as possible, add to the 10 picks that you already own? Or what would it take to get up there and at least make some noise to try and find a guy like Ted McMillan early on?
I think your best option here is to move back. I think that I don't know if there are. I'm with Nick. I don't think if
he's not there.
Yeah, if he's not there, I don't think that's a scenario where you're wanting. You can stand in there and make a pick. I've said that Matthew Golden would be the pick, the wide receiver from Texas, if they stick in there at 12, and I still think it could be. But I also think that's a scenario where you can drop back, and even if Golden goes, I think you've got guys on your board that you'd feel comfortable taking at 18, 20, however far they want to move back. Like Emeka Egbuka is a name that I think a lot of people like, myself included. I know he's one of the favorites of the show too. So I think if you're going to move at all, it's got to be back. I don't know if there's anybody worth moving up for unless you're going to get a Travis Hunter, but you're going to have to give up way too much capital for that.
Maybe Dallas is in a situation, guys, where they might not make a call on the clock, but man, I'll tell you what, if I start to see or get that feeling that McMillan's not going to be there, then I know they don't really want to jump on the phone. But I mean, way ahead of me, I'm going to try and make some calls. I'm going to call Atlanta. I'm going to call Arizona. I'm going to call my buddy Sean Payton down there at 20. I'm going to start to make some calls. I don't think, Jerry talked about not wanting to pick up the phone, but maybe he's picked up the phone before the drafts even started. Maybe this is one of those things where, you talk to the other general managers around the league and you start to say, hey, listen, this is kind of where we're at. If your guys are interested, Sean Payton, if you're interested in coming up, to our spot, you want to draft a running back, the tight end, you want to get one of those positions, we're open for business here. Like Dallas could say, hey, we don't want to make the call on the clock, but could this afternoon have been about making a bunch of calls behind and then getting an idea of that?
There's been a lot of calls fielded around the league today.
Yeah.
And you would have to think the Cowboys are part of that.
Yeah.
They are very clearly in the trade back market. Stephen Jones said it earlier this week. That was said intentionally. And as the week has gone on, there are more and more teams showing interest in trading up. You have Denver.
Yeah.
You have Seattle. You have Houston that's really looking to make some moves. Just a couple of hours ago, Houston added 2 day 3 picks to their repertoire going into the weekend. They are getting ready to leverage some of these picks in order to trade up and go and get one of these top offensive linemen. And to do so, they would need to get probably into the top 12. So there's going to be a lot of possibilities, I think, tonight.
Growing name of teams, growing list of teams that are going up there and possibly going to trade up. We talked about how you have to be careful trading back and you have to find the right compensation, the right trade partner, the right dance partner in order to do so. Bobby, have you heard anything across the league when it comes to possible trading partners for Dallas specifically?
So, no, you always hear Philadelphia is willing to go up.
Yeah.
Philadelphia may not be willing to totally play ball with you, though. They did a couple years ago on the Micah trade. That was something where you were talking about 10 to 12, though, and you were in the process of jumping the Giants. So it kind of made sense for everybody in that situation. That's 32. That's a long way to jump back and to potentially have to make up the capital that's there. The team that I keep looking at that makes the most sense to me, if you could get them interested enough that they wanted to go up, would be Seattle. Because Seattle right now, their 2 third-round picks equal up almost perfectly to the drop to 18. They've got 2 second-rounders, so they've got the capital to kind of do that. John Schneider had talked about recently the idea that, hey, people need to show more respect to these quarterbacks, and these quarterback prospects are legitimate. So if you could get Seattle interested in that, great. The biggest problem is it sounds like so many teams want to move back. And if so many teams want to move back, it's a buyer's market, so you're not going to be able to hold anybody for ransom.
Yeah.
And your offer is going to get shopped around probably pretty easily as just, all right, well, if you're asking for too much, I'm going to go talk to San Francisco, who needs draft picks. I'm going to go talk to Miami after that. We can figure out somebody to play ball and probably offer us a cheaper deal. So I think whatever you see, when you see moves made, if it's not this Jacksonville going up to 2 kind of thing, anything outside the top 10, I think you're looking at probably 85, 90 cents on the dollar compared to past years.
I think the guy up ahead of you that's really interested in moving is Elliott Wolf at New England.
Yeah.
And he could affect the draft in a couple of different ways. So you talk about teams maybe trying to get all the way to 4, from the middle of the board, and maybe you can offer enough to Elliott to make him get off his pick at 4. So it's going to be as you're going along, and you start to see okay, New England's on the clock, and next thing you know, that thing flips to Denver or somebody else. Now you're like, whoa, okay, what just happened here? But have an understanding that teams are willing to come up because the price of playing poker is not that expensive for them to have to do that.
Titans hold the number 1 overall pick, followed by the Cleveland Browns, then the New York Giants. New England, as Brian just said, have that 4th overall pick. Those top 4 selections, we have a pretty good idea of how those 4 could fall. At pick number 5, the Jacksonville Jaguars have all sorts of power over this draft, whether they're trading out, whether they're staying and picking, who they're going to stay and pick. Do they go Mason Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan? Do they draft Ashton Genty, running back from Boise State? There are a number of guys that they could go with there. That top 5 could be very interesting. After that, it's the Las Vegas Raiders at 6. At 7, it's the New York Jets. 8, Carolina Panthers. 9, New Orleans Saints. The Chicago Bears, team rumored to possibly jump up. They're at 10. San Francisco, the 49ers are at 11. And then, of course, the Dallas Cowboys there at pick number 12. If you had to guess at this moment, Nick Harris, do you feel like staying and picking is the most likely of the three options instead of trading up or trading back?
If Ted McMillan is there, absolutely.
Anything else?
If he's not, I would bet on a trade back opportunity being there.
Okay. Interesting.
Just because you think about these three offensive linemen that are apparently going to be going in the top 10, you're factoring in Mason Graham, you're factoring in Genty, all these other guys. There's going to be a talented player there for you at 12. Is it a Mason Graham type? Is it a Jalen Walker type? And if so, could you dangle that in front of a team, and instead of getting that 85 to 90 cents on the dollar, you could truly get the true value of that pick, slide back a few spots. So we've talked about how many names there are right in that second group behind McMillan as far as big targets for this team tonight. If there's a large group, let's say 5 players, why not slide back 3 to 5 spots, and it gives you an easier decision later down the line. That's what these last few days have been about, is figuring out the nitty gritty in that stack. If McMillan is not there, that's why the board was not up on Tuesday whenever Jerry was talking about it. They're trying to figure out who they would take between these other guys. It's so close together. And if it's that close together, go ahead and pick you up another pick and slide back a few spots, get you some value, and roll with one of your guys.
I will say, I think the desire to trade back if McMillan is not there is 100% what their preference would be. At that point, it's just about, I don't know if they get stuck. They might. And if they get stuck, stuck, quote unquote, I think they'd still get a player they like and they feel good about. I just think they'd be like, that was an opportunity where if we could have picked up some extra capital, we would have liked it. They liked Micah Parsons when they traded back from him a few years ago. They had him ranked higher than where they were picking. So I think that they would have that preference of, we feel comfortable about being able to move back and get somebody we really like. It's just a matter of, do you have a dance partner? And my inkling is I don't think they'd be able to find one, and they just have to stand in and pick.
Because of the buyer's market and all of the different possibilities that could play out between now and then. Now, there are a list of prospects that we should be keeping an eye on at pick number 12. When we come back, let's hit some of those names. We've already talked about Ted McMillan. There are a couple other names to keep an eye on. If you've already been listening to the draft show throughout the offseason, you know some of these names, but we're going to narrow it down as much as we possibly can. We're getting close to the start of the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. And we're on the .com side of things. This is my favorite part, I think, about hosting all of this, is the fact that not only do we get to just skip over all the breaks, but we get an opportunity to welcome in all those that are watching on the streaming side, and we're going all the way through these next 72 hours. Now, we'll hit those names here in a little bit, but Nick, have you heard anything specifically other than the commercial that's in our headsets right now?
I was texting him, Kyle. Don't worry.
Good. All right. Have you heard anything else whenever it comes to what the Cowboys could be moving and shaking whenever it gets to 12?
Yeah, if Ted McMillan's not there, I think there's going to be a handful of names that will make sense for this team. Walter Nolan has been a name that's been thrown around quite a bit over the course of the last 24 hours. I find it hard to believe that if this team did the homework that they said that they did on a lot of these character guys and trying to find out if these guys like football, I'd be surprised if Walter Nolan is a type fit for them. And if they do end up picking Walter Nolan, that's my question in the press conference.
Yeah.
How did you feel comfortable picking Walter Nolan? A couple other guys, Tyler Booker, he was a 30-visit guy for this team. He would step in and play guard right away for this team. I think that's certainly an option in the first round. Then you look at Emeka Egbuka at Ohio State, another really talented receiver option that would really work for this team. And a lot of these edges, though, is fascinating because as noise has heated up around these offensive linemen, around Walter Nolan, not a lot of these edge names have been thrown around because we've heard Mykel Williams and Shamar Stewart throughout the process. Not so much here in the last 48 hours. So you wonder if that's just us catching up or if it's them getting quieter. Or
the same kind of thing around corner, too. I feel like we haven't heard as much about Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron out of the cornerback spot over these last couple of days. It still seems like all of those are options, and we'll hit all these names a little bit more on the radio side, too. But, Brian, that's where the calamity could come into play. I think we all here kind of sit here and look at Ted McMillan as the targeted pick.
Right.
But after that, it's a jumbled mess.
Yeah, and I want to take the other approach, and I think Nick gave you some absolutely great names there. I wonder how much they really like Mimbao if he's there, the tackle from Missouri. I wonder how much they really do like Graham from the defensive tackle from Michigan.
Sure.
Because if all of a sudden those guys come sliding through, are they ready to pick those guys? And we've seen some mock drafts and things like that where those players were passed. So I wonder if those guys are there and available, where are they on the stack? Does Dallas really like these players as much as the media scouts have?
Yeah.
I think that because we're going to talk about, well, they could take this guy, they take this guy. Well, how do they really like those guys? Those were a couple of names that I thought that maybe media scouts were a little high on or a little higher on than maybe what they are.
It kind of goes back to the conversation of a scenario where McMillan's off the board, and if the Cowboys want to go receiver, do they sit in there and pick Matthew Golden from Texas? But we all brought up the question on the show is, do they have guys graded higher than Golden at positions that they would still need, like corner with Will Johnson from Michigan, or on the offensive line with so many guys who could be there in Tyler Booker, Gray Zabel, Membu. I think a wild card here, fellas, is Jahad Campbell. I think that's one of the linebacker from Alabama. I think that's a guy that we haven't been talking about enough as a guy, not necessarily a guy for the Cowboys, but just a guy who's going to go high in the first round. I think this is a guy that NFL teams are really high on because he can give you something off the edge too, but he covers so well from sideline to sideline.
Yeah, I think, Tommy, there's some guys, talking about, we'll get back to that on the other side. We'll talk about him when we get back.
Less than 40 minutes away from the beginning of the 2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Welcome back in to NFL Draft coverage on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. We left the last segment talking specifically about names that we could look at when it comes to pick number 12. We've already hit Teteroa McMillan out of Arizona, widely renowned as possibly the number one wide receiver out of this draft class. Brian, when you look down the list of some of these other names available, who are some of those names that stick out for you at 12?
Yeah, I kind of feel like that if McMillan is in fact off the board, then now you're looking at guys like potentially like Booker, the guard from Alabama. Mentioned him quite a bit. We've talked about could Abuka. Who do they have higher if they're looking at a receiver? McMillan being gone, who is higher on their board? Is it Abuka? Is it Golden? That's something you have to kind of think about. What about, like I said, I mentioned Booker. What about Banks from Texas? The fact that he could play tackle, could play guard, and then Will Johnson. Can you get past some of the things that the things with Will Johnson? There's some medical questions there that people are kind of have to deal with and have brought up. So there are going to be some names that they're going to look at, like I say, and they all kind of fill those positions that they're looking at for going forward to be able to fill.
I think one more name to throw in there is Gray Zabel, offensive lineman, North Dakota State. Has versatility in the interior, could play center or right guard. I think he would be able to step in and play right guard day one. That's a fascinating option, too, when you bring up the offensive line discussion.
Yeah, I think the names to center around here, if it's not McMillan, because I think we all agree McMillan is probably their dream scenario.
Absolutely.
And if he's not able to get there, depending on what happens ahead of you, then I think, we've already mentioned Booker there. Mm-hmm. Nolan was brought up during the break. Matthew Golden, one that's been brought up pretty consistently. I still think that there's some affection in that room for the Cowboys for Mykel Williams. I don't necessarily think that he is the pick, but I think he bears monitoring as we're looking at names here and just trying to figure out who would they potentially take there. If they bailed out of that pick, who would they look at? I think Mykel Williams makes some sense. And you mentioned Jahad Campbell during the break, Tommy. Ian Rappaport reported 2 days ago that Jahad Campbell's told he is going to be cleared in all likelihood by the time training camp starts.
See, that's the thing about him is, though, there are some things with the shoulders, the knees, and stuff like that. We've done these drafts a bunch here, whether we're at Valley Ranch or here at the Star, where we've talked about these Alabama linebackers. Tough as nails guys. Yeah. They are banged up, though, especially those ones that went through the Nick Saban administration in that era where they were in a lot of collisions. They had a lot of practices, a lot of the wear and tear on some of those guys was pretty intense. So, if you're taking that type of guy, how long are you going to have him? because of the wear and tear. But, man, he is an outstanding football player.
And remember, he was a part of the Nick Saban era. He was one of the carryover players to Kalen DeBoer's time. First team All-SEC in 2024, had 117 tackles. Lots of wear and tear on the tires there. But if you're talking about the character guy that Brian Schottenheimer continues to harp on, that's the type of guy that they've been looking for, and he's been heralded as one of those guys in this draft class. I feel like there are some at home maybe listening, and whether it's on the radio side or it's on the stream side, saying we're 25 minutes in to the NFL draft coverage, and we have not heard running back mentioned quite yet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that still a possibility for Dallas? I know Ashton Genty, it's across the league. It's a bit of a pipe dream to see whether or not he would fall to 12. But what about outside of Ashton Genty, or what's the situation there specifically?
Yeah, it's a fascinating group. And Amarian Hampton, we've seen his name thrown around in the first round. Travion Henderson, we've seen his name thrown around in the first round. Henderson's a guy I have a first-round grade on. I think another one in this group of players is Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State too. You talk about early down type guy that would work with Javonte Williams. I think all these guys are going to be in the conversation for first-round type guys. But if you're talking about it for this team specifically, I don't see Schottenheimer taking a running back in the first round unless his name is Ashton Genty. That's me and kind of reading the tea leaves over the course of the offseason, going to his availability in Florida, going to his availability in Indianapolis, getting to know Brian Schottenheimer's philosophy a little bit more. Granted, he wants to run the football, but I think they see more value on day two, late in day two.
Guys, if they were not to get the wide receiver and then take the offensive lineman at 12,
either Zabel or Booker or
whoever, whatever offensive lineman that they're looking at right there, does that change what you're thinking about for 44? Because we all kind of had the thought about, well, wow, it's going to be potentially a running back. I've talked to people said, hey, well, don't put that in ink. But does it make you feel differently, or do you automatically say running back, if not at 1 and not at 2, automatically becomes something at 3?
I don't know if automatically. I think they've been really, really vocal about how much they love the depth in this running back class. So the way that I kind of think of it is there's kind of 3 tiers in the ways they can go about this, right? Is do you look at the day 2 guys in terms of we'll go second round first, right?
Right.
The guys, the Ohio State guys, I think, in Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins, if either one of them get to 44, I think you're looking at those 2 guys in that spot. If you go to the second tier, that's the 3rd round. You look at guys like R.J. Harvey, Damian Martinez from Miami, Bashul Tutin from Virginia Tech. And then after that, in my final mock that we put out on DallasCowboys.com today, I had them waiting until the 5th round, and I put Jarquez Hunter from Auburn there. But are there other guys there? Could they go with some local guys like Ollie Gordon or Taj Brooks? There's so many different ways they can choose to attack this. I don't know if going guard at 12 necessarily changes the fact that I think this team really needs a defensive tackle and a corner more than they need a running back. And so I think either one of those 2 in any kind of order is what you're looking at 44 and 76.
Man, if they took a defensive tackle or offensive tackle, whatever they did at 12, if that's not a receiver, then I'm looking really hard at 44 trying to figure out if there's a receiver I can take there. That's what I'm looking at.
Are you looking at a Jaden Higgins or a Trey Harris type, or are you hoping that a Burden is slipping?
I mean, for me, if I'm looking at it there, because I know that's kind of, to me, I look at it and I go, at 12, there's some receivers that interest me potentially in Golden, obviously McMillan, maybe in a trade back at Buka. And then you've kind of got a little bit of no man's land in the second round. You got a couple maybe you like, but then the third kind of fills out again, I think, with receivers that you like. But at that point, I would be looking at all right, is there somebody here that I really like priority-wise for them? Does this team like Jack Besh enough to do that? Do they like, go down the list, does Burden fall? Do they like Higgins enough? Do they like Jalen Knoll enough? The other guy on the other side. I think that's going to be at least something that I would be looking really hard at. I'd be looking at all right, is there a receiver somewhere around the value here? Because I think I'm going to want to maximize that because I need a second weapon.
Can I ask you guys this question about, do you feel like that if there's a position that's going to fall into the 5th, and you say you got 4th round guys on your board, what position is that? Is it the running backs? Is it the corners? Is there somebody that we'll be talking about in that 4th round that all of a sudden, wow, I had a 4th round grade on this guy and now we're picking him here in the 5th? Tommy's trying to tell me, hey, I'm going to wait to the 5th round to get a running back here. But my hope is that there's somebody that Tommy's right, but there's somebody I hope that came from the 3rd or 4th round that be in the 5th round. on my board. That would be my hope. But do you guys have a position that you kind of feel like there might be more guys coming from rounds above and get into that 5th round?
I'm looking at 3 spots. I'm looking at running back, interior defensive line, the defensive tackle class I think is very deep, and then wide receiver is my 3rd one. I think we're going to find some decent wide receivers at that point in time.
So there's going to be some 4th round grades. There's going to be some when we're in day 3.
Yes.
And as you know, if Dallas doesn't get a 4th round pick, then we're going to be talking about, okay, what player came through all that, and then now is, you had 4th round grades on.
Now, if you're asking me, do I feel confident that there's going to be a wide receiver 2 on this football team in the 5th round? No. Is there going to be an RB1 on this football team in the 5th round? No. So, I mean, either way, you're trying to fill specific needs with both of those position groups. That's where those first 3 picks, if you kind of go veer away from those guys specifically, it's going to be tough to fill those positions later on.
I think you could find your starting nickel in the 5th round.
Okay.
It's not guaranteed, but there are going to be some really good nickel options there in day 3. As I went through this corner class and understood where these guys might fit in, there's going to be some nickel guys, whether it's a Robert Longerbeam out of Rutgers, Jalen Smith out of USC. Yeah. There's going to be some options. Marcus Harris out of Cal, Upton Stout out of Western Kentucky, probably not from a size perspective, a guy for the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. We've talked about Quincy Riley a lot from Louisville.
I've heard that name a little bit today.
Isn't he more like a 3rd round guy?
Yeah, he's starting to get a lot of top 100 love as the process has gone on. We'll see as these guys get pushed down. Regardless, going through all these guys, and I don't know how many 2nd and 3rd round grades you guys ended up with, it reached over 100 for me. There are going to be guys that we're looking at the top of day 3, and we're saying, how is he there?
Yeah.
And it's because this class, I think, has a lot of starting caliber talent. And I think you could find a guy or 2 in the 5th that could really work out for you. I think if you're comparing it to last year, worked out better for you than Kalen Carson.
Well, I'm just curious. Let's play this game real quick on your board. Go to your top-ranked 5th round pick, 5th round grade, and go to your last ranked 5th round grade.
Which position?
It doesn't matter. Do you have them stacked 1 through however?
No. That would have taken me centuries.
Okay, if you were,
I did do them top 100 though.
Okay, but okay. So what was the last grade you had in the top 100?
The last position?
Yeah, or last grade.
3rd round.
It was a 3rd round.
It was
grade.
a 3rd round.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like you said, outside of your top 100 picks, there's a good chance that you're going to have some 3rd or 4th round graded guys right there.
And I had Quincy Riley at 97, and I left out Noel Williams out of the top 100. And those are 2 guys that I think could be.
I thought you did a good job of scouting.
You know what's crazy is because I love Noel Williams.
I do.
And as I was going through these 80s and 90s, I was like, man, it doesn't feel right. Me putting this guy right here, me putting this guy right here. Like a Riley Mills is a guy I've liked. Braden Swinson. Yeah. These are guys in the 80s, and it's like, man, this is a deep class once you get into day 2.
What Nick is telling me right now is Dallas needs to get a 4th round pick,
or another 3rd,
or another. If you could get inside, and you get another 3rd round pick like they did last year in the Detroit trade. But to find a way to get another, if you could get a 4th round pick, you might be able to do some damage. Again, you're looking at guys. Oh, heck, we had a couple of guys here. We've drafted 2 guys that had 3rd round grades, especially this one in the 4th round. So maybe trading back if you can and getting what you need out of that might be the best way to go.
I think that running back is one that in theory should stretch a little into day 3, where you've got guys with day 2 grades who are there on day 3. Here's the problem. The last time that running back did that and stretched like that,
we didn't acknowledge the stretch.
Was last year.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what happened last year was then there was a feverish run right in the 4th round on all those guys who were left, and they all got snatched up before you picked again in the 5th round. They're in a very similar situation right now where if they're standing there and they go, let's wait a little bit, these are stretching, that 4th round may snatch them all up, and then they're stuck in the 5th without one of those guys.
That's why I think that they have to take the running back at the 3rd, in the 3rd round, because if the run happens, you got your guy. But you could withstand a run at corner, I think, more than you probably could at running back. Is that fair to say?
Yeah,
because you could leave this draft without a cornerback.
Well,
boy, that would be tough.
That'd
be tough.
Okay.
I didn't understand the question. That's what you were asking. No,
but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the way you have it set up on your roster, I'm talking pure numbers. I'm not talking like play and X's and O's at this point.
Yeah,
I'm saying pure numbers. You can get away with not having a corner out of the 10 picks in this draft. And by not having a corner, I'm talking about a premium player that you're probably going to rotate in.
Yeah.
you can get away with that. Running back, I don't know if you can get away with leaving without a guy, because right now you've got Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, and Deuce Vaughn.
You've upgraded.
I'm talking numbers.
You've upgraded the coaches, is what you've done here.
Sure.
You've upgraded the line coach and then the offensive coordinator when it comes to trying to run the football. I don't know if you can withstand the run on running backs. I don't. I think you can withstand the run on a corner. On cornerbacks. That's what I'm asking.
I'm curious if Dallas is, let's assume they're targeting, they target running back at either 44 or they're in the third round pick. Not necessarily who you would have there. Who do you think in their head they're thinking 44, if we're going to pick running back, we'd like that guy to be there.
Yeah.
Third round, we want that guy to be there.
I think 44 would probably be Henderson or Judkins, one of the Ohio State guys.
I too.
76, Bashal Tootin. Tootin is just, it's a name that this building really does like.
That was those were the two the two scenarios, because I agree. I think it's the Ohio State guys in the second round, and it's Tootin in the third.
I'll throw Damian Martinez in the third round as well.
I was going to add that too, yeah.
In the third specifically?
76, yeah.
I'm trying to find another name I would disagree with. I mean, I don't think in the third round. I think that's really kind of what it boils down to, is if those guys are available one way or the other, then try and take those guys and run with it.
Is 44 too early for Harvey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so third round is good for him.
But is he going to make it for 76?
That's what I'm asking. I've got him as my 64th best player on the board.
I've talked to I talked to people on teams.
Is it the age?
Outside, well, I talked to people on teams outside of Dallas, and I'll always ask him about various players and stuff like that. The feedback on Harvey I got almost universally was third round. I didn't get anybody who said second.
Age, also torn ACL history. I think that could be the reason he's there at 76.
Because he's torn an ACL.
2021.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, came back and was really productive back-to-back seasons. Don't get me wrong, and he's not a medical red flag guy, but it's just something to note. But you pair that with the age at 24.2 years old, he's gonna be an older back. He's not getting a second contract.
Can I interest anybody in Caleb Johnson at 44?
I would love that.
If he's
Iowa?
there, yeah.
I would love that. He's my RB2.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's exactly what
Way to go,
Brian
Tommy. You're
wanted
back
to
in
hear.
good graces.
All right, here we go.
Got it going. All right, when we come back, let's give our predictions. What do we feel like is going to happen in the first 11 picks? Yeah, I know. It's not going to be great. Top 11 picks of the NFL draft, and then what could the Dallas Cowboys do specifically at pick number 12? You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. Back here on the .com side of things. All right, Tommy, you talked about Caleb Johnson there at 44. I know we're still in round number 1, but you got to look ahead in order to really get a good picture of what's going to happen at pick number 12 and how you can kind of play this board one way or the other. Why does Caleb Johnson fit to you at 44?
Oh, I mean, what can he do? 6'1", 224, super hard to bring down.
Tell him, Tommy.
You can't tackle this guy with arm tackles. He's got good, not great speed. I think he finds his lanes well, hits them hard when the gaps open up front. Great in pass protection, turns his feet after contact to pick up yards. If the blocking up front isn't great, he's not the best at making guys miss in the backfield per se. But when he gets one-on-one in space, instead of trying to make a move or something to get past you, that's not really his game. He's just going to run through your face. Dallas needs guys that'll run through people's faces. I love Caleb Johnson as a 3-down back for the Cowboys. And, you could say, okay, you've already got 2 guys that can kind of do that on your roster, but Johnson's a guy who can carry the workload. He comes from a great scheme at Iowa that has a great emphasis on running the football, and that's what Brian Schottenheimer wants to do. I think it'd be a great pick.
I was watching the Wisconsin game, and he wore their ass out.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't want to tackle him anymore. At 6'1", 224 pounds, this guy's got a burst. And, I mean, he's got the burst, the surge. I mean, he's got this kind of the steady gait to his game when you watch him run. I think you have to gang tackle this guy to get him on the ground. I think he sets up blocks well. His offensive line does a really good job of coming off the ball, and then he kind of gets in behind them, showing some patience, and then he's able to make it happen once he gets into that second level. I don't think he's going to run away from a lot of people, but the way that he could kind of wear you down, I think yards per carry with this guy was going to be very, very good with the way he does. I think that's really important. It's not all about 30-yard runs here in the NFL now. It's about kind of getting those 4, 5, 6, 7-yard runs consistently in order to kind of keep the chains moving. And this guy can finish down on the goal line when he gets that opportunity.
I'll say this, too. He and Amari and Hampton at the Combine together were next to each other at those little stands in the media. Johnson
It's different.
stands out from a physical standpoint. I mean, he is massive.
6'1", 224.
Yeah,
compared to 5'11".
I
kind of compared him to, and I don't know, this may be a terrible comparison to everybody, but like Trey Benson from Florida State.
Okay.
If you remember when Trey Benson came out and kind of his running style, he's with the Arizona Cardinals, but I kind of thought about that running style with him.
Sorry to interrupt the running back conversation, but Jay Glazer, as of a minute ago, just tweeted out that it looks like a Jaguars and Browns trade could go down. Talks are happening, nothing done till it's done, obviously.
That's for Hunter right there.
That's for
Travis.
That's for Hunter, and that's Cleveland likely going offensive line if they go back.
Okay, so where do you think of, is that a Will Campbell pick or
Probably just, I mean, it depends on what the Patriots do it for, but I would think Campbell, Membu, something like that.
I think
Patriots flew to Louisiana yesterday to meet with Will Campbell. I have a feeling that's going to be a Sharpie pick for me going. That's a Sharpie pick for me going in the first round.
is Will Campbell at 4?
Will Campbell at 4? Yeah.
Okay. Where do you think if he?
Would you be surprised if it was Mimbu?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about for the Browns at 5 if they do end up trading backwards? The Browns go from 2 to 5.
No, I think I got the Browns. I think everybody's talking about the offensive line, right?
Yeah.
We're all talking about that.
Yeah.
I threw out Mimbu because I kind of was hearing some whispers that if they went back, that was the guy they were looking at. But like I say, there's offensive linemen at that time to be had for sure.
I think Membu would make sense if they go back and Campbell gets snatched up, just kind of depending on what's left for Cleveland there. But I mean, that would look if Jacksonville goes up, I think that helps the case to get Ted McMillan to 12. Because if Jacksonville goes up, they're going up for Hunter, and then that removes somebody who may try to snatch up McMillan from you. You still have to walk the minefield of, New Orleans. Nobody seems totally sure of what Carolina's going to do. San Francisco could always bail out ahead of you if somebody really likes McMillan, so you still have to walk those. But Jaguars would at least knock off one team that I think really likes Ted McMillan.
I'm going to keep standing on the table for Kelvin Banks. I think he's the best tackle in this draft, so I think if Cleveland moves back, I'm not saying that he's going to be the pick there, but Membu is a guy you could look there, but Banks too. I mean, this guy can play tackle in the NFL, I think, and I think he's the best one. And that's not to say that he and Will Campbell and Membu are all very far apart. I mean, those are very similarly graded players, but I think he's the best tackle in this draft, and I think that whichever team gets him is going to get a steal here.
This might be a little too okay.
No, you can go.
If this is a little too unfair, where would you have him if he was a guard?
In terms of grade?
Yeah, ranking.
I would put him at. We waiting? Okay.
Back here on
Come on,
the
Rook.
Dallas Cowboys Radio
Come on,
Network
Rook. I'm getting kicked
and
off so fast.
DallasCowboys.com. Tommy's learning. It's okay.
I definitely did set him up poorly. I did.
Come on, what are you doing? That's
veteran
rude.
mistake.
Right into the break, man. I mean,
That's okay.
It's my sophomore slump.
It does give us an opportunity to say that there is more content. If you're listening on the radio side of things, you can stream us through the commercial breaks. We don't take actual commercial breaks. We're going to continue content all the way through all 257 picks this weekend, wall-to-wall coverage, and we certainly mean it. We love our radio listeners, but you can also hear us on DallasCowboys.com and on the Odyssey app as well under 105.3 The Fan. So plenty more to come throughout the weekend alongside Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, Tommy Yarish, and our guy Bobby Belt, NFL Insider. Special thanks to the crew in the back, by the way. We've got Chris Beam, we've got Matthew Kent, we've got a whole crew that's working all the way through the night to get you on the air and get us on the air throughout. Now, right before we went to break, about 30 seconds before we went to break, Jay Glazer put out a tweet that said, Jaguars and Browns trade looks like it could go down. Talks are happening, nothing done till it's done. Obviously, that's the quote from Jay Glazer. So nothing is set in stone at the moment. However, talks are happening between the Jags, who are currently in possession of the 5th overall pick, and the Cleveland Browns, who are currently in possession of the 2nd overall pick. What kind of shockwaves would this send through the first 11 picks leading up to the Cowboys at 12, Bobby?
Yeah, this would change some things up significantly because I think a lot of the time when we looked at a lot of these mock drafts throughout the course of the last few weeks, there felt like a few things that people had settled on. For a long time, people had settled on Genty's going 6 to the Raiders. It felt like a lot of people, every single mock draft you've seen, I feel like over the last 2 months has said number 7 Armand Mimu to the Jets, number 8 Panthers take Jalen Walker. I feel like that's been the standard. If you get them jumping up to get Hunter at 2, Jacksonville, then I think Cleveland going back at 5 is going to take an offensive lineman. And then at that point, that's Membu, and that changes a lot of things behind it. 4 minutes after we got on the air here, and I just see this, but 4 minutes after we got on the air here, Adam Schefter had tweeted that he had reached out and said, hey, what should we expect in the top 10? And he said he was told expect explosive.
Wow.
So Ted McMillan.
I mean,
Makes it to 12.
Matthew Golden,
yeah.
In the second round.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Tyler Shuck, maybe. Let's get crazy.
Do you
that
guys
would be
worry?
crazy.
Do you guys worry about if you're a Dallas Cowboy fan here? Do you worry about that if, in fact, you do survive all the way to San Francisco with McMillan, and then you get traded in front of because everybody seems to have McMillan going to the Cowboys? Does that are you prepared for the heartbreak there?
Would you trade up one spot?
Just to make sure that doesn't happen.
San Francisco's done that before. San Francisco held Chicago hostage years ago with the Trubisky pick. They made him jump 2 to 3 and got like an extra first out of it. I don't think you get that, but yeah, you might end up paying a tax if you have to do that, if you just have to go one spot.
See, I just wonder if there's so much focus on McMillan with. And are the Cowboys comfortable? If they lose McMillan, are they comfortable to stand in there and make a pick?
Well, that seems like where the smokescreen has been aimed, not just today and over the last couple of weeks, but really through the entire draft process. You hear about Matthew Golden. You hear about all these different elements of edge rushers that they like and offensive linemen that they like. Could it be a smokescreen to try and throw people off of that scent of Teteroa McMillan and the Sharpie pick, as Nick put it a minute ago, the Sharpie pick for Dallas at 12?
Yeah, it could be. That's certainly possible. We've seen Ted McMillan tied to the Cowboys so much, and other teams see that. Other teams have representatives in their scouting department that see what other teams are doing, and they understand where some of the best buzz and some of the best reports come from. Throwing out the potential here, what if it's a next year's 3? To move up one spot, San Francisco holds you hostage. Say, hey, we got your mans.
Yeah.
Somebody else may want him.
Somebody else may want your mans. He's hot.
Yeah,
That would be a lot.
I do. I
You would
probably
do
do.
it?
Yeah, because McMillan's third on my board.
Yeah.
So that's a top 3 player to me. I'm not thinking there's going to be anybody else that we're really talking about there at 12 if he gets snatched up. But I also understand the idea, if they're there at 12 and then McMillan is off the board and it's kind of out of their control, I also understand the idea of let's move back. Let's try and find anything we can. And look, it may be, again, when we talk about 85 cents on the dollar, something like that, Dallas moved back from, 16, 17 back to 31 when they got Frederick years ago, Brian. It was 14, 15 drops.
Yeah, it was significant. They should have got a 2 out of it, ended up getting a 3 out of it.
So it wasn't a great return on the trade chart in that sense. You may
But
get
they
something
bailed
similar.
because they had to bail. They felt like they needed to bail.
And that's where I'm at with this, where I'm saying that if they just, even if it's not great value, to me, anything in return is going to be likely good value because I imagine they have so many guys after McMillan squashed together that if you drop to 22 and you get a 4th out of it and nothing else, that if you've got 10 guys that, man, these are all kind of graded together, then it'll work itself out and you get extra capital.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think just picking up a pick between round 2 and round 4, if McMillan's not on the board, that should be priority number 1.
And you're dressed in your red and blue for Arizona, right? That's what you've got going on.
Arizona's got blue?
Yeah. Arizona
Cardinals?
Wildcats?
No, we're talking about
Teteroa
my
McMillan
God.
played for the Arizona Wildcats?
I will say also, by the way,
It's time for me to take a break.
I don't think you have to
We haven't
worry.
even started yet.
I don't think you have to worry about projecting, like Dallas projecting a pick with McMillan.
Yeah.
I think the entire NFL looks around and goes, McMillan's the top receiver who's likely to get into that range. They're going to need a second weapon. Stevens talked about that. I think it's just 2 + 2 = 4 to just about everybody around the league. And I don't think you need to necessarily project that. We don't have to project, Travis Hunter specifically to somebody. When Cam Ward's off the board, a lot of people are going to go, well, Travis Hunter's the best player left. So really whoever's sitting there at 2 is probably going to take him. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's similar with Dallas where they could have been as secretive about liking Tet as much as they could. And I think most everybody around the league still would have said, yeah, but Tet makes sense to you guys.
Yeah. It almost feels like he was tailor-made for what the Cowboys need at that second wide receiver spot. Big body, downfield, 50-50 ball threat. That's exactly what they need to go alongside CeeDee Lamb. So it almost feels tailor-made in terms of what the Cowboys are looking for.
Maybe Dallas does feel differently about it, though. If that is a smoke screen, if you want to go with the smoke screen theory, maybe they do feel differently about it. and that they go, is a 50-50 guy truly what Dak Prescott needs at this stage of his career? Or is somebody like Ibuka, who is a clean route runner who can get you quick, easy separation, is that more the guy they need? So just playing devil's advocate, if you're going to say Tet's the smokescreen, that would maybe be some of the thought processes. Those two receivers might fit more of Dak's play style than what McMillan
I think
would.
you'll know a lot if all of a sudden that McMillan is gone and then Dallas bails. That you'll know a lot right then, because that means they're not comfortable right there potentially taking the guys that we talked about, the Bookers and the Banks and people like that. They're just not comfortable doing it. So, if all of a sudden you see it, and then he's gone, and then you get down to Dallas and then they're bailing, they would rather take Booker or Banks or one of those guys probably a little bit further down the board if they can get that. That board maybe opens up a little bit more for them when they're willing to say, listen, we lost our guy. We're willing to just take what we need to get just to get down the board, pick up an extra 3, pick up another 4, whatever they have to do. So, as long as McMillan stays on that board, I think Dallas hangs in there. But the minute that he goes, man, now I know Jerry doesn't want to be on the phone.
Yeah.
I would probably walk out of the room with my cell phone and start calling people. I got Sean Payton's number in my phone, and I'd start calling. I'm like, Sean, please call us. Please call us right now. No, but yeah, we'll know. As long as McMillan's there, I think they hang in there. But the minute that goes, you might see somebody trying to get out of that.
Is there a guy for you guys that we're just not mentioning because you're like, I think he's one of the best players in the draft. I just don't think there's a chance Dallas takes him. Because we're trying to connect.
I think Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan. I know where I have him on my board, and I wonder if the Cowboys feel the same way as media scouts. He was always at Jacksonville at 5.
Yeah,
and now you've seen mock drafts where these the media scouts are now talking to teams, and teams are saying, I don't know, I think you got Graham a little high there. I think you got him a little high. I think you got Mimbu a little high there. Then all of a sudden now you're seeing it's the same thing that's happening, and maybe it's the medical stuff with Williams the corner. We saw him, and now he's out of some mock drafts in the first round. So I think that maybe that Graham, there's a lot of people like him, but I don't know if necessarily that the picks in the top 10 were something that the league looked at and said, oh yeah, that's absolutely right.
I'm glad you posed this question, because one name that I'm going to be looking at to potentially fall to 12 and we would have to have a discussion about is Jalen Walker out of Georgia.
Yeah.
It's been pretty much penciled in throughout the process that he's going to go to Carolina.
Right.
But if Carolina goes in a different direction, I don't see where he could potentially slide in, just kind of given what those next 3 teams are working with. Could a team trade up and grab a Jalen Walker? Sure, but that's a name I brought up on Tuesday as hey, this guy might slip.
Sure.
We haven't talked about him enough. I think that's still an option. He's the number 9 player on my board, first round grade. That's certainly one that would be fascinating.
I don't think they'd take him, but the guy that I really
From
like.
Okay.
No, the guy that I really is Malachi Starks. And I know we talked about him this morning, and I've tried to avoid talking about him every single time that we get on here because I'm terrified. I have Tease-Tabor syndrome, where I look at a guy and I go like, man, that tape was really good, but that athletic testing does not add up at all.
Yeah.
But I really, really like Malachi Starks. I mean, that's somebody who's in the top 10 for me.
Well,
and somebody who I felt like we talked about for a long time, up until around February, it felt like people were talking about Malachi Starks as kind of being a top 10 potential player. I don't think I don't think Dallas would take him. So he's likely to be high on my board. He's probably the highest one left on my board if McMillan goes when Dallas picks. It's just I don't even bring him up because I don't think they take him.
Well, the thing about it too is, and the whispers are that Carolina will sell their pick for pennies on the dollar. The Carolina is like, we'll give somebody a discount if you want to come on up here, and maybe that's inviting to some teams right there. Maybe they target Carolina. They're the one team that's actually put out there in the world that, hey, we're willing to take less for our pick if you want to come up here and take that pick from us.
And I think now the Browns are on that list specifically just because of what could happen with Jacksonville out of that 5th overall spot. All right, we've got about a minute and a half before we take our final break leading into the NFL draft. What is your prediction off the top? What are the Cowboys doing at 12?
At 12, trading back.
Okay, Brian.
I think they're going to take Booker.
Wow, Tyler Booker.
I don't think they're going to be able to find a trade partner. I think they stay and take Matthew Golden.
Okay, Matthew Golden. What do you think, Bobby?
You guys are the most negative people I've ever met. They're taking Ted McMillan.
I'm right there with you, Bobby
Yeah.
Belt. I'm right there with you. I put it in my final mock, too. I think we're going to stay optimistic.
We have to make a deal on air, Kyle Yeomans. We were talking about it outside the outside in the hallway here.
What do you want to make a deal with?
If Ted McMillan falls to 12, you did a bet for when CeeDee Lamb fell to
did.
whenever he fell to.
I did. I
The
ran
bet
into
this
my
time
star
around,
and back.
we have these gold Miller Lite cans right here.
Oh, they're beautiful.
And Kyle Yeomans is going to shotgun one.
Yeah, let's go.
If Ted McMillan gets picked to the Cowboys tonight.
You know what? I'm for it. Okay. Shotgun, an entire, what is that, a tall boy, I guess is what
This is a tall gal.
It's a tall gal.
That's a beautiful can,
It's a
man.
50th anniversary.
They call that a Cameron Brink.
You know what? On air at the end of tonight's show, I will do just that.
Beautiful gal.
I will make that happen. But Tet's got to fall to 12, and T-Mac's got to be the pick at 12.
Yep.
There's the deal. Let's go.
I might
on.
shotgun with you.
All right. Sounds good. Brian, you want to shake?
Sure, I'm in
Let's
with you.
go. Let's
I'm
do
with
it.
you, man. We're
Okay,
good. We're good.
let's do it.
This is fun. All right. When we come back, it's the official start of the 2025 NFL Draft. We'll hear from Roger Goodell and get this thing underway. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
Roger who?
.com. I can't wait to get in trouble for that. All right, Tommy, here's how this works. When the music comes on, you can't talk anymore.
Okay, got it.
But we'll continue our thoughts at some point early on.
Audience, thank you for hanging in with me through this process.
Hey, will you just do me a favor? Because I know we're about to change over.
Yeah, what's up?
And we're about to step out. Will we come back? Will you just tell people like Tommy got in trouble for the formatics and they told him he had to go have a talk with Derek.
Are you not on this next hour?
I'm not.
No,
Oh,
me and Tommy are both out. Just be like,
Oh,
they
yes.
both got talked
I'm
to.
getting-
Bobby the Cameron Brink joke and Tommy for messing up the formatics. They had to go talk to Derek Eagle.
Yeah.
I would love for that to happen. That'll be our
sorry,
little
boss.
secret on the stream side. I'm going to be the one that actually gets in trouble. Me and Brian, we're going to be the ones that we've been around and done this 6 years for me. The last couple years.
Gambling on air.
Yeah, now we're going to make a bet and shotgun a beer. Can't wait. This is going to be awesome. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and make the switch. Tommy, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right,
Bobby,
let's do it.
Off for suspension.
see you guys. Absolutely. Tommy's got his 1 hour suspension that he's got to fulfill.
He's in the
for
penalty
missing
box.
The last one.
Mason Marchment.
5-minute major.
Hey,
Yeah,
go Stars.
He drew blood.
Go Stars. Oh, 4 minute. Oh, that was tough. They got through it though.
They did get through it.
Made it happen.
They led for a minute in the series?
They've led for like a minute and 2 seconds in the series, and they're up 2-1 at this point. So for those that are listening on the streaming side, this is again our little secret because we are going to switch every hour because we have so many reputable and incredible voices on the draft show. We want to get everybody involved as we can go along. What was that?
Don't worry about it. Sorry.
Okay. We are on the air too.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go back and listen.
Yeah.
So that way.
I just said I'm a dummy.
We were just talking about something. We're just
okay.
thinking about
Yeah,
something. here.
thinking about it overall. We've got Zach Wolchuk back on the show. Voch Lombardi looking dapper as ever. Got that nice ice on the watch too. Man, a little something.
Voch looks fantastic.
Wait, where's the camera? Hey, Brian, here's your.
Oh, thanks.
Camera
Oh,
on,
yeah,
Brian,
yeah, yeah.
please.
Good
Camera on.
call.
Hey, Brian,
Yeah, thank
please,
you. My mouse. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah. Oh wait, what are you talking about here? What are you talking about?
Can I get a pluggy plug? Yeah, of course. Thanks, my dude.
All right.
Oh, it's good to be back.
It is so good to be back. Zach, this is your 3rd year with the draft show, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
3rd year with the draft show. Voch, 1st year. You've been incredible. It's unfortunate we don't have the YouTube chat up because the YouTube chat loves themselves some Voch Lombardi.
Hey man, shouts out to everybody that's gonna tune in the handful of minutes we are live. I've been drafting for 8 years, but this is my first time doing something like this. I just wanted to come out and say, man, I appreciate y'all. This is something I've been wanting to do my whole life since I was working at Pizza Hut. Since I was a hospital man, I was always watching this and the draft 101 and all that. So I just appreciate y'all for having me. I'm just grateful to be around. You know?
No, and we're grateful to have you. You've been incredible throughout the entire draft show. We just got shut down by Derek Eagleton already.
What do you say?
Said we're not allowed to shotgun beers on air, which is fair.
So we'll post it on Twitter later.
We'll put it on social. That's what we'll do.
Yep.
We'll make sure and let the fan.
Well, there's
listeners
water in
know.
those cans. That's just
Yeah, that's just
decoration.
water. Yeah,
Some really good water.
yeah, that's very good. That's the base of everything, right?
Yeah. Water, wheat, and time. That ain't nothing but time in there.
Nothing but time. All right. So We'll hear from Roger Goodell off the top here of the NFL draft. Green Bay, Wisconsin playing host for the first time ever. It's a massive crowd out there as well outside Lambeau Field. I mean, just an incredible setting. A little bit chilly out there, too, as it should be.
I wish it'd start snowing.
It would be awesome.
That would be cool.
That would be. Imagine.
Like, instead of giving the kids like starter hats, they give them those big old starter parkas. You know, your team, you're standing up there with the Bill Parcells long parka on, you know.
Ashton Genty seemed pumped to be at Lambeau.
Yeah.
He was like, there's nothing to do here.
He's such a football guy.
Really good stadium, but otherwise.
He went to school in Boise.
Well,
That's like the
true.
closest big city to Boise.
Maybe spent too much time there then. Is it really?
No, it's
No.
Seattle.
Don't ask me, dude. I can't read a map.
Is it Seattle?
I'm
or
not
is
a
it Salt Lake
geography guy.
City?
It would be Seattle.
Seattle.
Okay.
Yeah, closer to
To
Seattle.
Idaho?
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Boise,
beautiful.
Idaho.
One of the 3 states I've never been to.
3.
Seattle?
No. Idaho, Montana, and Alaska. The only three.
So they weren't scouting out Boise State big when you were here?
I was not doing that. Yeah, I was not doing that.
Not going to see Kellen Moore and DeMarcus Lawrence
not
and
at
Leighton
all.
Vander Esch.
I am going to be pushing for the Egyptian Cowboy tomorrow, though. That would be a fun, like,
Tomorrow?
7th
Tomorrow.
round, or day 3 on Saturday.
wow.
I'm in Friday mindset already. This has been a whirlwind.
It has been.
But-
It does feel like Friday already.
And
So-
it's about to be more of that as we go.
So, fellas, I was
Don't pull a Tommy. They're about to give us a sounder. Don't talk over the sounder.
What do I do when the sound comes on?
We just don't
Stop
talk.
talking. It's about that time. It's the start of the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. We've got a couple individuals making their way into the podcast studio at the Star in Frisco, just a matter of steps away from the War Room, where everything will happen tonight. Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Brian Schottenheimer, Will McClay getting ready to draft the newest Dallas Cowboys over the next 72 hours. We have Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Brian Broaddus of 105.3 The Fan, welcoming to the first time this weekend to the set, Mr. Zach Wolchuk of 105.3 The Fan, and Voch Lombardi, first time ever on draft weekend. We get Voch on the show. I'm Kyle Yeomans. All right, Zach, we haven't heard from you quite yet.
Yeah.
What are you thinking feeling-wise going into the first hour of draft picks?
Yeah, I think this is it's going to be Tedero McMillan, and I do think Tedero McMillan makes it.
Nice.
I really, really do. I think the
Is
only
this positive
to
guy
make a
coming
bet?
on now?
well, it's just realistic guy. It's the guy that knows, Brian. It's the guy that knows. But I really think that as long as you don't get Chicago moving up, and now it looks like Jacksonville might have something worked out with Cleveland. And if that happens, then I think you're going to be okay here unless the Browns decide to really go ahead and flip the bird to you, and they take Tedero McMillan. The Browns could be a very big wild card here. I have no idea what they would plan to do if they move back. So maybe they take Ted, and this thing is spoiled, but I don't think that they will. The only concern I had was Jacksonville moving back to 10 and Chicago moving up and taking Genty, and then Jacksonville would take Tedero McMillan at 10. If that does not happen, I think he makes it to 12, and he will be a Dallas Cowboy. We can shotgun brewskis, and we'll all be very, very happy, and so will Dak Prescott.
We just can't do it on air. We have been given that.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yep.
Derek Eagleton, Peyton Russell back in studio. Dump that.
Yeah.
That is not what we are going to be doing.
We're going to have a nice cheers. It's going to be very classy in studio. We're
I
gonna
don't
make
work
sure
here.
it's
Give me
all-
one of them beers.
Voch is like, I don't care.
What do you mean?
Voch, what are you feeling going into this before we hear from Roger Goodell?
We've been thinking about Ted for a long time. We've just been talking about it, Ted McMillan. But as I look at my board, he's the 5th best player on my board.
Same.
So I'm just saying, like, hey, why would he be there at 12? But hey, ladies and gentlemen, listen right now, teams suck at drafting, so we're gonna need a lot of help. We're gonna need a lot of help. And as I reach in my pocket here, I have a fancy fountain pen that I'm really gonna be writing with.
Oh.
But I got a pen that I'm ready to throw. Just in case some of
I
these
love
players,
that.
just in case some of these players that y'all know the rules of the fake pen throw. But yeah, there's a pen just in case I'm ready to fake throw it there. We're definitely gonna need some help. Now, as far as the Cowboys pick that I think will actually happen, listen, I just told you that Ted is Tedoroa. He doesn't like going by Ted.
Tedoroa.
He said, "Hey, where's that name come from?" It comes from Tedoroa. That's where Ted comes from. But anyway, he's 5th on my board. I would hope that the Cowboys go for a player that's also high on my board. Tyler Booker is high on my my board.
Yeah.
He is 8th. Matthew Golden is 7th. I would hope that the new rumors coming out there of this player that I would assume that would go in day 2. We'll see. I would just hope that the Cowboys wouldn't pass up on some of those players to get to some of the other players. But that's all.
Then there are a couple names like that we're going to continue to hit over this next hour leading into the Dallas Cowboys selection at pick number 12. It looks like Roger Goodell is working his way on the stage, but he's not walking on the stage. He's riding the bicycles that they use in Green Bay during training camp.
Lil Wayne.
That ain't Lil Wayne.
Lil Wayne is a Packers fan.
Can we stop wasting
there.
time? Can we stop wasting time at these drafts, man?
And
Listen,
here it is.
Can we just go to the podium? Can we read the name and can we get up out of here? I don't want to hear about these people. Hey, I graduated with a 5.0 GPA and I'm going to be reading stuff.
Well, you're going to hear it all weekend, and we're going to hear Roger Goodell open us up in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I know, Rich.
Okay, welcome to the 2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. People said that Green Bay was too small for this, with a population of 107,000.
Is he cold?
He having a good time. He been drinking these Miller
But
Lights.
we have over 125,000 people here and still counting. Obviously, Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty.
Looks like Corsicana.
But it's mighty.
Thank you all.
Corsicana's
for welcoming
better.
us here tonight, and hope you have a great few days.
Roger feel good. He gonna get canceled for his over with.
Over the next 3 days, we will welcome in the next generation of stars into the NFL and bring hope to every NFL team, and we may have a few surprises for you tonight. But first, let's hear from some of your Packer greats.
Oh, looks like we're going to talk while they're hearing from Packers.
Yeah, we're good on
greats.
Packers
Yeah, who
greats.
needs
Do we
to
care
hear
about
from them?
Packers greats?
I care nothing about what Lil Wayne or Ja Rule has to say. So let's
What about Clay Matthews? Are you a big Clay Matthews guy?
I mean, when he was playing football, sure, but what does he have to do with what's going on today? Let's just go ahead and get to it. I kind of wish that, like Tennessee would have been on the clock like last month. And if they say, hey, we're just going to pick Cam Ward, we'll just go to pick number 2. Like last month, we're on pick 2. Yeah, let's just get this thing going. Cam Ward's going to be 1. We should be able to start at pick number 2 at least. So if there's any trades that are going to be going on with Cleveland or maybe Jacksonville is going to be involved, let's go ahead and get that going so that we can get to 12th overall, what really matters.
The Packers are not, and the city of Green Bay is not letting anyone else into the area today. They have reached maximum capacity.
Wow.
It is a full house.
Shout out
Football
to Green
town.
Bay.
Yep.
Shout out, yeah,
That's
they
awesome.
do it big there.
All 5,000 of them.
Corsicana's still better.
What's the chance, guys, then, as when the commissioner opens this, we get Ward, is going to be picked, but that the second pick is owned by somebody else?
Yeah, I think
Owned
so.
by Jack. What are the chances that you think that is he going to go up to the podium and say, we have a trade? Is that, do you think, or do you think that Cleveland is going to stand in there and make a pick?
I think I'm going 98% that they're trading the pick. I think Jacksonville and Cleveland have parameters on a deal. Yeah, I think that this is happening. I mean, I'm seeing enough from people that I trust here that they have a deal worked out.
Are you ready?
Here we go. Get us started, Roger.
The 2025 NFL Draft is now officially open.
Here we go. All right.
The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
And off we go. The 2025 NFL Draft. We have 257 picks to make. We'll be with you all the way through with everybody here in studio, back in the fan studios on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network as well. Cannot wait for all of this to ensue. All right. Like you said, Cam Ward officially is the prediction across the board for Tennessee at pick number 1. Why does he fit that bill Brian Broaddus? Why is he the number 1 overall player in this draft?
Yeah, I think that when, and Tennessee has struggled with this, they have done, they've tried to find quarterbacks. It just hasn't worked out for them. Over the years, they've had some success, just not enough success. And you go back to, they have a history with, when you go back with like the Steve McNairs and stuff like that, and it's kind of been unfortunate for them that they've thrown some resources at some of these quarterbacks and it just hasn't worked out. But the thing with Cam Ward, he is going to bring a lot of excitement, his ability to move in the pocket, the ability to throw off platform. He's one of those guys that you can kind of build the offense around, his ability to run, his ability to throw the ball. When he's got that ability with some touch, he can hit guys on the move. There's a lot to like about him. This kid, number 1, though, is a winner. Everywhere he's been, he's won. And so that's what the Tennessee Titans need, to get back to those days where they were in the playoffs quite a bit and winning divisions. They haven't had that, but this kid right here, he will sure bring a lot of that hope to a city that is very football proud. And he's a great kid. The personality, everything about him is top shelf, and he's a hell of a player.
Yeah, a background on Cam Ward from West Columbia, Texas, which was the very first capital of Texas, all the way back in the early 1800s before it became Houston and then Austin. A town of 3,500 people. Cam Ward played in a wing tee offense in high school and was not evaluated correctly as a result. Only threw right around 250 passes his entire time at West Columbia. Wow. Went to QB camps, went to Texas A&M, went to Texas State, went to Texas, TCU, all these guys. Like, look, I can throw the ball. But they didn't see it on film, and so they didn't offer. And that's probably fair. And Eric Morris, who I think is one of the best quarterback evaluators in this entire game, he's going to be a Power 4 head coach sometime. He was the head coach at Incarnate Word at the time when Cam Ward came out for a camp, and he offered him a scholarship. It was the only one he got. He went to Incarnate Word, started as a true freshman, led them to the FCS playoffs. They became one of the better teams in sub FBS ball, and Cam Ward really stamped his name on the map. Then after that, it was a trip at Washington State, where he excelled there as well. And then this past season at Miami, I think he really put it all together. I think he really started to polish all of the things that we had concerns about coming out of Washington State. He's mobile in the pocket. He makes the sound decisions. Elite touch on the deep ball, in my opinion. The thing that I think the reason why he's going to end up being the first overall pick here is because whenever Tennessee found out that they were getting this first pick, they did some very early evaluations on these quarterbacks. It did not take them long to realize that Cam Ward separates from the rest of the pack when it comes to the dog mentality, when it comes to being that alpha leader in the room. When he was at the University of Miami, he was less than a week into being at Miami. They were still having to do player-led workouts because they have their own kind of rules in the NCAA. Cam Ward was MFing dudes in their face saying, hey, we need to get active. We need to get going. This guy had just walked in the door. He was still figuring out what his address was and where the closest Whataburger was. Or I guess it's Florida. They didn't have Whataburger. But this is a guy who's an alpha leader. He's going to step into Tennessee, elevate that team on day one. I just hope they get him another weapon. Tyler Lockett's not going to be that guy for the long term, in my opinion.
And where is Eric Morris now?
Eric Morris, head coach of UNT.
Where?
North Texas.
University of North Texas.
Go, baby.
He's actually in the green room right now.
He is, yep.
You talk about a guy who has the right mindset and remembers where he came from. Cam Ward seems to be that guy as well, and I think it's really a cool path that he's taken. It's the unusual path. It's not like what we've seen from some of the recent number one overall picks where it's top prospect, takes care of business, does it all the way through, and then ends up being a top pick in the NFL draft. He kind of came from an unlikely scenario, and as a Lone Star State guy, too, it is really cool to see. And I wish nothing but success for him, except for when he plays the Dallas Cowboys. I think that's the truth. Great.
He's going to be the first ever quarterback taken number one overall that was a no-star recruit coming out of high school. Yeah. Really cool. Really credit to him.
Now, where does if let's just play fantasy land here. What if he's not the pick, which I think would be crazy. If you want to talk explosive, Bobby Belt talked about it earlier. What do you expect out of the top 10 explosive? Would that be categorized as explosive?
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
If it's not Cam Ward,
not the pick,
yeah, that'd be crazy. That'd be like the smoke screen of all smoke screens. And then I guess it would be Travis Hunter. I mean, Travis Hunter, I think, is the best player in the draft. When you talk about him being a corner, wide receiver, I don't have a doubt this kid could do both. The question is, do you really want him to do both? Would you rather him just go ahead and specialize at one side of the ball? Because I think he can be an all-pro at whatever he decides to do. I think he absolutely could be one of the best corners in football. I think he can be one of the best receivers in the league. I've got him as the best corner in the draft. I had him as the number 2 wide receiver in the draft. But I think he's probably more wide receiver ready right now. But when it comes to corner, I mean, the guy is just cerebral as heck. He's got a crazy feel, and the closing speed is also top-notch. His ability to play off coverage, kind of read what's in front of him. He can gamble similar to what we've seen some other stars do, like an Ed Reed, like a Troy Polamalu, like a Darrelle Revis, kind of freelancing off the ball, and then this guy's just making plays. But I would be stunned if it's not Cam Ward. I think Cam Ward is the clear-cut number 1 quarterback in this class, and it's evident by reports that the Giants were willing to offer multiple ones to try and go up and get him. So I think Tennessee is getting themselves, like, it's always tough for us to determine what is it. What's the it factor? I felt like Michael Penix Jr. was a guy that had that last year, just wins wherever he goes. Cam Ward follows suit to this. Nick, you absolutely perfectly summed up all the reasons why, everything that he's had to do to get to where he is, but the leadership skills. And also in today's NFL, you better be able to create and make plays with your legs to extend plays. Yeah. And he does it better than maybe anybody we've seen since Caleb Williams last year.
It looks like Jay Glazer has now gone on Fox Sports Radio, and he's talked about that possible deal between the Jags and the Browns. He says that when the pick is Cam Ward, that would happen. Here's Roger Goodell to announce the first pick in the NFL draft, and then things can get wild.
Come on. With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
There we go. Cam Ward off the table, just as we all thought. He's now the new quarterback in Tennessee. What happens at 2?
Quarterback changes everything, man.
Yeah, breaking news via Adam Schefter. Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick to the Jaguars for number 5. The Browns are also acquiring a 4th-round pick, number 104, and a 6th-round pick, number 200. Those are the ones that they are sending. Let me run that back. Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round, and a 6th round. Jaguars are trading the number 5 overall pick, a 2nd round pick, a 4th round pick, and their 2026 first round pick.
Wow.
This is some massive value to jump up and go grab what we assume to be Travis Hunter.
It's got to be.
That's
got to be Travis, right?
It's got to be Travis.
2 firsts, a 2nd, and a 4th.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And there was a thought that Jacksonville could be the team trading back in this NFL draft. They thought there were rumors this morning that it was the Chicago Bears that could go from 10 up to 5 and swap with Jacksonville. Instead, it's Jacksonville that decides to pull the trigger.
You need a lot of good news to happen in the top 12 so McMillan gets to you. This is the first thing, because Jacksonville was a player for McMillan. I don't think they take McMillan at 2.
First one on the table. First pick is in. Cam Ward, Miami quarterback, is on his way to the Tennessee Titans with the first overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. More on the way. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. All right, gentlemen, here we go. Craziness can ensue. Like you said, there's a lot of good news you need to happen. There's the first one that's on the board across the way. How does that affect things moving forward, Vach, in your eyes, now that the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock at 2 and Cleveland has to wait until 5?
That's really odd, because I feel like, and look, don't get me wrong, Travis Hunter's incredible. He's generational. He's probably going to play both sides at some point. He's going to be really good at both sides. But how generational do you have to be to give this up and move up? Because just looking at the board, and hey, my board has nothing to do with their board, I would think that Jacksonville would be in range still to get like a super impactful guy, or to get somebody that, like Mason Graham is a guy like that, or even Ted is a guy like that, or even Genty's a guy like that. And it seems like if they would have just waited around, they would be in prime. They could get one of those game-changing guys. But if they love Travis, and hey, if you love him, go get him. And if he's a first-round wide receiver and a first-round corner, sure, give up 2 first-round picks to go get him. But it is interesting that they have given up this much to go get Travis. I like Travis, but this seems to be a lot.
And you'd have to assume that they are going to be playing him on both sides
You have
of the
to.
ball. For this value
Definitely.
that they are putting in. They're losing 2 first-round picks at the very least. Like, that's where this begins. Now the Browns, though, on the flip side, they are prepared to take whoever they want at 5 and potentially their quarterback next year.
Yeah.
This really sets up for Cleveland nice. I understand why they do this deal. I'm sure it's hard to trade away from Travis Hunter. That's got to be one of the most difficult things you have to do as a GM. But they got really good value for this.
And Brian, you've always talked about the value of sleeping on your board from night 1 going into night 2. They have the first pick of the second round, and now they own the 4th pick of the second round. So they're going to pick twice in the first 4 picks tomorrow after selecting the 5th overall player in this year's draft in the first round. It's kind of a steal for Cleveland. Why does the value make sense specifically for Jacksonville?
I think Jacksonville, clearly, they're trying to take their organization into a different direction. They're trying to help their quarterback. They absolutely, talking to the people down there when it was, when the first started the words about Ashton Genty, when they're saying, listen, we want to get guys that can score touchdowns. Yeah. That's what they were thinking about. They weren't thinking about Mason Graham stopping anybody. They were thinking about how could we help? They've got a huge investment in their quarterback. They want to see that have success. And, you have a new general manager down there. Tony Boselli's kind of helping out the former Jaguar tackle. They're kind of trying to, and this is a very, very aggressive move for them to try and help. I admire them for going up and trying to get a guy and again, trying to help their quarterback. You go out and you get the best player of the draft. Yeah, is it a lot to give up? Absolutely. But they went out and got a guy that they think could be a generational type of player. Even if they waited at 5 and took Ashton Genty, that's maybe another generational player. Mm-hmm. So they've thought about this like, hey, we could get this guy, but why don't we try and go one better here? And I think that's what they've done.
A fascinating nugget from Adam Schefter on this ESPN stream. The Giants offered this year and next year's first-round pick to jump up and grab Cam Ward. Tennessee refused.
Okay.
Yep. See, this is what's and the Giants won like a meaningless game at the end of the year. At one time, one time they had, and I know, hey, listen, guys, being a former front office guy, I get it. You're trying to win games. Nobody wants to lose games. But sometimes you just, you look back and you had the first overall pick and your team's kind of, in flux and you're just thinking like, hey, how do I, but if you don't win, they give up they would have had the first round pick maybe.
Here we go back on the Dallas Cowboys radio network side of things. Back here on the radio side of things, also streaming live on the 105.3 The Fan Odyssey app and on DallasCowboys.com. Glad you're with us. Plenty more to come. Just one pick in. Now the second pick is now in. As I say that, Jacksonville has taken the number 2 pick from the Cleveland Browns in a blockbuster trade to begin this NFL draft. And now they are currently making their selection at pick number 2 overall. When you're looking at this trade, Voch Lombardi, it could affect and ripple effect all the way through to where the Cowboys pick at pick number 12. What are your initial thoughts?
It is very interesting what could happen here, and they paid a lot, so I hope whoever that they're getting right here, they love them to pieces. I just want to ask the panel here, who helps Lawrence more? Is it Genty at running back to maybe take pressure off of him, or is it taking Travis and loading him up with Brian Thomas to, maybe open up the passing game a little bit more? Do you put more on Lawrence with the wide receiver, or do you take more off of him with the running game? This trading up thing is interesting, but the pick is in, and we can pick back up on that after.
Yep, here's Roger.
I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
First off, Duval.
What if it's Sanders? What if it's that?
Chuck.
I want to say thank you to the commissioner.
Genty.
Thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and nationwide. And also, too,
Will Campbell.
tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you. We have a trade. The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
Oh, they list him as a defensive back, huh?
They said wide receiver, defensive
Oh, they said
back.
wide receiver, defensive
Yeah,
back.
they had
Okay,
them both,
yeah.
and they have it flipped on the graphic, so don't read too far into this. I mean, Travis Hunter is an elite player.
Yeah.
An elite prospect, no doubt about it. Zach, you talked about the scouting report just a couple moments ago, but Brian, I mean, this is something the NFL hasn't seen since his head coach was doing it back in the 90s.
Yeah.
His collegiate head coach was doing it back
Yeah,
in the 90s.
this guy is he is an absolute a rare player. And when you watch him, I would play him at wide receiver if it was me. But this guy, I mean, we haven't seen a two-way player as good as this kid since really Charles Woodson.
That's a good one, too.
I could go there, and I love me some Charles Woodson. But he could play both spots. The thing about it is the body control, the balance. There's an edge to his game. On both sides of the ball, he's got super reliable hands. He could snatch it right out of the air. Outstanding catch radius. He could finish. He's got to feel how to play in small spaces, and that's something that really working along the sidelines, the back of the end zone. He's got quick feet. There's just so many. He puts pressure on defenders with the way he could start and stop. So carry his routes all over the field. Like I say, I'm going to think that if he could get with somebody, like I say, with Jacksonville, and they work with him as a wide receiver, if he just focuses on that right now, man, this guy could be an all-pro player.
Yeah, it's going to be a special time watching what what Jacksonville decides to do with him. How many snaps does he play on each side of the ball? Can he be a rotational corner? Because that's been some of the thought is like, okay, do you bring him in, between the 20s, and then once it gets to like a red zone situation, you take him out? There's going to be so many questions that first-year head coach Liam Cohen's going to have to work through. That's going to be a very fascinating training camp and preseason to watch to see how they manage Travis Hunter, because he also has injury history. You're going back to his time at Colorado and Jackson State. He had a shoulder injury last year that knocked him out a little bit. He had a lacerated liver in 23, missed 3 games. He battled a right ankle issue for 3 years going into his time at Jackson State, missed a lot of games there in Mississippi. So, how do they manage his body going forward to the NFL? Because he's got a slender build. I mean, he does leave himself open for some big hits, especially at the NFL level. How does Jacksonville plan on managing that while still maximizing his ability on both sides of the ball?
Yeah, you kind of worry a little bit about him playing a 12-game schedule, then all of a sudden having to play 18 games. Yeah. That kind of thing.
They're making playoffs?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, hopefully, 17 games for sure. But that kind of, you worry about the wear and tear on him, because you're right. At 188, he is kind of a slender guy.
Brian's looking ahead to when they add the extra game.
Yeah, already.
Which is right around the corner.
It's going to happen before you know.
But how about James Gladstone, 34 years old, first time as a general manager.
The kahunas.
And what you decide, hey, NFL, I'm here. I'm going up. And maybe some look at that as an overpay, but I think if you're getting a guy that's going to play both ways and be able to impact the football game that way, and we're talking about one of the best players, I think he's the best player that I've probably ever studied. I mean, what he's able to do is unbelievable. So, shout out to you, sir. 34 years old, youngest GM in the history of football. hey, you're here. You've arrived. There's no doubt about that.
He will always remember his first pick. I'll tell you that.
100% right.
Dude's a natural, man. He has so much room to grow in everything that he does, and it's just weird watching him. Like, hey, he's just tracking the ball naturally, yak guy naturally, cutting on the dime naturally. Then he goes to the other side of the ball, jamming guys up naturally, just turning and running naturally. Like whenever they, hyper focus on one thing for him, and I don't know if they're going to do that. He's probably going to play both, but like whenever he hits his prime ceiling, could be year 2 or 3 or 4. It's going to be fantastic to watch. But let me just ask, who's wide receiver 1 there? Is it Brian Thomas or is it going to be Travis Hunter now?
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating too.
Yeah.
How do they juggle that as well? How does Brian Thomas feel about this? There's a lot of things.
He gets some help. He gets some road coverage now. He loves it.
All right, we're getting a good look at the Cowboys war room now on the video stream side of things. Now, the pick is in for the New York Giants at 3, so no movement yet. We did see in our group text that there could be some possibility of movement one way or the other in this top 10. Let's take a look at what is set up here on the screen for us to watch. Of course, in the center, you've got the main man. You've got Jerry Jones in his normal spot with both Cowboys helmets and the silver-clad domes right in front of him. To his left, to his right, to our left is Brian Schottenheimer, first-year head coach for the Dallas Cowboys. On the opposite side, it's Stephen Jones with Charlotte Jones right to the left of Stephen, or to Stephen's left. Then you got Will McClay a couple seats down. You have Paxton Alexander along with John Stephen Jones, a couple of the grandchildren of Jerry Jones in there as well. Chris Hall is in there. He's the very far right of the screen. He's sitting on the table. Flipping to the opposite side of the table, the very left, is Mitch LaPointe, who's there and one of the head scouts for this Cowboys franchise, and then Jerry Jones Jr. there as well. Anything to read out of this early on? Because it's not going to get really intense until we get closer and closer to the pick, or when we get closer to picking up the phone. Here's the Giants selection at 3.
Defensive end, Penn State.
It is Abdul Carter, Penn State defensive end. This guy's going to be a menace for Dallas to deal with in the division twice a year from here on out. He's now a part of the New York Giants franchise, and that's not necessarily great news for the Cowboys.
That is going to suck, man. Kayvon gets a friend. Dexter Lawrence gets a friend. They're just gonna pass rush all day, every day. Carter was a guy last year, just linebacker full-time, running around tackling, and just somebody had the bright idea to just say, hey, just play full-time DN and just wreck stuff. And that's what he's done since playing DN. Now, he has a lot of room to grow also, but just as a natural get off the ball guy, just a natural power guy, just a natural bendy guy. He's wearing number 11 for a reason, and there's a lot of these edges that's wearing number 11 these days, I've been noticing, but he kind of gives you those Micah vibes or whatnot, and he's going to be a fantastic pass rush for those guys.
He's outstanding. I hope he ends up being a massive bust and is not good at all.
Hell yeah, Chuck.
And look, until he leaves New York and goes somewhere else, then he can really start his career. But, yeah, the dude's incredible. I mean, he's disruptive. He lines up all over the place, multiple spots. He can cover, can wreck a running game, showcases explosive hands to rip through the guard in the center. Offenses oftentimes, but you got to know where he is. You're designating extra help constantly for him. Played hurt during the college football playoff. Now, he does have a medical flag, so that's something to monitor moving forward.
What is that?
The character stuff. I mean, we know about the shoulder that he dealt with. There might be a foot injury as well. Penn State, you heard mixed stuff coming up when it came to the character when he was coming out. But clearly, you look at the player. He was the number 2 player for me. He's sensational. I think he is better, actually, than Micah was coming out of Penn State.
I think he's got some Jarrett Verse to his game. When you watch him, that long guy with some bend and being able to kind of play with some power, but also his ability to kind of, like we talked about, bend that corner, the flexibility and stuff like that. So he is super aggressive too. And the coaches at Penn State did a really nice job of kind of moving him around and kind of finding matchups for him to win at.
Via Diana Rossini of The Athletic, the Cleveland Browns are taking calls from teams interested in the number 5 pick. They are open to moving down again.
Wow. Okay, so more movement possible whenever it comes to the Cleveland Browns.
They're loading up for 2026.
They are absolutely doing so. Let's take our...
Oh, go ahead.
We got to take a break on the radio side of things. More to come as we are currently on pick number 4. The New England Patriots are on the clock. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
Or for Cleveland, they're trying to get in that 15 to 40 range that we've talked about.
Yeah.
Get as many top 50 picks as possible. It's kind of a thing. If I can compare it to something that'll be on the level of most audience members, it's like when you're in your fantasy football draft and you're like, okay, where do I pick? Where can I get the most top 50 picks?
Yeah.
Or would I rather have the most premium and then lose out on the back end of the top 50? I think this is kind of an idea from Cleveland is like, hey, since 15 to 40 are so close together, go ahead and stack these picks. So that's just me theorizing.
I just tabbed Paxton Anderson. I said Paxton Alexander, who played at Highland Park a couple years ago when we were doing high school football coverage back in the day. My bad. Sorry, Paxton Anderson, who's sitting next to Charlotte Anderson there in the war room, but we'll get it right next time. All right. So if something happens like that moving back again, who are some of the teams that can move up into that top 5 spot?
Oof.
Would that be something Dallas could consider? Let's just throw that in there.
No, I don't think
much.
so.
Too much.
I don't think the Cowboys are looking to move up. I think
Bears maybe.
Chicago.
Bears,
Chicago, absolutely. Chicago could be the team that wants to go get Genty. I think that you definitely have Denver, who's been supposedly trying to get up there into the top 10. I mean, that would be a big move from 5 to 20. But if Denver's willing to offer enough, Brian, you know Sean Payton very well. If he wants a guy enough, maybe he goes and gets him.
Yeah, I think Sean would. He was always very interested in moving up. He's very aggressive. He's got a good football team there in Denver, and he's kind of feeling like that maybe if he can add a runner to that arsenal that he has, that he would be in pretty good shape. I don't know if he can get all the way into the top 5 there, but he would sure like the opportunity to maybe get into the teens where he could select the running back that he likes.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Chicago's the one that jumps out to me as well. Could New Orleans also make the case? I know they have Kamara, but to have a 2-headed monster, Kellen Moore, what he would have in year 1 to go ahead and grab a guy like Genty, man, that would be something special for sure. And you talk about the Jets throwing Breece Hall around on the trade market.
Yeah,
are they a team that could potentially jump Vegas to go ahead and grab Genty as well?
What do y'all see Sanders going? Like would somebody move up to possibly draft him, or is he just going to fall all the way out of this thing?
I don't think he's going to fall all the way out. I think he's in the top 15. Okay. I just don't know where.
Yeah. Do you think someone's going to trade up for him, or do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Is it a possibility that he's not the second quarterback taken on the board?
I think there's a possibility of that.
Could be Dart.
Jackson instead.
I think Dart.
You guys buying the New Orleans stuff at 9 with Dart?
Shador or with Dart?
Yeah, it seems like they're out on Shador.
Yeah, it's Kellen Moore, man. He's going to want an offensive weapon here.
Yeah,
it's going to be quarterback, running back, receiver.
I think he's fighting Jeff Ireland on that right now. I think Ireland and them kind of were talking about potentially Walker being a guy, the Georgia, the edge linebacker, wherever you might like to play him. And Kellen's like, no, wait a minute, we don't have a quarterback, and we don't have skill guys. So that's why you hear names like McMillan going there. I mean, the Cowboys think that knowing Kellen Moore as well as they do, that McMillan would be absolutely the type of guy that they would consider taking there. So, yeah, Kellen Moore, first year he might win this fight. I mean, he might win this fight, and in fact, be able to get a quarterback that he feels like he could work with Jackson Dart.
What about Tampa? Do you guys think that Baker's the quarterback of the future there? Like would they like to get a young guy to put behind him to maybe kind of groom over the next 2 or 3 years or so?
Yeah, they certainly could. That would make a lot of sense. And looking at Tampa Bay's roster, they are in a really good spot. Yeah. They can pick anywhere. They can pick anywhere. They have one of the more talented rosters in the NFL. Last year, they played really well until injuries started to catch up. That was a team that we were looking around in like mid-October, November, saying like, hey, this is an NFC contender. And then the injuries started to catch up. So, especially to the receiving core. So I wonder if they try to get younger at receiver as a result. I know for a fact they're going to try to get younger at linebacker. Heard that so many times at the combine that they are worried about their age at linebacker, but they're in such a good spot on almost every position group in Tampa.
And remember, they have Kyle Trask as the backup. They do trust him, but he was picked in the second round of 2021. It's not
still has not gotten an opportunity.
Yeah. Exactly. It's not like it's kind of something breaking down the door for Baker Mayfield. Specifically, they signed Michael Pratt out of Tulane. He was a free agent this past year. They ended up signing him as well. So I think for the most part, you look at Tampa Bay as a wild card. Drafted Graham Barton last year. He's turned out to be a significant rookie. Bucky Irving.
Jalen McMillan.
They like Matthew Golden a lot. Tampa Bay does. That would be a spot to look for them, yeah.
3 picks down in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Titans take Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami. The Jags trade up with the Cleveland Browns. They take the 2nd overall pick, Travis Hunter, corner and wide receiver out of Colorado, reigning Heisman Trophy winner. The New York Giants select Abdul Carter, edge rusher from Penn State. Those are the 3 that have been selected. Here are the New England Patriots at pick number 4 as Roger Goodell works to the podium in Green Bay.
Made in Vegas.
With the 4th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle, LSU.
The Sharpie pick pays off, Nick Harris.
There you go.
Yeah, Monroe Neville High School grad, same high school as Andrew Whitworth, and he's known Whitworth for most of his life. And it makes sense whenever you look at his style of play and you look at his size. He didn't quite have Whitworth's length, but you see the athletic ability. You see how that translates into him being able to be kind of a mauler for LSU over the course of the last couple of years. There's been thoughts about sliding him into guard. I think he sticks at tackle, especially here in the system for New England. They wanted to get a guy that they could protect Drake May for the foreseeable future. They want to protect that number 2 overall pick investment that they made last year. Will Campbell, in my eyes, is the best offensive lineman in this draft, and you see him being able to be worked as a pin and puller in the run game, and that's why there's been a lot of optimism about him potentially sliding inside. But I think at maximizing that athleticism and being able to seal off the corner as an offensive tackle with that kind of size, I think it's going to be something that we will see in New England for a long, long time.
Boring tackle, man, and that's good. Being a flat out boring, get the job done tackle is a fantastic thing for him to be able to be. Just a solid all around guy. Does everything. Doesn't really have a wart. I wouldn't say that he's fantastic at any one thing, but maybe that's what you like when you're just breaking down some of these different players. Some are good at some things, some are bad at others. Will Campbell just kind of does everything pretty good, and maybe that's why they chose to get him here at 4. But just looking at the Patriots and everything that they invest in the offensive line, they say Will Campbell tackle, not guard. There was some conversation about him possibly being a guard there, but he will be the left tackle for the Patriots.
Yeah, this guy's kind of interesting because he tends to play on the inside of his feet. So it looks like there's some snaps where he's kind of fighting his technique. But then all of a sudden, he's kind of like he's such a good athlete that he's able to kind of rally back and then take the defender on and prevent him from getting around the corner on him. The lateral agility, the slide, all that stuff is really, really good. So, he's been a starter since day one when he came to LSU. He's played in a ton of big games for the Tigers. And so I personally like Simmons from Ohio State a little bit better than him. But I'll tell you what, though, this kid for the years he played at LSU, it was a mainstay for that offensive line.
And I'll say he has the worst stance I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I hate it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They got to work on their pad level.
Stance. Him and Emory Jones both had it.
They do. They play, like I said, on the insides of their feet, and you're kind of wondering if that's something you could get him out. Plays in his 2-point stance a lot.
Yeah.
So they'll work on that as well.
That right hand he's got, though, is so strong, and he would use that with that weird stance that you're talking about, kind of inside. He'd able to use that to keep people off of his body. But high class, high character, team captain, dude. I mean, you started as a true freshman at LSU, and you play at that high a level against really, really good competition in the SEC, you're a good player. And he's got some nasty to his game. I do think there's times he can be a little late with his back pedal, and he can get beat inside with poor hand placement. But overall, I think this was one of those guys when I first looked at him, it was an overthink it thing. He's got way more good than he has bad, and he is consistent. That is a good pick for New England that needed offensive line help.
You talk about the consistency. We had the conversation on the podcast last week about guys that maybe were thought to be high prospects way long ago, 12, 24 months ahead of time, and dropped off. He was not one of those guys. He's been mentioned as a possible top 10, top 15 pick throughout really his entire collegiate career, especially after his first couple seasons in Baton Rouge, and now you see it all pay off for Will Campbell. It's not a surprise to see him work this early, as Nick Harris said earlier in the coverage, talking about a player that was specifically sharpied in with the Patriots there at pick number 4. Now we move on to pick number 5. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock, they were on the clock. They traded out of this, and the pick is in for Cleveland. They ultimately do not trade out of the 5th overall pick. Where could they be going here, Nick Harris?
Yeah, there's a couple of names that I'm looking at for Cleveland. Do they want offensive firepower in a guy like Ashton Genty? They seem content in letting Nick Chubb walk. Could that be a guy, or do they want to fortify that defensive front for a guy like Mason Graham? That's those are two different possibilities that I think are here for them.
I wouldn't be surprised if they take an offensive lineman here, because I was asking some people if the Jacksonville trade went down, where would if in fact that Cleveland went down to 5, and the name that I got was Mimu, and maybe it might be a little early for him. On some boards he's way high. I know we've kind of talked about the Cowboys of not really maybe liking him as high as maybe some of the media scouts, but that was a name. I believe it's like, hey, they'll probably take Mimu, and so it might be an offensive lineman here. We'll see.
Where do you have him on your board?
What, Mimu?
Mimu.
Yeah, I'm going to go down on him. He would be player 11 for me.
Okay. Where would you have him, Nick Harris?
Mimu, I have him as my highest rated second round grade at 15.
I got him at 19.
Mimbo is my 13th guy, but just looking at their depth chart, they got tackles there. They got Conklin. I guess they're going to move on from Conklin, I would guess. But Jones is the younger guy that they drafted a couple years ago. DeJuan Jones from Ohio State.
With the fifth pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham. Defensive tackle, Michigan.
There we go.
Wow.
There we go. Now you get a little Genty slide.
Cleveland's a town that deserves a good defensive front. That just feels right, right?
Yeah, Myles Garrett's going to be happy. That should help him in the middle.
Sure.
Like Mason Graham's a guy that, for whatever reason, we kind of started to hear was sliding a little bit. Like, could he possibly slide out of the first round? But overall, I mean, he's one of the best players in this class. I have him at number 7 overall. Super wide, strong anchor, upper body to hold his ground at the point of attack. He's a high motor player. Quick twitch at the snap to get upfield and pressure the quarterback. He can blow up plays in the backfield versus the run. I mean, he's a guy that can really tilt the field for you. The way he's able to move at that size is really, really unique. So to me, I mean, the one question I had, like, is he maybe maxed out? I don't know. But I think Cleveland is getting a quality player here, and you pair him on a defensive front with a guy like Myles Garrett. Goodness gracious, in an AFC North that is bully ball, that's going to be a really, really fun defensive line to watch.
Fantastic lateral movement, too. They would run a lot of stunts and slants in games over there. And Martindale really changed what we think about these Michigan D linemen, because I know Cowboy fans can't stand a Michigan D lineman here. But boy, Mason Graham, with his athleticism, first step, great hands. And something funny about him is that if he lines up at 0 or 1, he'll be powerful. If he's in B gap or on the edge, because they'll line him up at edge and stand him up, then now he's bursty, quick, lateral, fast guy. So Mason Graham's versatile. But, the whole combine thing around him was he's losing weight.
Yeah.
Came in around 289. I'm assuming that he's going to be a 3-tech here because the Browns got Malik Collins starting. So I don't think that's going to be a thing that's going to last very long there.
Of the top 5 picks, who do you think has the highest bust potential? Is it Carter or Graham?
It's Carter.
Bust potential?
Definitely with the team he landed on. I mean, Kayvon Thibodeau we thought was going to be awesome. There's something about that building. It's gross.
I mean, you could say the same thing about Cleveland.
Yeah, people like quarterbacks. If this had been Shedeur Sanders, I'd have been worried for him.
I mean, when's the last time Cleveland's had a legitimate defensive tackle?
Dalvin Tomlinson.
Yeah, I mean,
they had a good defensive interior before last season.
Okay.
They just lost those guys in free agency.
But granted, they signed Dalvin Tomlinson. I don't believe they drafted him.
No.
I think Campbell might be the guy here. And I know I've seen Campbell.
You've been iffy, and you're an LSU guy. You've been
I'm
at 6 with the Raiders.
Yeah, well, no. Will Campbell.
Oh, Will Campbell.
If you're talking about potential, if you said which 5 guys could, maybe it might be Will Campbell. I've seen some games where it was a struggle for him against some good. He's played, like I say, he's played in some huge games, and he's shown up well. But there's been some times where they've taken him to task. Been able to get the shoulder as much as as a good athlete he is. There's been some times where he's struggled with guys that are able to get underneath him and get back to that quarterback.
Now with the Raiders on the clock at pick number 6,
this has got to be
Ashton Genty
falls? They've got to be so happy.
Yeah.
They survived. They survived the top 5 picks.
All of a sudden, it's like Genty's not going to be there. That was like the most mocked thing we'd seen. Pete Carroll wants his running back. Spytek's talking about taking running backs high. Now, could they throw a wrench in this, and all of a sudden it's Kelvin Banks Jr. out of Texas? Maybe. But I'm expecting this to be Ashton Genty.
Yeah, you understand what Pete Carroll likes to do, and this is going to be his first pick in Vegas. He wants to make a statement. He got his quarterback, and I think he gets his running back here. Vegas undoubtedly had the worst backfield in the entire entire NFL last year, and that includes the quarterback and running back position. I think they do a really good job here by fortifying both of those spots by signing Geno Smith and now drafting Ashton Genty. I think they become a contender in that division. I know it's a stacked division, but that team has been just a couple of offensive pieces away from really starting to put some games together. They just didn't have a quarterback or a running back. You saw how invaluable that was to them last year.
Can I get the camera on me, please? Just real fast.
No.
Camera on me.
Can I get
Here
the
we
camera
go.
on me, please? Now, what if I was to say that, man, somebody in that room is going, hey, man, corner is much more premium than running back. And look, man, we're drafting early in all these rounds. Now, we can get a running back in day 2 somewhere, round 2 and round 3. Let's get a premium cornerback here. Let's go get that Will Johnson kid from Michigan while I got this pen in my hand here. Is it possible, guys? You know
Is it possible?
You know what Tom Brady would say? Go bleep yourself. I don't care about corners. Get me somebody on the offense.
Michigan man,
to
though.
Michigan.
5 teams could have been bleeping themselves.
Raiders select Ashton Genty.
There he is. There's our guy.
He's going to be great there in
what a
silver and
stud.
black. What a fit for Ashton Genty. Frisco Lone Star High School product. Played his high school football just across the hallway here at the Ford Center at the Star. It's a little sad to see him
It is.
end up with Las Vegas, but that's going to be an incredible fit with Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, and really that entire offense.
You know, man, some guys break tackles. Some guys truck people. They run over people. People bounce off of Ashton Genty. It's so weird watching him play. He just bounces off these guys. And boy, I've been fighting this fight all year. Vach, he's at Boise State, and what about the competition? Go watch the Oregon game. Rush for 190 versus Oregon by itself.
Yes,
Watch Penn State in the postseason. Nobody showed up to play. Everybody showed up to play at Penn State, but nobody at Boise but Ashton Genty showed up to play, and he still rushed for 95 yards by himself. This kid's gonna show up, and Geno is just gonna be kicking it, fun, hand the ball off, and just let Ashton Genty lead the league. I'll say it right now. He's gonna lead the league in yards after first contact or yards after first hit, whatever the metric for it is. Genty's ready to go right now. He's the highest floor player that we have in this whole draft, and he's player number 3 for me. Cowboy fans, we should have talked ourselves out of this a long time ago. There was no way he was gonna make it to 12, man.
Yeah, there's no way. When you looked at the situation where, you know, in a draft where maybe there weren't a lot of blue chip names, he was the one guy that you looked at the ability, you looked at the off the field, and you looked at his health. Now, this guy's got very, very few holes in his game. And the pad level that he runs with, opponents have a difficult time trying to contain him. And, you know, he finishes runs. He's a game breaker. You know, he's one of those guys that he's going to make a lot of plays. And
that's awesome.
It's amazing that the type of player that the Raiders, they were very patient there. They didn't move, and the guy fell right in their lap. And good for them to get that type of a player.
On the NFL Network stream side, they just played a clip from Ashton Genty's Frisco Lone Star high school draft party that they had for Genty.
Cool.
And everybody just lost it. It really is cool. He's a pride of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. He went to Boise, had an incredible career up there in Idaho, and he continues forward. Now, I know there's a bit of a pin throw, I guess, an actual pin throw. Even though they didn't expect him to be there at 12, Dallas would have loved to have Ashton Genty.
Yeah, there was an outside hope that he was maybe going to slip, and there's
really
chatter
outside
hope.
Outside.
Definitely. I mean, there's been some instances where they didn't expect guys to be there, and it was just an outside hope. But this war room that we're looking at now, right here, they were looking at this Raiders pick close, and when they picked Genty, it wasn't any good feelings about it.
Well, no, and the thing about it is, like, to me, it was so clear. The more that we started to dig into these guys, that it was like, this guy he's different. Rare. He is different.
He's special.
I mean, I've got Hunter at 1 in the stack and him at number 2. The highest I've ever put a running back on my board. And I know I've had Zeke, I've had Bijan Robinson. We've had some backs. This kid right here, to me, Vach, like, we kept talking about, like, why is he getting mocked at 12? He's not going to make it to 12. He never was going to make it to 12. Not in this draft.
Not with how
not in this draft.
Not how this board looked.
No.
And I don't say this lightly. And anybody that knows me knows this. But I mean, I put in my notes. He reminds me a little bit of Emmett, the way that he runs.
Yeah.
He really does. I mean, the compact, thick, sturdy build, the contact balance, the way that defenders just fall off him like rain. I mean, it's unbelievable. And the pass protection is outstanding. The ability to catch the ball, run routes, wheels, tough over the middle. He's just a playmaker. He creates plays when nothing is there. He should have been caught in the backfield for 3 yards. He ends up picking up 6. Yeah. He's unbelievable. Vegas just got themselves an absolute star.
All right, so we've got 6 picks down. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham, and Ashton Genty. The Jets have their pick in at the 7th overall selection. By the way, guys, off of our first-round mock draft that we did a month out, we've gotten 4 of the top 6 guys correct in a draft where you couldn't predict anything, right? The guy we had at 7 was Arman Mimu, Missouri offensive tackle. Do you feel like that could be a possibility? I know the Jets are hunting offensive linemen.
Yeah, and they just went out and got Justin Fields. And if they're looking for a different approach to their running game, maybe getting an offensive lineman makes more sense here. It certainly could be in play. Mimbu's a thought. Kelvin Banks is a thought.
Banks is, I think, a big thought.
Yeah, surprised, honestly, that we haven't brought up Banks a little bit earlier as far as since the draft has started. But, yeah, I would have Banks over Mimbu, but we'll see what the Jets feel like.
I think Tyler Warren could be an option here as well, the tight end at Penn State. I think they like Tyler Warren quite a bit. Offensive line would make a ton of sense. Another note that we just got, speaking of the Giants, they are going to pick up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option. So there was trade chatter. So their general manager just said Kayvon is going to be here. You can't have enough pass rushers. So they are not planning on letting Kayvon Thibodeau leave at least this year. No trade expected there.
No trade expected there. Continuing to wait on the pick for the New York Jets. Following the Jets, it's the Panthers at 8, the New Orleans Saints at 9, the Bears at 10, San Francisco 49ers at 11, and the Cowboys at 12. Looking at the timing sheet that the NFL hands out to the teams across the board, we are even slower than the slowest thought process whenever they tried to estimate what the times were going. We're going pretty slow here. Vach, I know you love that.
Yeah, I hate all the theatrics and the pageantry and all this, man. But I'm just
you just want to talk ball.
That's it, man.
They make movies about these things, Vach.
Selfishly, not upset about this. I'm hoping we can bleed into the 9 o'clock hour as I'm about to rotate out. So I'd love to be there for the Cowboy pick. If not, I'm going to bring in the beers so we can all toast together.
Zach, before you leave, though, sir.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at the Jets depth chart there.
Yeah.
Man, DJ Reed sure was a good corner for them last year. He was going to free agency,
like what
man.
You're doing here, Vox.
I say, man, boy, man, free agency really hit these guys. They sure could use another.
They need a corner.
One of those, man. There's a list of guys in my mind that I'm trying to get pin throws on, prior to moving to 12. But I do think this is the portion where the draft could get a little weird. All of our blue chip guys are kind of off the board now. Tetaroa is a blue chip guy, but it seems like the league's getting a little funny about him, and they don't think of him the way that we think of him. But as far as your Genties and Carters, all of your slam dunk guys, they are gone now. So what direction do we go? Do we see some more guys on defense come off the board? Do we see some wide receivers now, or do we see the offensive linemen? Do we see Banks or Simmons come off? It's not going to be Simmons. Do we see Banks come off the board right now? Mimbo come off the board? I think it's open for anything to happen now.
They do need a right side player after taking Fashanu last year out of Penn State. So Membu
makes a lot of sense here. Absolutely.
Sounds like Carolina's fielding some calls for 8, according to Bobby Belt.
Well, whoever it is, go get a tight end or Will Johnson.
Yeah, could be
corner out of Michigan, Jade Barron, corner out of Texas.
Could be the Colts jumping up to go get a Tyler
Go
Warren.
get Loveland or Warren.
Yeah.
Here's the Jets selection, 7th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Bobby's so cool on his phone.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Arman Mimu.
Yeah, there you go.
Missouri, tackle.
Arman Mimu is the pick. We have to step aside here in the studio at the Star in Frisco. When we come back, it's officially the second hour of the NFL Draft, and the Dallas Cowboys are closing in on the 12th overall pick. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
All right, y'all. Take us home.
All right. Nick Karras doing a great job as always. You can keep up with him on the X side of things. He'll be back in the 9 o'clock hour, as will Zach Wolchuk.
Knock it out, bro.
Gentlemen, great job as always as we work back in. Tommy Yarish and Bobby Belt. I want to get Bobby on the microphone over here just in case we can hear about possibilities of a trade happening with Carolina at 8 because Mimu is the pick. Brian, tell me about Mimu as we get Bobby on the microphone.
Yeah, this is one of those guys when you talk about just outstanding athletes, and when you watch him as Missouri, there's some things about him that you're like, damn, I wish this guy was just a little bit meaner. You know, I mean, he's a very mild-mannered guy, but man, he is super athletic. Physically, he's a good-looking player. He gets away from the line of scrimmage. He's got the initial knee bend. He's got depth as his pass sets. He's got agility to mirror defender. Where he'll struggle with some quickness, and you would be surprised with a guy that's this good of an athlete. You know, he'll struggle a bit. He doesn't do anything particularly fast. He's very controlled in the way he played. Just really not a violent guy at all. When we talk about violence, you're thinking of guys like back in the day, Tyron Smith, that guy that you try and run the draw play, and he's just going to hammer you up the field. But this guy does a really nice job when it comes to just that movement. But his ability to sustain and things like that, he's good when he can hook his guy. But like I say, he can be a little slow-footed at times. But man, the athletic ability is there. You don't see him flopping around or on the ground. This guy does play on his feet.
Going forward and going sideways, Brian. Like, he's pin and pull guy.
Yeah.
He's outside zone guy, scoop guy, climb the next level guy. But going backwards is kind of where he has his issues there. So they're going to work on him as a pass blocker, and he has a really good footed left tackle to learn from. I mean, they're both young guys, but they can work together and figure it all out. But he's a run blocker right now. He has some room to grow. He has a lot of ceiling with him. But I think this is a fantastic pick for the Jets right now. Put him next to Vera Tucker and go fly.
Bobby, we were talking about Carolina possibly fielding some picks. Their pick is in at 8.
Yeah,
so it looks like they didn't do so.
They were taking calls. They didn't end up getting anything they liked, and so they're going to stand in and pick.
So standing in and picking, where could Carolina go here, Tommy, if you're the Panthers?
A lot of different ways. I think you look at Jalen Walker from Georgia, the edge rusher. That's one that's been tied to them a lot, but they're kind of a team that you could look at a lot of different things for them. You could look at offensive line. I know they had a pretty good offensive line, but with guys on the board like Banks, maybe they want to shore that up. Just, a lot of different ways they can go with this. I think I would guess probably Jalen Walker just because they need some help in the pass rush side of things. So we'll see what the pick is here.
I've seen Walker. I've seen Mike Hill. I've seen O-line. The Panthers could really use anything, honestly. But
the most common one has been Walker. I feel like has been the most common projection for people. But that was also, I think people were putting Walker there because they're just like, we don't know what to do with Carolina. Is how I felt about it. And I think Carolina was trying to figure out what they want to do. That's why they were entertaining potential trades.
Yeah, this is the team that really they were even advertising, listen, we'll take less value for our pick. So I'm really surprised that they weren't able to get anything done because they were saying, listen, we'll move back and we'll work with you. We'll be reasonable here. But for them not to get something done here, but I think Walker makes a lot of sense. He seems the one guy that's been talked about more in the Charlotte area. If you're listening to their beat writers and stuff, he's a name that they've been on since the word go.
Jalen Walker would be an incredible addition to the defensive line that needs a lot of help. But that's the thing about Carolina. They're not one of these teams that has filled the needs across the board and they feel good about it.
Yep.
They just need help in a number of different ways. As we take a look inside the Cowboys war room at the moment, if, let's say, the Panthers do go Jalen Walker. They go with that pick that we're kind of expecting here at 8. You go to the New Orleans Saints at 9. That's what in the lead-up hour, Bobby, you talked about as a possibility that could end up being a pick that the Cowboys would want. Do you start maybe fielding some calls or starting to initiate some calls here? If let's say they want to go up and get Teteroa McMillan out of Arizona.
Field it with New Orleans specifically?
With the, let's say Saints, Bears, 49ers, anybody above them?
I mean, if you're looking at an opportunity where McMillan's there and you're worried about anybody, then you at least pick up a phone and check.
Have an opportunity to look ahead. All right, going into hour number 2 of the NFL Draft. We are dangerously close to the 12th overall pick, where the Dallas Cowboys will be on the clock in a couple of moments. Back here inside the Star in Frisco, just a matter of steps away from the War Room, where the Dallas Cowboys continue to talk over what this NFL draft is looking like through the first 8 picks, as the Panthers have selected their player at 8th overall in the 2025 NFL Draft. We have Brian Broaddus, Vach Lombardi staying on from the last hour. We have Tommy Yarish and Bobby Belt now rejoining us in studio. Bobby, there was a thought the Panthers could have traded out of this 8th overall pick. They do not. The pick is in. What do you think they could be looking at moving forward?
I mean, the name that's been most common there is Jalen Walker. I mean, obviously, the best player left on the board to me is well, here comes the pick right now.
And here is Roger to tell us exactly who they were thinking about at 8.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Ted McMillan.
Wow.
Wide receiver, Arizona.
So they go.
All right. That's a heartbreaker.
That's a team that if you look at, remember Dallas playing in Carolina last year, and really with the wide receiver core and what it really looked like for Carolina, you know, that was to me, you know, they're very talent poor on the outside. And so if you go out and get if depending on where you have Hunter, where he probably is the first wide receiver, in my opinion, McMillan would be the next guy. And so if you're a team that's very talent poor at wide receiver, you know, this is one of that Carolina, I think, did a really, really good job of making people feel like that they were going to take a defensive player here. But their wide receiver room is not very good. And I feel like that depending on where you have him, this guy could be your first wide receiver or he could be the second wide receiver. But right there, now this is all turns into the Cowboys we feel like that they've probably ready for this. You know, that somebody was going to take this player. Now they're going to probably have to pivot, and we'll see what direction that their board takes them with McMillan now being off the board.
They were ready for this. They're not. It doesn't hurt them less, though. And not that you're saying that, but
Sure.
this hurts them. This is a guy they liked a lot. This is, I think, the guy that they really targeted and thought, hey, this can be a difference maker for us. Now I think that you're talking about a lot of guys that are probably graded similarly. And so if I'm Dallas, I'm looking to, okay, can I get out of here? Can I get out of 12?
Exactly.
Can I pick up some extra capital? If not, then I need to start looking for tiebreakers on this stack, which is really, really tight.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight, and this also kind of, you know, makes receiver a slam dunk, kind of takes that aspect of things off the board. You know, Nick just put out a tweet, you know, that interior offensive line and defensive tackle kind of emerged to the forefront here. And we were talking about some guys that could fit that mold, like a Tyler Booker from Alabama or a Walter Nolan from Ole Miss. And I think Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from Texas, is still very much in play. You know, it just comes to, you know, who do they have higher, and are they wanting to go best player available, or do they feel like they need a wide receiver that much?
Ted was the 5th best player on my board. I'm going to call him Ted because he's not a Cowboy. I'm going to disrespect him. He was the 5th best player on my board. Why in tarnation would he be here at 12th overall? I had to talk myself out of this one just to make sure that I'm ready for it. So now I think the board continues to just kind of open up a little bit, kind of like you guys mentioned. So now we're looking at a couple of receivers. Now we're looking at guard. You know, Simmons was a 30 visits, so if they trade back, maybe he's a guy that they're looking at. Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama, possibly if you can get a trade back situation.
Yeah.
I think this all depends on where's your trade back situation. And Jalen Walker's on the board still for you. I think the Cowboys possibly like him too. And Mike Hill was a name that was linked to Cowboys as well.
Well, let's just talk about history, right?
Mm-hmm.
They say history repeats itself, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to the 2021 NFL Draft. At the 8th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers took a Dallas Cowboys possible target in J.C. Horn. Dallas traded out of the 10th pick back to the 12th pick and ended up with a guy like Micah Parsons. So could this be history repeating itself? 8th overall pick, Carolina takes a guy that Dallas was looking at throughout the entire draft process, and then they trade out of their current pick. Of course, now they're picking at 12 instead of 10 in that spot, a little bit closer there. Or is this something to where they feel pretty good about that next stack of players? This is what Brian said in the lead-up. We're going to learn a lot about how they stacked these players based off of their reaction from this point forward. Because we kind of felt good about where they had McMillan.
Yeah.
Now you're going to see where they had these guys.
I'm interested now to see where Walker from Georgia falls now in this, and I know this doesn't help Cowboy fans and with the offense or help Dak Prescott right now, but they really, really do like Walker, and with him, the potential of him being there. How much do they like him? Do they like him more than they like, do they like him more than Ibuka? Do they like him more than Burden? Do they like him more than Golden? You're good. Banks, Booker. That would be the one defensive player I think that they would look at right now that would make them, they got a bunch of offensive guys they're thinking about, but I would keep an eye on definitely on Walker, because he might be the guy that defensively that they could absolutely use as a potentially off-ball linebacker and be a rusher opposite with Micah Parsons right there.
Brian, when you was talking to the Saints Illuminati, did you kind of get the feel?
Wait, the who?
Saints Illuminati.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you? Brian knows exactly what I'm saying. Did you kind of get the
just
feel?
Looking down at the table.
Did you get the feel that Ted was the only player that they were looking at as far as like wide receiver goes? Like you said that, hey, Kelly could use some weapons here. But did you feel like he was the only wide receiver?
I did feel that, and I did feel that.
Well, this is Walker right here. This should be Walker on this. Like he should be the 9th overall pick to the Saints.
Everybody I talked to around the league thought, when I would ask about McMillan, everybody around the league thought offensive, defensive line, that they were going to go trenches here. And so that's what they thought the Saints would do. Now that McMillan's gone, I think that's definitely it's one of those two sides.
Here's the pick.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
Kelvin Banks Jr., a little bit of a curveball here. We did talk about Kellen Moore wanting offensive firepower.
Yeah.
We thought that would come from quarterback, running back, wide receiver. This is another way to do so.
Yeah, Kelvin Banks. I think this is a great pick for new head coach Kellen Moore. I've got him as my number one offensive tackle. You can call me a Texas homer all you want. Yeah, University of Texas.
Say
you can call me a Texas homer all you want. I don't care. I think he's one of, if not the most athletic tackle in this draft. He's got great feet, gets off the line really quick. Has more than enough power to hold his own in pass protection. I think he can play left tackle in the NFL, but if you move him into guard, I don't necessarily think that there's going to be any sort of drop-off either. I think he does really good on the move as a puller, handles twists and stunts really well. In combo blocks, he's really good. Smaller size and the shorter arms, that's going to raise the question, but he can play at a really high level. 3-year starter. This guy shut down Will Anderson in his second ever collegiate game. I love this pick, and I love Kelvin Banks. He's a great kid. Every conversation I've had with him has been a very good one, and I think he's going to have a very successful career in the NFL.
One of the top offensive linemen in this year's NFL draft. On his way to New Orleans. We're through the first 9 picks. We've got 3 selections until the Cowboys have their newest roster member coming up in just a matter of moments. Because of that, we'll step aside a bit early here. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
So I'm assuming that's them punting on Trevor Penning, I guess, because
they didn't sign. They're not going to sign him to the 5th-year option.
Fuaga left tackle, and I would assume Banks would be the right tackle, I guess.
Yeah, probably so.
Did they? I didn't even. I didn't notice. Did they announce him as tackle guard, or did they say offensive line?
It said offensive line, or no, it says tackle.
Yeah,
it has a tackle on there. Pick is in for Chicago at 10. I mean, let's go back to Banks here just for a little bit, because was there an outside shot Dallas liked him enough to take him at 12?
Yeah, I think so. I think that once that McMillan went, now these offensive linemen are clearly in play, and Banks and Booker and those guys absolutely, and Gray Zabel are these are all guys that were going to be in play along with some of the other. Potentially the wide receivers, and maybe something also with the some defensive linemen. So yeah, this was one of those guys that they clearly liked.
Who needs to fly off the board in these next 2 selections at 10 and 11 in order to talk trade out and wipe out scenario?
Well, I think to me, if you want to maybe have an opportunity for a guy that, like I say, if you're interested in Walker and all that, I think that you need to think about Warren going off the board here, and then maybe Nolan going off the board from Ole Miss.
Okay.
So tight end tackle might set you up for a guy that you're going to that you're looking at?
I would feel like this is Warren. That would make a lot of sense.
That's the name
to me.
that's been plugged to Chicago a lot. Yeah, I think that Ben Johnson and what he's wanting to do. You look at a 2 tight end set with Warren and Cole Kmet, and that's going to be something that could really do some things for Chicago on the offensive side of the ball, especially since you've already got DJ Moore and Roma Dunze in that wide receiver room. It's a good looking offense to start there for Ben Johnson in Chicago.
They have a couple of reporters up talking on the screen. I don't believe this is the actual pick, but the pick is in for Chicago. We'll see if they give us who it is momentarily. Bears, 49ers, Cowboys. Trade out scenario there, Bobby. If, let's say, one of their offensive linemen, one of their Matthew Golden off the board, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think they reached their trade-out scenario when they lost McMillan. So I think they're at a point now where they'd be interested. And it's not because they don't have guys that they would dislike. I don't think they can get wiped here.
It's because they have so many guys they feel like they can go back.
They have so much here. I think that for them, they would probably look at this and say, okay, we've got a lot of different options here. Let's just move back, try and pick up some extra capital. Because the guy that would have been a difference maker is McMillan. Like, I think McMillan was essentially the wipeout, quote unquote, but it's not like they don't have options that they don't like. It's just that was the guy they really liked. So now I don't think it's really feasible for them to just get completely wiped of guys that they like, and they're just looking to try and pick up some extra capital.
Which one of these guys you think at wide receiver they like the best if they're going to hang in there and pick a wide receiver?
If they hung in there now, Golden.
Ooh, I think it would be Buka.
I think it's Golden.
The originally I thought it was Golden. I think just some of the conversations over the last 48 hours, I think Ibuka's higher on their board than they thought. Is it enough to take it 12? Maybe not. Maybe it's a 44 conversation. Here's the Bears selection at pick number 10.
Once they break our heart, take those.
Makes perfect sense. Ben Johnson.
Yesterday, the NFL family lost a true legend, Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the 4th pick,
Roger Goodell is on the podium giving us the 10th overall selection in the Chicago Bears.
Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends. Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State.
Honoring Walter Payton and Steve McMichael.
Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland.
Wow.
Michigan.
Wow.
Jeez.
Now that
over Warren
is an interesting selection.
Brian, what round you got Loveland? Brian.
I got Loveland. I've got him in the second behind all those guys, though. All behind. But I have Warren, and then I have Taylor, and then Loveland behind. So all those guys were in the second round for me.
I got him in the third behind Fannin, Taylor, and Ferguson.
I've got him in the late second is where I'm at, and he's the third tight end on my board behind Arroyo. Yes, I said Arroyo and Warren. Warren's number one, but Loveland here at 10 overall. I mean, Tommy, you were talking about tight end making sense, but over Tyler Warren.
Yeah, over Tyler Warren. I don't know what Ryan Poles is cooking here. I mean, this is. I'm not saying that Colston Loveland's a bad player. He's my tight end 3 as well. 6'5", 248 pounds. He was kind of banged up at some points last year for Michigan and didn't look his best. But yeah, that's an interesting one for sure. I wonder if that moves Warren into a potential spot for Dallas at 12.
Would it be the movement? Like Loveland seems to be a better moving player than Warren. Do you think that's what put him over the edge here? Because I don't think Loveland, besides the movement, I don't think Loveland does a thing better than Warren here.
I maybe. I mean, I don't know. I think Warren is just all around the better player. The athlete that he is and what he was able to do for Penn State in that offense. He was playing quarterback, running back, tight end, wide receiver. He was doing everything.
Teams suck at drafting, man.
Quick note, the pick is in for San Francisco at 11. The Dallas Cowboys are officially on the clock at pick number 12.
Okay, San Francisco. Then we talked about that maybe this had to be a tight end. Now you hope, or excuse me, for Chicago, a tight end, the one that we didn't think. We thought another one, but here we go. I think that San Francisco right now, this pick needs to be maybe Nolan. If Dallas is kind of, I think Dallas likes Nolan. Bobby, am I right about that?
Yeah, Dallas does like Nolan.
Okay, but would they like him enough to take him at 12?
I think potentially in some settings they would.
Okay, well, so it didn't sound like you had a whole lot of confidence they really liked the guy. So if that's the case,
no, they like him. I just know they like a lot of guys, and so it depends on what's the context.
All right, well, handicap then who the guys that you have left that you think that they might. I mean, I personally think, this is when the offensive line are in play.
Brian, I got a pen in my hand. Okay.
Yeah.
D-line, maybe, like, what about edge? You think maybe like Michael Williams or something like that? Maybe like a corner or something like that?
What, for San Francisco?
San Francisco.
I think they're taking a defensive lineman.
I'm thinking corner or edge.
They've talked about defensive tackle.
Well, and remember how many guys they just got rid of, too, in that front seven.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to need some help up front. And I think, would Michael Williams be a fake pin throw for in here, but maybe an actual
not
loss
for me.
for Dallas?
Not for me. I mean, I like Michael Williams, but I think for them, Michael Williams is one of a cluster of guys that could be considered at 12.
Because he's also a guy that can do edge things and he can do B-gap things as well. That just kind of got me thinking about it. San Francisco had a big roster turnover. Just over this last offseason here. So I'm just thinking, man, maybe D-line, maybe corner. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Maybe offensive line, but.
Let's try and read some tea leaves here. We're looking at the Dallas Cowboys war room here at the Star in Frisco. Conversations back and forth between multiple players. Steven on the right side, Jerry in the middle, Brian Schottenheimer on the left. Kind of covered up by our screen is Will McClay. He's in that corner right where the screen is, where we are at the moment. If I'm going to play my meteorologist.
Steven's on the phone.
There we go.
Just picked up the phone.
Okay.
That's
significant.
Yeah, that's significant because if it's a player, Will's going to pick up the phone.
Yeah, if Will McClay's sitting back on the right side of the screen, if they're going to draft somebody, he is going to make the call for the player. Steven is taking the phone call from somebody else on one of these other teams, and maybe this is something that they talked about with another team earlier because Steven reached over to Jerry and tapped him on the shoulder like, okay, this is something that we've talked about here. So he's going to take what this team is going to be offer. And he puts the phone down there, and so he's going to kind of see what that offer might be, and then kind of talk about it with the rest of the group.
Clock's going to run all the.
They're going to take every single time of this whole thing. I mean, this is going to be the entire time. 10 minutes is what they have on the clock. We're still waiting on San Francisco's selection at pick number 11 that is in. So the 10 minutes is probably, 3 or 4 minutes down by this point. They still have a long time to debate this in the first round.
Yeah.
And we're finally live on YouTube. What's up, my people?
Yeah, there you go. Your guys are here now. Taking some laughs, a little bit of back and forth. Give me your short list of names here, gentlemen. What are we thinking?
Michael Williams, Tyler Booker, Matthew Golden, Walter Nolan.
I'm kind of right there.
I think those are the names we're looking at.
Yep.
Or a trade.
Yeah. Or a trade out. And I think that might be the conversation.
Steven's back on the phone again here, and that was a quick one. So he probably think like, no, that wasn't enough.
Or it was. So, hey, we'll take it and hang up.
Yeah.
Let's see what
is
Will's
it usually
doing.
a little bit more if you do accept a trade?
Yeah, it's a little bit more because what happens is once you accept the trade, then you've got to turn the trade in with the league is what you're doing. So they look like right now they're kind of content waiting this thing out right now, unless they've already made the trade. And then they're just kind of waiting it out. But
Will's on his cell phone.
Any chance that it's Hampton for Dallas thinking about Hampton?
Running back specifically, yeah.
I think there's a chance, but I highly doubt.
I would put all four names that we just talked about over Hampton.
I agree.
Sure.
specifically. They're all looking at the TV. There's not a whole lot of conversation here.
Tyler Warren's another name. Jahdae Barron's another name.
Now, their draft board is either one way or the other. It's either they're looking straight ahead at the draft board.
I think they're looking at the screen. I think the draft board's to their
Will's getting the phone.
To the left of the screen.
Yeah, so Will McClay, when he picks up that phone, they're gonna make a pick, and he's to the right of the screen as you look at it right now. So he's looking at it.
He's hovering.
Jerry's arguing with Steven a little bit about something here. Like Jerry reached over and touched him on the wrist. And
what's that hand wave mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Steven might, they're kind of laughing about things. Jerry looks pretty serious here.
Yeah, he really does. And Brian Schottenheimer, just again reading body language and tea leaves, Brian Schottenheimer has not really had a whole lot of conversation in this scenario.
Big exam.
Here's the selection for the 49ers.
We are proud to announce that this year we are celebrating our 250th anniversary. We are grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL Salute to Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick.
With the San Francisco 49ers draft pick, back to you in Green Bay.
Appreciate y'all, man.
So here comes the commissioner now with that pick.
Still a conversation with Jerry. Here's the 49ers.
Chance of USA mixed in with requisite booze for the Niners here in Packers country.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom. With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams.
Okay, here we go.
Georgia.
I got to throw this pin. I'm throwing this damn pin.
Edge rusher.
Will's on the phone.
Georgia. Will is on the phone. That means it looks like a trade did not go through.
Yeah.
And here we go. The pick is in.
We got some names then.
Unofficially, the pick is in.
Are any coaches in there that we can kind of get a hint from?
That's what we're trying to look at.
Coaches are getting smart nowadays, right?
They're standing to the right-hand side.
Kind of stay out of the line of fire.
We're handing out the fun. I think this is.
This looks like a draft pick.
I think this is going to be offensive line.
You think it's
too?
You think it's going to be Booker?
I think we're looking at Booker probably.
We got some hand claps. We got some hugs. We got to stand up.
Yeah, the pick is made.
Pick is in.
I'm going to go with you, Bobby, here. I think just the tea leaves that we had been hearing, Gray Zabel, Tyler Booker, it felt like it was stronger for Booker as we got deeper and deeper into this draft day.
Zabel didn't even make sense. Let's just be honest.
Yeah,
Zabel at 12.
That was a smoke screen.
Man.
Brian Schottenheimer.
There was a lot of conversation here. This was not an easy decision.
Well, I think with McMillan going off the board, then
that changed things.
It changed things a lot for them. It really, really did. So, if in fact it is, I know Vach, you and I do our show together, and you've been a fan of Booker all along. If this in fact is the pick, so
yes, sir. It'll be a happy day for sure if it's Tyler Booker, and you would make the interior powerful. We always say that Dak is really good dealing with those those edge rushers.
Clayton Adams is on the phone, by the way.
Clayton Adams on the phone. If tackle breaks down for you kind of got to feel that Dak can handle that. But it's when B gap breaks down, it's when A gap breaks down that we really have these issues. So if you can really fix guard and you're powerful at right guard, you're powerful at left guard, you're powerful at center, then you're really solid for that front there. So if this is indeed Booker, I take it back. You're not just solid, like you're strong as hell up in there.
Yeah.
You're really mauling people up in there.
Yeah, I personally would love Booker. He's my guard one, 6'4", 321, no sacks allowed last year, first team All-American. This guy's hard to move, man. Hard to move. He's a great run blocker, gets to the second level really well. Brian Schottenheimer has not been secretive about the fact that he wants to run the ball and be physical up front. This is exactly the type of guy that he would want, and he's looking for. It looks like the pick is in.
It looks like, is that Connor Riley over there?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, he's making his way to the middle there.
So it looks like our dream of Matthew Golden and company is no longer there. Here's Roger to Goodell to give you the newest Dallas Cowboy at pick number 12.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker.
Let's go.
Guard, Alabama.
Here.
So it is a guy
You've been on them from the very beginning. Box Lombardi, I'll let you do the honors. The search committee wasn't out for very long to find Zach Martin's replacement at the right guard spot. They get Tyler Booker up front. And they've had some success drafting some Tylers in the past.
That is guard 1, 8th overall player on my board. Powerful as all get out. He's looking to finish. He's mean. He is physical. We should all get behind this pick. I understand wide receiver was something we was looking for, but you get to be mean and you get to be powerful. Jerry Jones mentioned this last week, man. Running back is cool, but when your offensive line is good, it helps the running back even more. Tyler Booker is looking to finish. He is looking to drive. He is looking to whoop people. He plays with fantastic leverage to be his size. And one thing I love, just me being a Cowboy fan, we're not talking to Cowboy fans, the one matchup you love is going against the Eagles. Jalen Walker is over there, and we have Tyler Smith. That's a powerful guy that can deal with a guy like that. He could deal with Jordan Davis's. Now you have a guard that's similar to that. So when you go against the Eagles, you're going against the Giants, the 49ers. If you run into the Vikings in the postseason, you have 2 guards and a powerful center. That's what's most important here. We don't have a center that's just going to stalemate. We don't have a left guard that's going to stalemate or a right guard. You got 3 people pushers in the middle. Let Dak Prescott deal with the edges. Let Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton continue to work on that. You can use tight ends to help those guys. In the middle, there's not a bunch of help there. If you're in B-gap, you're one-on-one with this B-gap guy. You have 3 guards now. Well, BB's a center, but you got you got 3 players in that inside that can move bodies. Run game is about to be physical, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I just had a scout from one of the teams in the National Football League text me and said Booker was my favorite player in my area.
Wow.
Mine too.
Scout, yeah.
Mine too, Scout.
Yeah.
Booker is, look, I think they had a lot of guys that were close here. I think what wins out for Booker is a lot of what Brian Schottenheimer's talked about.
Woolchuck, please say something, Woolchuck. I know you ain't on the clock right now, but please say something.
People mover. I'm down for it, boys. I'm here for this. I love Tyler Booker. Mean, nasty. I'm happy.
It's the 3rd time in the last 4 years the Dallas Cowboys have taken an offensive lineman in the first round of the NFL draft, and just it so happens to be it's the 3rd time in the last 4 drafts they've taken an offensive lineman with the first name Tyler. Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, now Tyler Booker up front, and that's what they're doing with this this overall pick. Now, there apparently, and this is coming from those within the building, Houston was the team that was on the clock.
Yeah.
Or that was on the phone.
Yeah.
Houston was the one that wanted to make the trade. Apparently, it was a low-ball offer initially. Steven called back, wanted something more. Houston said no. So that's where the kind of breakdown happened from a trade scenario side, and they decided to stick and pick with the guy that they had very high on their board. We'll hear what, of course, the Jones family front office and everybody has to say when they get to that point later on, but you feel pretty good about it because they feel pretty good about it.
They feel like they're not guessing at all on this one.
Yes.
Yeah. They feel like not only is do they know exactly what he is? Look, the only question I think you can really have about Tyler Booker when you watch him on tape is it's literally just the athleticism.
That's it.
Yeah.
If you're somebody who wants a guard in this modern NFL to be able to, pull and get to the edge really quickly and get up to the second level with the best of them, yeah, that's not going to be him. But everything else checks the box. And for them, I think they look at it and say, we've got so many guys here that are graded similarly. Where are our tiebreakers? Yeah. And I think with their tiebreakers, we want to be better in the run game. We want to rebuild the trenches. And a big part of this is this guy is like all-world leadership football character. They don't have any sort of questions about the type of makeup that he has. He very famously, last summer at SEC Media Days, Saban had picked Georgia and Texas in the SEC title game. Yeah. And they asked Tyler Booker about it, and he said, he always said that some guy that lives in his mom's basement shouldn't determine how you feel, so I'm not going to let a guy who plays golf all day determine how I feel.
Talk to him.
And just flipped it around. And that's the kind of mentality you're getting. You're getting a captain. You're getting not just a guy who gets in the way when he's blocking. He's finishing every single time. He is a bulldozer. He is going to change the temperament and the makeup of the offensive line.
Versus dudes. Like he's whooping Georgia guys.
He's played
Ole Miss guys.
A bunch of big games. Yeah. A bunch of big games.
Mental processor.
Yeah.
You want to talk about on the twist, the stunts, and especially watch if you have access to tape, watch him play against Georgia. Watch the way he handles the late front, like the late shifts in the front that Kirby Smart loves to do. He handles that as well as just about anybody. He's got a handle on all that.
Yeah. Picking up stunts and looking for work and finishing guys. Like he has it. And, Bobby, like you said, the only thing that, you can really worry about is like the lateral movement. So if he's not going to be the pull guy, let him be the pin guy. Let him be the block down guy. Let him focus on whooping and driving. And you have many athletic offensive linemen on your line right now. And I just think this is a damn slam dunk pick, man.
Yeah. Well, you look at it too, and this is the year in the offseason where you got to retire 2 of your legitimate Ring of Honor and possible Hall of Fame members off of your offensive line. Tyron Smith, Zach Martin are both retired. They're done. But now you get an opportunity to remake that offensive line, and you do it in 1 pick. Now you've got left tackle Tyler Guyton, left guard Tyler Smith, center Cooper Beebe, right guard Tyler Booker, right tackle Terrence Steele. I mean, you're looking at that starting 5, and you feel very confident about what you're going to put on the table moving forward. So, with all that being said, we've got some Miller Lite 50,
we can do this.
50-year cans. Yes, we can do this. We are actually encouraged to do this. To cheers the pick, everybody. Cheers to Miller Lite. Cheers to the draft. Cheers. It's Miller time. It's draft time. It's always time. Congratulations, Dallas Cowboys. You got yourself a people mover up front, and you've got yourself an offensive lineman to remake that front. Thank you, Zach Wolchuk, for running in the beers. We'll talk to Zach a little bit further down the line.
Kyle, please, may I ask a question?
Yes.
That's question.
Of course. Twitter on the 20.
I imagine that there's going to be some Cowboy fans going, but all right, guys, what about wide receiver? Do you think that that's going to be the trade that Jerry was talking about a couple of days ago, that maybe that they feel like they're going to find a wide receiver somewhere? Let's get offensive line right now because we can't maybe find an offensive line like we can find a wide receiver?
Wide receiver or corner. That would be the 2 that I would keep an eye on in terms of, Jerry said, what was the word he used? Substantive trades is what they're looking at.
Yep.
I think that's the 2 spots that you look at, and just because you want to go physical up front here, I think that with how much they like the running back depth, now this kind of shifts my attention around too. They've told us with this pick that they want to emphasize running the football and being physical up front. So they're going to find a guy here in the 2nd or 3rd round, I think, that matches that kind of play style in the backfield as a running back. That's just my 2 cents. That's what this pick tells me.
No, I agree with you completely because they've got. It goes back to the question that Brian was posing in the lead-up hour. Where do you feel like these positions can reach? I don't think you looked at offensive line as a position that would reach till the 3rd, 4th, 5th rounds, Brian. But you can maybe look at wide receiver. You can maybe look at defensive tackle. Corner's a one that's kind of depending on how you see the class specifically. Maybe they thought, let's get our offensive linemen early. We'll figure the rest out later this weekend.
Yeah, to me, the McMillan pick really hurt them. But to give them credit, they adjusted well, and they talked about wanting to run the football. They talk about wanting to be physical. And I think the next point of emphasis is that we talk about a wide receiver to try and help Dak here. But I think it's going to be about the running back. Can you pair a physical running back with this guard that you just drafted? And now your running game does improve. And that's the things that are going to help Dak Prescott. This kid right here is, when you look at Booker, everything about him screams toughness. And, I think there's plug and play right there at right tackle. Looks like the Dolphins picked in. So let's get that done.
The Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant.
Ooh.
Defensive tackle.
I like him. That's early. That was earlier than I was expecting.
I got him at 19 on my board myself, so I was pretty happy about that.
That is, I would guess, I talked to people I talked to were pretty sure Grant was going to go in the 1st round today, because I know there's some talk he could slip into the 2nd round. The other 2 that you heard about were Nolan and Harmon after Mason Graham. And I think there's questions about both of those players for the league. Grant is considered a clean prospect in terms of health, character, everything else. And he is, I've never seen a guy that size move the way he does when I watched him train out in Frisco or in Plano a couple months ago. And he is just an incredibly explosive athlete and somebody who absolutely loves the game of football.
No doubt. We've got to take our break. When we come back, there's a lot to look forward to. We're going to hear from the newest Dallas Cowboy, Tyler Booker, and with everything we just talked about, I cannot wait to get him on the phone line. Plus, secret audio is right around the corner as well. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. I really can't wait for that conversation with Tyler. You get an opportunity to kind of talk about his thought process, how it all unfolded, where it all went from here. I really do think this is a a conversation moving forward that we're going to like having. It's not the exciting and skill player type of pick that we're going to have a ton of retweets
This is
on.
exciting, Cal. How dare you?
Well, I'm talking about from a content standpoint at training camp.
Well, we're
going to be out there at Oxnard. It's not going to be Teteroa McMillan catching the football.
It's very interesting because maybe this is what we saw in the war room with Steven tapping Jerry on the arm, that we were kind of hearing some things that Jerry Jones he wanted some firepower. He wanted some guys that, and they lose the opportunity with McMillan, but they're trying to rally from that. But here's a guy, like I say, this is a plug and play guy. This guy, the one thing that I do know working for Jerry Jones is it's about like the center and guard play. It's about the depth of the pocket. It's about your quarterback's ability. Let's be honest, Dak Prescott's mobility could be a little bit limited, and his ability to be able to step up is going to mean a lot for this offense going forward, and them wanting to run the football. They've got to, you saw what happened, with Zach Martin. The level of play went down. They replaced Zach Martin. They got better running the football. This guy is an upgrade of helping you do that. Him, Beebe, these guys, there's a lot of power now in those inside three. And you play in a division, and like I think we've talked about that, Vach, I think you brought it up, when you play in a division where they've got some monsters inside, you got to be able to hold that.
Here's the Colts selection at pick number 14 in the first round.
God, could they get the tight end here?
14th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
Wow, Brian. Wow.
Penn State.
You've been mocked to Loveland for months, and you get the better dude. I mean,
that is so crazy right now. Yeah. I'll tell you what, this guy is a heck of a football player. When you watch his all the things that he is able to do, they line him up in a ton of different spots, and he's able to have success like at all the levels. And I think he got better too as a run blocker as he went along. He's not like your traditional like inline wide, but man, he could play him flex, you could play him slot. He will play a little inline, but he's not your traditional guy. This guy's got a natural hands catcher. He does a really good job of extending his hands in order to receive the ball. Good job of coming off. I thought he was kind of a little bit of a clunky route runner. There's really not much fluidity to his play, but watch him bang into defenders and then kind of push off and then get his separation that he needs. So I'll tell you what, this guy right here is super reliable hands. I remember the Colts way back in the day, they drafted a guy named Dallas Clark. And he
worked out pretty well.
He played a long time for the Colts and was very, very successful. They probably got him another one right here.
Back to the Cowboys and Booker, if I could just say something too. In the last draft situation that, Jerry Jones and all the guys, they went up on the press conference there. He was like, hey, Saquon woke everybody up. Do you think that meant like, okay, well, we've seen Saquon behind a bad offensive line and he was this, but then we saw Saquon behind a really good offensive line and he was this. So do you think that maybe that was like a hidden message for everybody that, hey, let's build the O-line and then get the running back and see, where that takes us?
I mean, that very well could be it. I think that in general, though, they were thinking about difference makers in the run game, however that plays itself out. So if for some reason Genty had gotten down to them, that makes a difference. If it's, you're talking about the offensive line and what you can improve there, that makes a difference. So I think in general, yeah, that's a function of it. But I don't know that he was just explicitly talking about that in and of itself. But it does raise the question now. He certainly was talking about all aspects of it if they go to 44 and they pick a running back, because now you're making a strong statement about the running game with those first two picks.
Yeah. Looking ahead at the upcoming picks, Falcons at 15, Cardinals at 16, Bengals at 17, Seahawks 18, Buccaneers 19, and the Broncos, who everybody thought maybe could be trading up in this draft, still sitting there at pick number 20. The Falcons are on the clock at the moment. We'll run down the picks momentarily when we get back on the radio side of things on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. I think for the most part, when we look at how this first round has gone, it's not as explosive as we maybe thought it would be. Maybe the Loveland pick, the trade up for the Jacksonville side to get Travis Hunter. I mean, Bobby, I still feel like there's a lot that can unfold from 15 down to 32 that could turn some heads today.
Yeah, especially with how tight everybody seems to have these guys graded.
Yeah. From the Star in Frisco, we continue on of our coverage of the NFL Draft. Let's run down the most recent selections, starting with the Carolina Panthers at pick number 8. They take Teteroa McMillan, wide receiver from Arizona. The Cowboys had a target on him. The Panthers take him instead. The New Orleans Saints, underneath first-year head coach Kellen Moore, take Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle out of Texas. The Bears, with a surprise pick at 10, they take Colston Loveland, tight end from Michigan. The 49ers, right before the Cowboys, take Michael Williams, edge rusher from Georgia. The Cowboys take Tyler Booker, offensive guard out of Alabama, possibly remaking this front five to something special underneath a young group of hungry offensive linemen. 13, the Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, interior defensive lineman from Michigan. And then the Colts get their guy, Tyler Warren, tight end from Penn State, at 14. The Falcons are on the clock. They have about 3 minutes remaining in their selection at pick number 15. Alongside Bobby Belt and Brian Broaddus of 105.3 The Fan, we've got Tommy Yarish of DallasCowboys.com, Botch Lombardi on the draft show with Chris Beam and company in the back. I'm Kyle Yeomans. All right. With the way that things have worked out these last couple of picks, I think you got to look at Indianapolis of being the big winners today, Vach, in getting a tight end that they maybe didn't think they had a shot at.
I could just feel the happiness and the love from Colts fans that's been looking at mock drafts, and they've just been saying, "Hey, Colston Loveland's your guy. Colston Loveland's your guy," and you walk away with Tyler Warren, bona fide tight end 1. And if you're the Colts, you really want to make things as easy for Richardson as you possibly can. He's still franchise quarterback for you right now, and they're trying to bring him along, and maybe they're on the fence about him. So maybe this is one last hurrah. Like, hey, Anthony, we're going to give you this weapon, this bona fide tight end that catches everything. He goes up and catches it. Even if the pass isn't great, Tyler Warren catches everything. And I think this is one of those picks where you really have to think about your passer, because you've given him such a great pass catcher. So we'll see what Colts fans think about that. But fantastic pick, fantastic value too.
All the value there specifically. It looks like the pick is in for the Falcons, but we're going to have to wait until Roger Goodell tells us who they selected.
Diana Rossini, just for what it's worth, after people were throwing their pens about Ted McMillan at pick 8, Diana Rossini says that teams were saying that the Rams were calling around, looking to get in the top 10, and that they wanted to get McMillan.
Wow.
And so you were probably not going to be able to make that one work, regardless of what the Panthers did.
That goes back to that conversation of Dallas had the mock drafts all the way through talking about specifically Ted McMillan at pick number 12.
I think you had to be prepared, and I think the Cowboys were. I mean, they obviously had a pocket of players that they really, really liked. The question always was, like, as we were talking a couple weeks ago, okay, if not McMillan, Golden. We immediately thought, and then the last couple of days, I know I've been on some platforms, I'm like, listen, folks, we got to think about now that maybe it's McMillan and Golden is a little bit further down that list. Yeah. And who are the players in between? And obviously on their board, that Booker was a higher guy on their stack, and, applaud them for doing that. They didn't. I don't believe they jumped any tags here. I think they took the guy absolutely that they wanted out of that stack, because once McMillan was gone, now it's like, okay, let's focus. And maybe that's where Jerry's like, okay, firepower here, and Steven goes, Jerry, the guard. It's very similar, maybe very reminiscent to what was happening with Zach Martin several years ago with that.
Yeah, and if that career trajectory turns out similarly, then I think the Cowboys fans are going to smile back on this pick. But I think we talked so much about getting Dak Prescott help, and we thought that meant the wide receiver game, and it still does, right? I think it still does, but I think maybe we maybe overlooked sometimes as part of, hey, this guy's getting. He's had some injuries the last couple of years. He's getting up there in age. Not that he's ancient or anything like that, but getting him some protection up front is going to be crucial. And on the interior, especially, games are won in the trenches at any level of football. I've said that a million times since you guys hired me. And so I think that this is going to be one that, if it pans out, because that's the big if too, it has to pan out. Yeah. And he's got to take that right guard spot and not let it go. This could be something that everybody's smiling on looking back in 4 or 5 years.
Well, something that we are going to smile at is getting to hear the secret audio from inside the war room. Here it is. Tyler Booker, the newest Dallas Cowboy.
Hey, this is Jerry Jones with the Cowboys. We're turning you in.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, boy. We're glad to have you as a Cowboy.
I'm glad to be a Cowboy. I'm glad to keep this O-line tradition. Thank you.
Okay, well, man, listen, we're proud of you. Congratulations. Tell your folks how proud we are of you. But here's your coach.
Will do.
Here's your head coach.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tyler, Coach Shoddy, man.
What's going on, Coach?
Hey, man. Hey, listen, you blew us away in the process, brother. Here's what we need. You just come here, be you. You kick ass. Welcome to the family. We are so excited. We just want that same dude every day. Be physical, do what you do, man.
Yes, sir. You're going to get as long as you can listen to that Whitney Houston you was listening to that day.
Yeah, hey, no doubt about that, man. Hey, I want you to talk to our offensive coordinator, Clayton Adams. Hey, congratulations, man.
Yes, sir.
So fired up. You're a Cowboy, baby.
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on. Here's Coach Adams.
Okay.
Book, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so excited.
I am so freaking fired up that you're coming, man. How about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys? How about them Cowboys?
Let's go. Let's move the freaking line of scrimmage now, huh?
Let's do it.
Let's do
on all that shit.
Here's Mr.
Yes,
Jones,
sir.
okay?
Okay.
Your offensive coordinator is a true offensive coach lineman at heart. You know that, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir. I know that.
Oh, you
I
know
that.
Okay, well, you know him, but you got a lot of backing. I'm an old offensive lineman. I'm an old offensive lineman, believe it or not.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
They always are the best looking. They're the smartest, and they own the damn team. So that's an offensive
Oh, definitely.
lineman. Hey.
Oh, yeah, best looking for sure. You see my suit today.
All right. Hey, listen, good to have you here.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to be a Cowboy.
A lot of support in this room.
Yes, sir. I thank you so much.
Okay.
I can't wait to get there and get to work.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. I'll talk to y'all soon.
And if you're listening on the YouTube side or on the Twitter side, our stream will go down here momentarily. Only a limited time streaming there. You can catch all of us throughout the weekend on DallasCowboys.com and on the Odyssey app under 105.3 The Fan. So special thanks to all those that are tuning in on that side. You get to hear Tyler Booker there. I thought there were a couple Easter eggs there for Brian, all of us to kind of dissect. I thought the Houston comment was interesting. I thought the way that the offensive line reacted was interesting.
Clayton Adams said we are ready to move the line of scrimmage, and he said duo and everything. So it's gonna be some combo blocks. It's gonna be some body move. You know, we're having conversations. Are we gonna be like a outside zone type team? Are we gonna be up the middle? Like where are we gonna be running? If we're gonna be duoing people, we're gonna be moving one ticks and picking them up and carrying them to backside linebacker. So that's a good little hint there.
You hear anything out of that, Brian, that stuck out?
No, I just they were very, very happy about the pick, and you know, and this is a guy. This kid's got a great personality. You could tell that, you know, I say he's one of those guys, when you watch him play, for a man this large, he moves so well and gets to second level, the combo blocks, plays in space. I mean, he plays on his feet. And when you try and rush him as a pass rusher, it's hard to move him. It's hard to get around him, and especially in that area that he plays inside. He is not going to get knocked back. So very happy that for him, very happy for the Cowboys that they obviously got a guy that they like, and they know they have to do things to try and help the running game. They did it with the coaching staff. Now they're adding the offensive guard, the right guard. No more questions about that. And now I think the next thing is to try and maybe add this running back down the stretch. I'll be interested to see when that pick comes, whether it's potentially 44-76 or into day 3.
Two things I think stood out other than the Whitney Houston comment, which whenever we talk to him, we got to ask what Whitney Houston song Shoddy was listening to.
Yeah.
One was just Shoddy right out of the gate saying you blew us away during the process. I think that's such a huge thing, obviously, for Shoddy. He's talked about it ever since day one. When he was asked how he wanted to be remembered, he said that he wanted to be remembered as the creator of one of the greatest cultures that sports had ever seen. And so that's clearly such a high item for him. And I think you hear it reflected in the way Tyler Booker impressed them during the actual process. And so we talk about all these players being stacked close together. That's a tiebreaker. That's a big, big tiebreaker for them. And then the other thing was Clayton Adams sounding so clearly fired up about it. He's got clear ideas for what he wants the running game to look like. And he thinks that Tyler Booker checks those boxes completely. And so those were the two big impressions I took away from it, is that Clayton Adams' ideas for the offense and Brian Schottenheimer's ideas for the culture are both big-time checks on this pick.
Yeah, I think the person is what Brian Schottenheimer was talking about. And even Will McClay the other day when we had our pre-draft press conference said, we're looking for guys who love football.
Yeah.
If you hear that, you hear a guy who loves football. And if you watch his tape, you see a guy who loves football. And so I think that this guy fits the exact mold that Dallas is looking for on both sides as a player, which is what the Clayton Adams and the Connor Rileys of the world are certainly looking for on the offensive line, and for what Brian Schottenheimer is looking to create from a culture standpoint in this locker room. So in those aspects, Tyler Booker gives you that.
It was interesting. The voice of the Dallas Cowboys, Brad Sham, asked on Twitter or X, he put out, someone at the Star asked Brian Schottenheimer if Tyler Smith is going to move to left tackle. That's not an option here, right? You would think? Or what would you think if that were the case?
I think if that were the case, I would think that we're making a problem out of and no disrespect to, whoever just made the comment.
It was Brad Sham.
To Brad Sham. But I think you're first of all, you're putting Guyton in a weird situation because you just drafted him. At least give him one more go at it. And I've been super critical of Guyton, but at least give him another go at it. I think you're making Tyler Smith worse because I think he's best at guard. He's an all-pro guard. Let's just leave him there. And just let Booker fill in where the Hall of Famer just left. I mean, that's what makes sense here. If one guy moves, you fill that one spot with the one guy that just left. Let's not overthink this and start shuffling guys around and getting worse on purpose, in my personal opinion.
Yeah. All right, catching you up on a couple of picks here. Jalen Walker goes 15th overall to the Atlanta Falcons, Brian. I mean, that's a big pick for them at 15. He falls all the way to the middle of the first round.
Yeah, I tell you what, this kid is a really, really good football player. And there was talk about Dallas potentially being in on him, Carolina at 8. He's got exceptional athletic ability. He could really move for his size, high motor, effort player. He's got a knack for getting to the quarterback. He can close some ground. I think we got another pick, Arizona.
2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Mississippi.
All right. Since he was
great player,
rumored to be in the conversation in what we had thought to be the conversation with guys like Golden and, of course, Tyler Booker. Let's talk about Walter Nolan here a little bit and what he brings to the NFL.
I mean, Nolan had some really, really big fans back in that room. I think there were people who thought he had a ridiculous ceiling as an interior pass rusher. And we already know that Matt Eberflus believes that the 3 technique is the most important spot basically on the defensive side of the ball for what he wants to accomplish. So Nolan was the big question about Nolan obviously was just the hot cold play. And like some of the questions about the football character. And again, we're talking about tiebreakers and you're looking at somebody like Booker up there and what Booker showed you during the process and the questions that existed about Nolan, then that creates some separation, creates some daylight on their stack, I would imagine. But I think what you're talking about in terms of the flashes from Nolan are as good as anybody on the interior that you can see, really. I mean, he is a freak athlete. He can be a dominant force at times. It's just the consistency is not always there. And the question is that a lack of consistency in terms of play style and different things like that, or is this a guy who just is not engaged all the time?
I think it's more of the fact that this guy has had a target on his back since he was the number 1 recruit coming out of high school. He was the number 1 recruit in the transfer portal when he entered from Texas A&M. When we talked to him at the Senior Bowl, Kyle, and Nick Harris was there with us too on Radio Row, I think I asked him kind of jokingly, like, are you tired of double teams at this point in your career? And when you watch his tape, you see so much attention going towards him. And you think about some of the guys that Ole Miss had on their defensive line this year. You got J.J. Pegues, Princely Umamielen. So they've got guys who are going to be drafted in this class alongside Nolan, and still so much of it goes to Nolan, and rightfully so. This guy is quick. He's powerful, one-on-one, really hard to block. He's got a knack for getting into the backfield to bring the quarterback down and blow up run plays too. Great hands at the line of scrimmage to shrug blockers off of him. On double teams, he's still able to get past sometimes. Obviously, it's hard to consistently do that, but he's more than capable of doing it. He's patient as a delayed pass rusher when he needs to do so in that situation. But, one of the better athletes you'll see at the position. And some reps where he gets pushed initially, then doesn't drive his legs forward, ends up getting pushed back. And that's some of the stuff that Bobby was touching on in terms of not being able to finish at times. But that's all stuff that I think you can fix. And if in the right system, if Arizona is that, I think he's going to be very successful.
Yeah, and just one more note. I do think that he was their top defensive tackle.
Okay.
It's weird because I saw a guy that kind of struggled to keep his balance. Yeah. I didn't see many pass rush moves. I think he'll use his hands to try and push blockers around, but I didn't think his balance was all that great. And in the running game, I saw him get knocked around some. And so that kind of bothered me a little bit. He played in a rotating system there at Ole Miss. You really had to pay attention to when they were on and off the field. But there's some times where he got to the quarterback very quickly, but didn't finish like you thought he might. But I kind of feel like, though, he needed some more consistency overall with his play.
All right. We've got the break coming up here in the end of the second hour of night one of the 2025 NFL Draft. More to come right after the break. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
I think I'm out, right?
Yeah.
You and Vach, I believe.
And then we'll have
which is good because I'm going to take that spot as my cell phone signal in this spot compared to that one doesn't get any reception. That's why I kept having to walk and move my phone over places just to get reception.
I was wondering when you got up.
It was literally just to get a message out, and I was panicking when I realized the phone didn't have reception over here. I'm not happy to see you go.
We know.
I'm just happy that spot I will now be able to get reception.
Yo, Bobby, people hate me. It's okay.
No, they don't.
That is not the case. Bobby's going to go there, so his cell gets service.
So we break up right now. We good? We good?
Yeah, you're good to move. Cool. We are on the on the online side, so you can say bye to everybody that's watching.
Bye, everybody. Hey, online, I appreciate y'all for tapping in with me here. I'm about to go live on YouTube and talk to these people. You feel me?
Oh, that's a grinder right there. What's up, Nick Harris?
How we doing?
How we feeling? How we doing?
Good.
How we living?
Just, going all around.
All around? This is the fun behind the scenes I think we get whenever we have these rotating casting crew on the commercial side of things.
I'm a distraction.
That's okay. It's like Twitter on the 20.
While we're moving things around, let me just say again, and because I know I just said it when I was jumping off there, but Walter Nolan, I think, was their top defensive tackle over Mason Graham.
Over Mason Graham, over Kenneth Grant, and some of these other guys.
I think Nolan was the top guy for them at that position.
And do you feel like that was the name? Do you feel like that was the name in that conversation whenever it got down to it when things continued?
No, I mean, I think it was a name, but I think they felt pretty confident heading into today that, all right, McMillan's the target. If it's not McMillan, we're just going to keep to the stack. And I think what was probably the case was that Booker was the top that was on the stack right there for where they were at. And so if they couldn't trade out of there, they were just going to go ahead and lean into that.
And it looks like they leaned into it a little bit with the pick. I want to hear from Nick and Zach on the other side when we get to the radio side. I want to hear your thoughts on the pick. I know, Zach, you popped in here with the beers, so we got a little bit from you overall. And then we're going to hear from Tyler Booker when we get back as well. So I think we're all really excited about it. We're excited to hear from Tyler Booker. And one thing that stuck out on his phone call with Jerry Jones was he immediately talked about the tradition. He immediately said, trying to continue the tradition of the Cowboys offensive line, Tommy, and to be able to take note of that from the outside looking in is significant.
No, it is significant. And, you look at a guy like Booker and just what he can do for you in terms of the run game, in terms of the passing game. And the shoes for Zach Martin are obviously big to fill. But this is a guy who certainly can play at a high level and be a plug-and-play guy. I think the Cowboys view him as a plug-and-play guy, and he's going to be able to contribute from day one. So the talks of, okay, is there maybe a competition? I'm sure that'll still be said, but this is a guy who you take at 12 overall wanting to plug and play on the offensive line.
And that's exactly what we're going to have to kind of piece together moving forward. I know there was the conversation on whether or not he would play right guard. I think that's the easy fit, Nick, whenever it comes to Tyler Booker. You don't want to overcomplicate things whenever it comes to your offensive line, and Booker could slide right in and be starter day one.
Yeah, a 2-year starter at left guard, has the reps at right guard from his freshman season at Alabama. So you'd be second year in a row that you'd be asking your first-round pick offensive lineman to flip sides. But, that's something we can ask him about here when we get him on the phone here in a minute. But whenever you talk to people at Alabama about, excuse me, I've had some water in the back. I did have some water. It's not like I had alcohol. I actually don't drink. I actually did have water in the back.
Physically cannot do that.
Yeah. But anyway, when you talk to people at Alabama about the transition that happened after Nick Saban retired, and there was a lot of things that were left in flux with that program. They had as many as 40 players talking about entering the transfer portal because they thought that was the end of the era for Alabama. They quickly bring in Kalen DeBoer, who was a national runner-up the year before as their head coach, and Tyler Booker was the guy leading the players to get everyone back together and lead Alabama back into the mix for a college football playoff last season. Tyler Booker is described as an alpha-type leader. If the rumors about, Cowboys wanting to have a little bit more leadership in that offensive line room, Tyler Booker's certainly going to help that. We got to get some different first names for these guys. Oh my God,
Tyler and Tyler.
Jeez, the Tyler trio.
The law firm of Tylers.
Imagine if Tyler Biotish was still around.
Tyler the Space Creators.
I like that.
That's a bar.
That's great.
Shamar Stewart off the board. Texas A&M Aggie goes 17th overall to the Cincinnati Bengals. The last 3 picks, Jalen Walker at 15 to the Falcons. Walter Nolan, 16, interior defensive lineman to the Arizona Cardinals. And then, as I just said, Cincinnati takes Shamar Stewart. Rolling into hour number 3 of NFL draft coverage from the Star in Frisco. Zach Wolchuk, Nick Harris, Tommy Yarish, Bobby Belt. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Pleased to be joined by the newest Dallas Cowboy. Offensive lineman Tyler Booker is on the line. Tyler, congratulations on a dream come true. Tell us what you're thinking at this point.
Thank you so much. And the thing that comes to mind is that, I'm blessed. I'm so blessed to be a Cowboy. And I'm a football fanatic. I love the game of football. So I used to grow up watching the football life. So I just remember watching all the football lives of how great the Cowboys were. And I'm excited to get to work and bring us back to where we used to be, to where we should be, America.
We heard you talk to the front office on the secret audio just a couple moments ago, and you talked about the tradition. What does it mean to you to add that tradition or add to that tradition now as a part of this team in Dallas?
It means everything to me, It's just the way that I aim to further the winning tradition of Alabama. That's the same way I feel about coming to the Dallas Cowboys, and then especially being on the team and being a part of a brand so iconic, just as Alabama was. It's funny, my track record. I've been so blessed to be a part of some of the best organizations in the world. I went to IMG Academy, one of the best high schools in the world. I went to Alabama, one of the best football programs in the world. Now I'm a Dallas Cowboy, another one of the best programs, sports programs, sports organizations in the world. So my journey is just very, I'm blessed, and I've done a lot of winning in my football career so far, and I'm ready to continue that.
Hey, Tyler, this is Tommy Yarish. Congratulations, man. This is a team that, under new head coach Brian Schottenheimer, has made it very clear that they want to move up front and they want to run the football. What were those conversations like when you were going through the process with Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams in terms of what they want to do in the run game and how they want to utilize you to have success there?
Coach Adams, they really knowledge, my football IQ, and just talking about listen to how I talk about the game of football. I'm always talking about how I want to be at the point of attack, how I want to move the line of scrimmage, how I always want to be on the attack, and then they saw how fun I was. Things that they like, and I just remember my visit. I really enjoyed it. I got a great vibe from them, and I knew that I kind of had a feeling this was going to happen. You never know on draft day, but this is what I was confident about, and I'm glad God saw fit me, the Cowboy.
Hey, Tyler, I got to ask you, we've heard the secret call of the team, and you referenced there to Brian Schottenheimer that he needs to keep playing the Whitney Houston. What Whitney Houston song were you guys listening to?
So I forget which Whitney Houston song. I wanted to say the one exactly. I told my parents as soon as it happened. So my parents 100% no. Okay, I want to dance with somebody. I remember now. I want to dance with somebody. It was funny because we're sitting there talking. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. And, I got to talk over to Whitney Houston, but I loved it. He's just authentically himself.
Tyler, this is awesome, man. Congratulations to you. What a night. What was that draft visit like? And you've obviously been training here in Dallas. So what do you like about the area, and how pumped are you to now be in DFW as your home?
I just love the area. Like I trained there this past summer. Last summer I trained there, and then just being one of my close friends, Jack Ford, he's actually from the area, so he showed me around, and then the training there for combine training too. Like I just had a great time. Like there's a lot to do around there. It's a really nice area. And then to be completely honest with you guys, y'all have Hutchins barbecue, and that's some of the best food I've ever had in my life.
Nick Harris, Tyler, I actually went to Hutchins earlier today, so I think I manifested this. I literally went to Hutchins
There
at about
we
1
go.
p.m. today. Yeah, we'll have to do a story on you over at Hutchins. Tyler, I want to talk about your love for football because I think it's very unique. Even when you talk about guys that love football in this class, when you were in high school, you were living in Connecticut. You drove 90 minutes every day to go to high school to play at a really respected program in New Jersey at Bergen Catholic. And then you moved halfway across the country to go to IMG before you were even the age of 18. You have put so much into this game. You have done so much at the University of Alabama. Can you just describe your love for football and why it is as strong as it is?
Yeah, my love of football starts from before I can even remember. Like my dad literally put a plush football in my crib, like as soon as I was born, and then I still have it to this day. And then some of my first memories are watching old Steve McNair highlights because my dad was a Titans fan for a little while, and then just memories of me watching him play the college football video game and put me in the game. And just a lot of my first memories are have to do with the game of football, and then I just start playing, and then my parents just kept me around the game. They saw how much I loved it at such a young age. They're like, we have to continue to push him and tap into this. And for that, I'm forever grateful for them.
All right, Tyler. So as a student of the game, I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit. Cowboys history, rich in offensive linemen. Who are some of your favorite Cowboys linemen?
Oh, definitely Larry Allen.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to start off with Larry Allen. Now, he's a guy who could play interior, on the edge. He's strong as all get out. He was really fast too. Like he could do whatever was needed of him. Obviously, Tyron Smith, and then for me, somebody watching growing up is Zach Martin. That's somebody who was just a technician. Somebody who was so consistent for so long. Like to be able to come in and come at him, and I hate to think of him enough off. I know he's a big shooter, but I'm excited to get to know him, build a relationship with him, and learn what it means to be a Cowboy from him and the rest of the guys in the room. It's actually going to be funny that I'm going to be the third Tyler on the offensive line in the offensive line room.
Tyler, we're excited to have you here. Can't wait to put you with the other two Tylers in that offensive line room and see you move some people like Clayton Adams was talking about earlier. Congratulations on all your hard work leading to this moment. We cannot wait to see you in Dallas and have a star on the side of your helmet.
I can't wait to get in Dallas. How about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys?
Tyler Booker on the phone line, the 12th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft.
See you tomorrow,
so much, Tyler. And yes, we will get to see him tomorrow. Get to talk to him in the press conference. He's got a long 24 hours ahead of him, but he knew that was going to happen.
That Green Bay cell service, my goodness.
It's a little bit like mine sitting over there. Man, could you imagine if they would have re-signed Tyler Biotish a couple years ago?
Oh, yeah.
They have four Tylers.
I mean, it would just be the right tackle. And even still, the right tackle would be Terrence. It'd still be T.
Tyler, and Terrence.
That's wild.
I like it. I think it's good. All right. Speaking of offensive linemen, Gray Zabel goes 18th overall to the Seattle Seahawks. He's the most recent selection, the interior offensive lineman out of North Dakota State. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is in at pick number 19. We talked about that earlier. Zach, they could go a number of different ways, but at 19, here they are.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fascinating pick for Tampa Bay. I do think they like Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas. I think he's very much in play here. And you might be like, well, why would they want a wide receiver? Because you've got Mike Evans. They just went ahead and re-signed Chris Godwin. Well, how long is Mike Evans going to play? Is he possibly year to year right now? And they have really built that roster where they don't have a ton of holes. They could really go a multitude of different positions, and it's very possible that Matthew Golden could be the top player on their board right here. So I do think that he would be part of the conversation for Tampa Bay, and Baker Mayfield could get himself a really, really explosive target there.
Who are some of the top players remaining on your boards at this point? Pick number 19, working into the back half of the first round. Nick, I'll start with you. Who are some of those names at the top?
Yeah, I really got to catch up to Jahdae Barron has not been taken yet, correct?
No, he isn't.
So Jahdae Barron, Travion Henderson, Donovan Ezeruaku, which I'm fully expecting Ezeruaku to be my last first-round grade left, and I'm okay with that. And then Emeka Egbuka, Maxwell Harrison, Nick Emenwari, Mike Green. Those are some of the names.
Okay. Zach, where you have some guys?
Mike Green is definitely the top-rated player left on my board. Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State. Donovan Jackson, the offensive lineman out of Ohio State. I had him as the best guard in the draft, and his ability to kick out and play left tackle once you had Josh Simmons go down, I thought was incredibly impressive. You don't have to worry about moving him from left to right by taking a guy like Tyler Booker. That might have been a conversation we would have had, but I think I was just a little bit higher on Donovan Jackson than others, and then it'd be Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver out of Ohio State.
Okay.
I got 4 first-round grades left at this point. The highest one is Malachi Starks, who
How many did you start with?
15.
That's pretty good.
So I've got Malachi Starks, Matthew Golden, Will Johnson, and James Pierce.
All right.
I've got Jahdae Barron, Luther Burden, Jahad Campbell, and James Pierce Jr.
Okay. And then on my first-round grades, I have Derek Harmon. I'm a little higher on him than most. Matthew Golden, Jahdae Barron, Will Johnson, and Luther Burden. So those are my next 5 up.
I've got Golden down there as well. He's a little bit lower down. My bad.
I think overall, Golden's a possibility here at Tampa Bay, but as we outlined earlier, it could be a little bit of everybody. They have a pretty solid roster to this point. Here's Roger Goodell with the 19th overall selection.
Last pick in the teens.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State.
That's so dangerous.
Well, they took the better of the 2 receivers, in my opinion. So kudos to them for taking Emeka Egbuka. My gosh. Yeah.
Why do you like him so much?
Dangerous.
Tell me about it.
I mean, Emeka Egbuka, I'd have been advocating for him at 12 for the Dallas Cowboys there. I mean, I'm totally in on the Tyler Booker pick. I can understand why Cowboy fans are like, well, who are you going to throw the football to? You can't throw the football if you can't block and protect your quarterback.
That's true.
I mean, look at what Patrick Mahomes, that's happened to him in his 2 playoff losses. He's running around like a chicken with his head cut off because he doesn't have any blocking. So, you know, it's never a bad idea to be putting stuff in the trenches. But Emeka Egbuka, this guy is incredible. I love the build and the size. He had to play basically the number 2 his entire career at Ohio State because he's just with a bunch of dudes who are now also first-round picks in the NFL.
Like Chris Olave,
and
Garrett
crushing.
Wilson, Jackson Smith, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Jeremiah Smith, who might be one of the best wide receivers we've ever seen. Now, he did play primarily in the slot last year, so I think that was something where some people might have thought, like, okay, is he more of just a slot-only player? Can he win outside? I think he can play all 3 wide receiver spots, but where I think he's at his best is he does all the dirty work for you. As a blocker, I thought he was the best in the class. He is more explosive than people give him credit for. You will see him take screens to the house and run 40 to 50 yards for a touchdown. It's used in motion a lot. Jet sweeps. He gets up the field in a hurry. I love him. He's reliable. He's smooth. Plays with a swagger. Only drops I ever saw were maybe concentration drops. He's just taking his eyes off the football, looking upfield, trying to run after the catch. But the body control's there. He was one of my favorite players, period, in this class, and I think one of the safest picks in this class.
He's this is an awkward comparison, but honestly, it's one that I've been thinking about over the last week or so. He's like the receiver version of Tyler Booker to me. That, like, he does everything technically right. There's a lot to really love about him. He's precise, everything, and literally the only question is, like, does he have totally the athleticism to be one of those guys? And that's the only reason why I didn't have him in the first. He was the very top of the second round, and then right next to him was Tyler Booker, and it was for the same reasons in a lot of ways. But yeah, I mean, this is a guy who is fantastic. I like the calculated tempo, the ability to manipulate defenders. He creates subtle separation windows. He reliably works back to the football. He's not sudden or shifty, but, I mean, he fights for hidden yards. He's really, really impressive. I like him a ton.
He's going to find a role in that Tampa Bay offense and thrive. It's just giving Baker Mayfield another weapon. And like I spoke to earlier, Tampa Bay, they could really go any direction. Like, their roster is that well set up. I'm surprised they didn't go Jahad Campbell. That was a guy that had been mocked to them multiple times over the course of the process. But I think if you ask a Tampa Bay fan, they are more than happy with this pick too. And this is a pick that people in the Cowboys organization would have loved to see at 44. And there was an outside hope of that, but just as much as there was a hope for Genty to fall at 12.
Yeah, the same kind of thing. And hey, Matthew Golden continues to slide. Maybe they look at him as a possible second rounder. I doubt that's even any likelier than Emeka Egbuka moving forward. All right. The Broncos are on the clock. They have about 2.5 minutes remaining in their pick at 20th overall in the first round. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. Hello, Internet side of things.
Hello, Internet.
Welcome back. except we didn't go anywhere. You didn't go anywhere, and we're still talking about the 20th overall pick. Anything shock you to this point? It's your first NFL draft, Tommy Yaris.
It is,
Work
yeah.
with DallasCowboys.com. I mean, in your first 20 picks so far, what's been the biggest shock to you?
I think Tyler Warren falling to 14 has been the biggest one. The Bears taking Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, instead. I mean, that's one that I'm kind of scratching my head at. I've seen some of the Bears beat writers that I follow on Twitter saying that Ben Johnson told Colston Loveland that he reminds him of Sam Laporta, the Detroit Lions tight end. I don't know. Maybe this is just one that that's something the Bears front office evaluates, and they say, okay, this guy is a better fit for what Ben Johnson is trying to do. I just think Tyler Warren checks so many boxes at that position. He can be a de facto receiver for you, and Ben Johnson is typically like those guys in his offense that can do multiple things and pick up a lot of roles for you. So that's been my biggest shock by far, is that Colston Loveland at 10.
Yeah, that's been an interesting one. I think Kenneth Grant going that early at 13 is fascinating. If you had told me he was a first-round pick, then yeah, it would have been. I wouldn't have been surprised. But see him at 13, that's pretty wild. And then Jalen Walker at 15, surprised that he ended up sliding that far down. That one's fascinating to me as well.
What do you think the Broncos could be thinking here as a team that possibly Bobby could have traded up into the top 10? At least there were rumors that they were sending out feelers to make a trade up. Do you feel like they could go wide receiver here? Where do you feel like they're leaning?
Yeah, I think the play to go up would have been about McMillan.
Sure.
So yeah, right here you're looking at other receivers potentially. So
Matthew Golden kind of seems like
Golden. Now obviously different type of receiver than what McMillan was, but I mean Golden, Burden. I mean maybe Burden's the guy they like, and I mean they're using up as much of the clock as they can. But yeah, I would think if receiver's what they were going up for, then Golden would make some sense.
You got a Burden there. You got Golden.
Yeah.
They signed Evan Ingram in the offseason. Both of those tight ends are off the board anyways. Now, Zach.
I mean, they were linked to Marion Hampton a lot, the running back from North Carolina. Could they just go running back here?
They trade one running back to Dallas, and then the other guy, or they let one walk to Dallas out of North Carolina, and they take another guy?
Could you go that route? I mean, that would make some sense. Mason Taylor, I don't think it's necessarily that crazy to take him at 20. I love Mason Taylor, the tight end of LSU. Now, they signed Evan Ingram, so maybe they feel good about tight end, but that was kind of the buzz. If they wanted to move up, it was maybe for a Warren or for a Colston Loveland or an Ashton Genty. So just sticking with those positions, Mason Taylor, the tight end of LSU, or Marion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina, would make sense here. But could you imagine Jahdae Barron still in a secondary along with PS2? That'd be pretty fun. I mean, you'd have a lot of versatility there.
Yeah, it would be. And what Denver has just been known for over the course of the last decade, Jahdae Barron just makes a lot of sense. They also have a ton of Longhorns on that roster. They just added a couple more this past offseason. Sam Ellinger is there now, which is
Isn't Little Jordan Humphrey there too?
He was for a little bit. He could still be there.
He was for a little.
There's a lot of former Longhorns there.
No, if they want to build that secondary, you've got a young quarterback in Bo Nix. You've got a wide receiver in Cortland Sutton who had a big year last year. Building that secondary around Patrick Surtain, who just won Defensive Player of the Year, I think that'd be a smart move.
Here's the Broncos selection at pick number 20 in the first round.
April is World Wish Month, and the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants.
Make-A-Wish, Zach.
Yes. One of those wishes will be coming true right now. Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer.
We are listening to the 20th overall pick in the NFL draft. The Denver Broncos have their pick.
His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam.
Awesome.
Yeah. Let's go, Broncos. With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Oh, there you go.
Jahdae Barron, corner from Texas, is on the board. It's another Texas Longhorn for that Denver Broncos roster that is loaded with them at the moment. And possibly one of the top corners in this draft goes off the board as the second corner, if you consider Travis Hunter there.
I got to know this kid very well during his recruiting process out of Pflugerville Connolly High School in the Austin area. Just one of the more fun guys in this class, fun personalities, and he certainly took that to Texas and thrived. I was covering Baylor at the time when I first met him, and he was committed to Baylor and had always expressed that he wanted to end up a Texas Longhorn. I ended up covering Texas not too long later, and Jade called me one day and said, "Hey, I'm flipping to Texas. Get the story ready. I'm going to win a Big 12 championship, and I'm going to win a Jim Thorpe Award." He did both of those things, and this is a talented, confident, alpha type leader who really galvanized that defense together in Austin and made it better. I got to catch up with him at the Combine, and we just kind of chopped it up about the process and how he's been able to handle it. And he has got such a good head on his shoulders, even better than when I first met him when he was in his high school days. He's put on good weight. Yes, he is undersized by NFL standards, but he's such a versatile piece with instincts and play strength that he's going to be in this league for a long time. This is a great pick by Denver. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Undersized, underschmized. This guy is a great football player.
Legacy 5.
Legacy 5.
This guy is just an all-around elite defensive back. You can play him anywhere on the field. You can play him outside. You can play him in the slot at nickel. You can play him at safety. He's going to get the job done for you. This is one where I understand the concern about measurables. I understand all that. You throw it out the window with a guy like this who can cover the field anywhere. He's been an elite defensive back, the Thorpe Award winner, which was the best defensive back in all of college football last season. This is a fantastic pick for the Broncos at number 20 to go alongside Pat Surtain.
He reminds me a little of Budda Baker with the way that he plays. And, I mean, very versatile. You guys nailed that. I mean, outside, inside, has some safety versatility, I think. I mean, he's a very physical player. He'll come up and hit you. The closing speed's tremendous. Very instinctive, plays with range. And he's got a swagger to him. I mean, you nailed it there, Nick. I loved watching it against Ohio State, where it's, okay, I guess we're going to move you over on Jeremiah Smith. And you looked over at Jade Barron, and he had a massive smile on his face. He is not shying away from a challenge. Put me on the best receiver, and that's what I want to do. I want to go against the best guy every single snap. So I love this pick for the Broncos. That secondary and that defense as a whole is arguably the best in football.
Now, the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock at pick number 21. We've only seen the one quarterback. We've only seen Cam Ward off the board. They are showing Shadur Sanders.
Pick is in. He's not. He's just kind of standing around.
And there was no phone call in his hand. Could this be Jackson Dart? Could this be a quarterback, or do you think Pittsburgh goes a different direction, Bobby?
I don't know. What would be the most boring Big Ten football type of move that Pittsburgh could make? That's probably what they'll do.
Defensive tackle, right?
Yeah.
How about new Big Ten and Derek Harmon from Oregon?
Yeah, I mean, I love
Big
Ten. You could go there.
That'd be a sexy pick, in my opinion.
You like that type of pick?
I do.
Could they go? I mean, what do they need? Do they need wide receiver now?
They might be looking to trade George Pickens.
Yeah. Is that a conversation? D-tackle, running back?
Cam Scattaboo. That's a Pittsburgh Steelers pick.
That is a Pittsburgh Steelers pick.
21 overall.
They just let Najee walk.
They did. Could they go Marion Hampton?
Hampton could be there.
I will say,
Henderson.
Denver not going running back. If Pittsburgh doesn't go running back, this first run of running backs that I was expecting is not happening yet. That's good news for Cowboys.
Yeah.
About to end.
Got you, Nick.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
Yes.
the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon.
Defensive tackle.
Look at that.
That's a dub for the little guy, Derek
There we go.
Harmon. Actually, he's a really
that's
big
a
guy.
big,
That's
big
not
guy.
a
really big
He's a
guy.
big
Like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah.
He's a big
I'm the
boy.
one that wins there. That's what I was saying. But I mean, overall, Derek Harmon. You talked about Big Ten defensive tackle. Let's money up the line of scrimmage. This is a Pittsburgh Steelers pick.
Yeah, this is definitely a Pittsburgh Steelers pick because I don't think it's that awesome. But you guys all love Derek Harmon, so that's fine. Look, to me, I said it to Zach very early on in the process. That's a guy who ends up on the ground way too much for a guy his size,
And I know
and that's concerning to me.
Sorry, Bobby. I know there are some injury concerns there with Harmon, too, just from folks around the league. But when he's healthy, this is a really good player, can do it all, gets after the passer well, fits the run well, good motor, strong at the line of scrimmage. But Bobby's got a point. Sometimes you ends up getting put on the ground too much.
He transferred from Michigan State. He's a true one-tech that has the ability to get upfield and rush the passer. He was the 16th player on my board. I was a big fan of the way that he moves at that size. He's quick off the ball, powerful hands to shock linemen, able to shed blocks. He's difficult to move. You got to get him moving sideways. Otherwise, he's going to hold his ground well at the point of attack. He just needs to finish more consistently, but he's constantly in position to make plays. It would not surprise me if he ends up being one of the best defensive tackles from this draft with his skill set. If you can get the most to him, I think you probably just need to make sure you can keep his weight in check. But my gosh, he was one of the guys that I really liked in a stacked defensive tackle class. I think this is a really good pick for the Steelers.
I like what you had to say when it comes to finishing. He had 55 pressures, should have been more sacks to his total throughout, but he plays with tremendous power, both sides. Both of his hands, his lower half, his bull rush has potential to really be special. I mean, he's that strong at the line of scrimmage, knows how to disengage against even the longer offensive linemen that he faces. His motor took a big step forward from his time in Michigan State to his time at Oregon. You could see it on some of the tape like he had against the Rose Bowl, Ohio State tape. He helped dominate the line of scrimmage against a really good rushing offense against Oregon, or against the Buckeyes in that matchup. I really like Derek Harmon. He was a top 10 player on my board. I'm not afraid to admit it. He goes to 21 Pittsburgh overall. I had him at number 8 overall. I liked him a lot. Now, I only had 14 first-round grades. He was one of them, and I think he's a legitimate player.
I have him at 27, and I felt like that was
you thought
a little
that was high.
Yeah. I talked to some people in Eugene about Derek Harmon a couple months back, and the thing that they love about Derek Harmon is that he's a competitor. The thing they don't love about Derek Harmon is how he spends his off season. It's just like he shows up to fall camp a little bit heavier than they like, and it takes him a few games to get going. But once he gets going, he's a violent guy. I think if he played all 12 games to the same level last season, or all 13, 14 that they played actually, then I think you probably see him go even higher. But he's a dude. He's going to be a very talented player in this league, and he's going to fortify that defensive interior for Pittsburgh.
Anybody else with anything on Harmon?
No, I like him too. He's my third defensive tackle. I think he's 23 on my board overall.
Okay, so right around where he ended up going.
Yeah, so I think I like the pick.
All right, so the last couple of picks, Gray Zabel, North Dakota State, goes to the Seahawks at 18. Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State, goes to the Buccaneers at 19. Jahdae Barron, corner from Texas, to the Broncos at 20. And then 21, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon. Chargers, Packers, Vikings, Texans round out the top 25 selections in this upcoming next couple of picks. Where do you feel like some of these names could start falling one way or the other based on what you've looked ahead to?
Yeah, this is really interesting because the Chargers, they were looking at a tight end. They're not going to get a tight end in this spot unless they feel great about a Mason Taylor or an Elijah Arroyo to swing on one of those this high. But again, I'm keeping an eye on this running back run. Are these guys going to slip into the second round? And if so, there's going to be a really fascinating conversation we have going into tomorrow night because as it sits right now, still waiting on that second running back to be taken off the board, which is a huge dub, I think, for Cowboys.
Can we play hypothetical here for a little bit?
What's hypothetical?
What would it take for Dallas to go from 44 and get back either into the top or the back half of the first round or maybe earlier in the 30s in the start of the second round? What would it take to get there, and how likely would that be? Of course, running back is a position. Remember that. Running back's a position where that fifth-year option could be crucial, and it makes a lot more sense than maybe even some of those other positions available.
Yeah, it'd probably cost you a third.
Yeah, it'd be your third.
So you'd be overpaying. You'd probably get something back like a fifth,
and
maybe.
Where would that take you? Where would that put you?
That would put you at 32.
Wow.
You'd still be kind of overpaying to a certain extent. But
the matchup is your third is a pretty clean matchup with Baltimore at 27. So if you were to go all the way up there, you could flip your third. But if you went any earlier than that, you'd probably try and find an extra pick at the back end, like Nick was saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it wouldn't be a running back that I'd be trying to move up for. I think it'd probably be Matthew Golden
go get a wide receiver.
Or Luther Burden. Yeah, I mean, I think the running back, it stretches way more than wide receiver does. So if you're panicking and you really want to make sure, man, I've got a wide receiver too that I like, I'd consider the move up for one of those two guys, depending on which one they prefer. I would have it be Matthew Golden. I've got Golden over Burden. Others might have Burden over Golden. But, I mean, there are a lot of running backs. And Bobby, you were talking about this morning. I got to give you credit. I was with you, Nick. I thought running backs might end up getting pushed up the board a little bit. There was a chance you could see somebody like Travion Henderson and O'Marion Hampton end up sneaking into the first round. As of right now,
they still could get there.
It's possible.
Jalen Milroe could still get there.
It's possible. Yeah. But this is a good thing if the Cowboys were waiting to try and attack running back at 44 or even maybe in the third round.
Well, is that the thought, though, is that this is such a deep running back class? And we've talked about this scenario on the podcast before, but this is such a deep class at running back that some teams may, Tommy, look at it and say, let's wait. Let's wait here instead of trying to spend a premium pick on the position itself.
No, absolutely. I think that can definitely be the thought process. And the thing about that, though, is as soon as a team decides, okay, I think we've waited long enough, that's when the run's going to happen. And that's when everybody's going to start freaking out and saying, okay, this is where we need to go and get our guy so that we don't let this run happen and we get left up with our arms in the air saying, okay, what happened? So where that first running back goes, I think, or this next running back, I should say, goes is interesting. I mean, just looking at the rest of the round, you know, there's some interesting spots where you could say, okay, maybe we don't see one the rest of the first round. You know, I mean, you think we got just looking at the next couple of picks, the Chargers, Green Bay, Minnesota, Houston. You know, I think Houston's good. I think Minnesota would probably be good. Maybe the Chargers could be in play here just because, you know, you look at what Jim Harbaugh likes to do running the football so much.
Remember they signed Najee Harris.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, is they just signed Najee Harris. Is that going to be enough to limit them? So the Packers could be, you know, a group there, but they've got Josh Jacobs. You know, they feel like that's enough, and A.J. Dillon in that room. So it's an interesting conversation, but you can go the rest of this round and say, okay, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if, you know, we go to the second round and there's still only Ashton Genty being taken. The other thing too is, you know, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but where do teams have their next best running back graded? Do they have O'Marion Hampton in the first? Do they have Caleb Johnson in the first? Do they have Travion Henderson in the first? Or are those all second-round guys?
They just showed the Chargers war room in their conversation. The graphic on the television side is inside the final 5 seconds of their pick. Even on their war room clock in the building, it said that they were down underneath 45 seconds. So they're taking all 10 minutes of this clock in order to put in their pick at pick number 22. Bobby, where do you see the Chargers leaning one way or the other?
And they just got the pick in, looks like. I mean, we had heard, like was mentioned, we heard a little bit about tight end. I mean, they could go a couple of different ways here. I think that at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw defensive tackle was one that was kind of buzzed around about them. So, I mean, I don't know. If you look at the defensive tackle side, Tyleik Williams, do you like him? Or do you just look more for value? Do you look at somebody who's still out there like a Jahad Campbell, who a lot of people thought should have gone by now?
Yeah, that would be a good value pick. I wonder what teams maybe think of a Golden as far as value at this spot. In these corners, we've seen Maxwell Harrison get put in the back end of the first round on some mocks. Mike Green, I think, is slipping them further than we expect. I think the character issues there.
Trade up and go get Mike Green.
The character issues there, I think, are a big red flag for teams. So that's one. Josh Simmons, still there.
Yep.
Yeah. Fascinating names.
Malachi Starks.
Mm-hmm.
James Pierce Jr. was a guy I thought might end up sliding out of the first round based on some of the character stuff we had heard, but he's still out there and available. Jahad Campbell, who I think had a medical red flag out of Alabama, still out there. So, I mean, there are still tons of really, really good players that are still left. I mean, that's why we talked about the meat of this draft really being tomorrow night on day 2.
Yeah.
So for Cowboy fans that are so, like, upset, I've been there before after a first-round pick. Take a deep breath. There's a lot of NFL draft left, and there are still plenty of wide receivers and running backs and skill players that you can attack.
While we're sitting on this Chargers pick that has been in for a minute and we're getting things together, you mentioned the fans' reaction. I've seen kind of mixed reactions throughout.
Yeah, some are happy, but a lot aren't.
Some are happy, some are not. There are plenty of wide receivers and running backs, and we're starting to see a couple of them slide through the back half of the first round. Here's Roger Goodell with the Chargers.
With the 22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back.
Here we go.
There you go.
North Carolina.
It just takes that one, right?
So sorry, guys. I think I jinxed this.
It just takes that one.
He's jinxing it further. He's trying to say there's more.
It just takes one. Here they go.
Well, that's just going back to what we were saying. Just because it only takes one team to say, okay, we're getting later than we'd like, and these guys are still on the board. Let's make sure we get what we need. And the Chargers, I guess, felt like they needed a guy like Omarion Hampton here, even though they just brought in Najee Harris. And so this is what Jim Harbaugh likes to do. He likes to run the football, likes to be physical up front, and Omarion Hampton fits that kind of scheme perfectly, I think. I think this is a good pick.
Where does he kind of rank in terms of some of these other running backs that we've talked about, like Genty and Henderson, Judkins, some of those other guys?
I have him as RB3 behind Genty and Henderson, but I have him as my very top second-round back. I have him in the high 20s for my personal grade. This is a legendary player in the state of North Carolina. How we talk about Kyler Murray in Texas high school football, that's how North Carolina high school football talks about Omarion Hampton.
Interesting.
He was a Gatorade Player of the Year in his senior season after coming back from a couple of bad injuries that he had to deal with. But he is a battering ram that is hell to deal with when he's at full speed out in open space. I love his ability out in space. Outside the tackle, he may be the most dangerous runner when you factor in the physicality and the speed factor. He doesn't have a ton of twitch or shiftiness, but I do like how he makes up for it with his physicality. I wonder if maybe that will create durability concerns at the next level, but I mean, that 221-pound frame, you pair it with a 4.46 speed, as you see there from the great Chris Beam in the back throwing that up. He's a safe pick, I think, in this class, and you see what he did behind a offensive line at North Carolina last year, and you understand why he's getting picked in the first round.
One of the top running backs off the board at pick number 22 to the Los Angeles Chargers, Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina. More of the first round, night one of the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. Hello, Internet. Right back on the .com side of things with Zach Wolchuk, Nick Harris, Tommy Yarish, Bobby Belt. I'm Kyle Yeomans, just recapping some of the big moments of this opening round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Of course, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, 12th overall, fielded some calls. One call specifically to the Houston Texans, did not come to an agreement, decided to make the pick. They were very excited. We've heard the secret audio, and we've heard from Tyler Booker specifically, really impressed with the gentleman that is now going to be a part of this Dallas Cowboys team. And that goes back to the conversation we were having right before the Chargers pick there, Zach. You can find wide receivers. You can find running backs, even if Omarion Hampton's off the board, even going into the second and third rounds of this NFL Draft.
Yeah, I mean, look, Luther Burden's still there. Matthew Golden's still there. Trey Harris, Tommy and I know we're both huge fans of out of Ole Miss. Yep. Jalen Royals is a really good player out of Utah State. He's a guy I've got in the second round. If you want a true X, a bigger body, TCU's Jack Besh is a player that would be in play there in the second round. And then you've still got, I mean, third-round guys that I've got, maybe you've got them higher, but Jalen Knoll out of Iowa State. I mean, that's a tremendous route runner, a guy who plays much bigger than his size. I mean, he's an explosive player. Kyle Williams out of Washington State also. Like, you're not just going to be able to draft and fill all your needs with one pick. So I do think there's tons of skilled players that are still available that are very, very talented.
Yeah. I go ahead, Tommy. You got it.
No, I was just saying I would agree with the wide receiver spot. Trey Harris, I think, is – I talked earlier about how Ted McMillan was kind of the guy who seemed like he was made in a lab for the Cowboys in terms of what they needed in this class on the outside. I think Trey Harris is probably the next guy who would fit that mold a little bit. He's 2 inches shorter at 6'2", 205, but when he was healthy at Ole Miss, this is a guy who was one of, if not – probably the best receiver in the SEC coming into this year. And I think the injuries this past season kind of hurt that, but I've heard good things about the medical aspect of him going forward. So, great 50-50 ball guy who has the frame and athleticism to go up and fight for the ball. He can adjust during the catch, strong hands. Criticized for not having great burst off the line of scrimmage. I look at his film and I see more than enough of him doing that. He's not going to be a top-end speed guy who blazes after the catch, but he's got long strides similar to Tet that can still get the job done. And when he gets out in space as a run blocker, I think he's really aggressive out there. And if the Cowboys want to run the ball a lot, that's what you're going to want to look for on the outside.
Do you guys have him above Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State? 6'4",
I
214.
Yeah, Jaden Higgins.
I like Higgins
another
a lot. I think Amos is my favorite, or excuse me,
Harris. Yeah, he'd be my top guy.
Ole Miss pet cat overall.
Also named Trey.
Yeah, also named Trey.
I've got Knoll, Royals, Io Manor, Besh, and Harris above Higgins.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm a little bit low. I'm a little bit lower on Higgins.
I have Higgins as that top receiver after that first clump. He's right behind Matthew Golden for me.
I think
there's a big gap there, but he's my first in that second tier.
I think they like Higgins a lot, and I think they like Savion Williams, wide receiver from TCU, a lot too.
Yes, they do.
I don't know if
also Kyle Williams from Washington State. Watch that name as we get closer and closer to him. That would be maybe a third-round possibility, maybe not a second-round guy, but they like him significantly. All right, what about Green Bay? 2 minutes remaining on the 23rd pick in the NFL draft.
Well, it's not going to be a receiver.
You don't think so?
Well, they don't. Isn't their gag like they don't pick wide receivers?
They don't pick wide receivers.
They really should.
Well, that was when Aaron. That was when
they
Aaron
really should. Yeah.
I hope they don't, because I don't want them to take Matthew Golden.
Me either.
They really should.
They definitely could use a corner. They could use a corner and an offensive tackle.
They took Jordan Morgan last year. You giving up on Jordan Morgan already?
Were they playing Morgan at tackle? They might have kicked him inside and played him at guard.
I don't remember what they did.
They played him at guard
specifically.
Yeah, how much Jordan Morgan Packers tape were y'all watching last year?
Yeah, man, quite a bit.
I slacked on it.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get to that one in my film study this year.
I want to keep an eye on here for the Packers. Defensive coordinator for Green Bay is Jeff Hafley, former head coach at Boston College. Recruited Donovan Ezeruaku to Boston College. They could use an edge rusher here. This is one of my favorite players in the entire class.
You just wanted to find a way to talk about your
no, but
I think he's going to get picked. That's why.
This could be a spot where he goes.
Yeah.
I don't think this is you just pushing for your guy. I also think he's very worthy of being a first-round pick. Mike Green, to me, is clearly the best edge, in my opinion. Somebody's going to win with Mike Green.
Eagles are discussing moving up with the Packers.
Pick's in now.
Pick is in with the Packers. So,
wonder what the Eagles want.
Wrapping up hour number 3 of the NFL draft here from the Star in Frisco. The last 5 picks off the board. The Seattle Seahawks take Gray Zabel, offensive lineman out of North Dakota State. The Buccaneers take Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver from Ohio State. Broncos at pick number 20 take Jahdae Barron, corner from Texas. Steelers at pick number 21, Derek Harmon, interior defensive lineman from Oregon. And then the most recent selection, the Los Angeles Chargers, John Harbaugh and company taking Amarian Hampton, running back from North Carolina. Alongside Zach Wolchuk, Nick Harris, Tommy Yarish, Bobby Belt, I'm Kyle Yeomans. As we await the selection from the hometown Green Bay Packers, they're going to really milk this one all the way up to the very end. 23rd overall pick in the draft, of course, from Lambeau Field in Green Bay. This is going to be quite the reaction from the crowd, one way or the other. Let's go ahead and go to the stage in Green Bay where Roger Goodell makes his way to the podium.
Now, because I said this is not going to be a wide receiver, it's going to be. Watch.
So you're trying to jinx it one way or the other.
Yeah.
To make this historic pick, please give it up for first-team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, 2-time Super Bowl champion, and Packers president and CEO, Mark Murphy.
Mark Murphy.
Marky Mark. I'm laughing because I can't get over this video of Kelvin Banks' son throwing up.
Oh, yeah. How about this atmosphere? Isn't it unbelievable? Roger, thank you and the NFL for bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here.
Slow
down. On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL.
Got it.
Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? Yes. We also have the best owners in the NFL.
And we also want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002.
Oh, Tommy.
No.
I told you.
Oh.
Listen to this crowd. Oh, baby.
Matthew Golden.
Oh, my gosh.
That one's on you.
Yeah.
Barnacles.
Yeah, that's
Woo!
that's,
Tater
that has
tots.
my fault written all over it. Wow.
I'm so happy for this kid.
Yeah, me too.
He's a good dude, man.
It's a great fit, too. I mean, look, Green Bay's, that's a good home to be. I'm sure I'd love to get what Aaron Rodgers is thinking right now. Just knowing, how long was I there? You guys just refused to take first-round players, but Matthew Golden, man, hey, they finally got their wide receiver one. That's for sure.
Did they?
I
Did he
think
step in and become wide receiver one in that?
I think he absolutely can. I mean, look, I like Reed a lot, but you've got a bunch of guys that are good, not great. I think Matthew Golden has the upside to become great.
I'll say this about Matthew Golden. I still think he has some development to do at the NFL level, and he'll step into a receiving corps where he will not be asked to do everything day one. Whereas I feel like he maybe would have been asked to do a little bit more here in Dallas. He would have been asked to do more in some other areas around the league that he was mocked to. But I think this could be a seamless transition. He has a solid quarterback that can work with him. This is a great fit for Matthew Golden. Everyone in Green Bay should be pleased about this, including Matthew Golden. And I was catching up with somebody that knows Golden really well down in the Houston area, and he said that the first thing that he's going to do is buy his mom the house that they grew up in because it was recently taken from them. So it's he's going to buy that home back, and he's going to move his family in the entire street in Klein, Texas. So really happy for Matthew Golden. I covered this kid back at Klein Kane. Tommy did as well. I'll let him speak to that too. But a really talented player who has a ton of work ethic and really kind of brought it from the ground up.
Yeah, great kid. Covered him at Klein Kane and Jaden Blue. The two of them played together for a year. You're not going to find better people, many better people than Matthew Golden, just from the kind of person that he is. I mean, Nick telling you the story about what he's going to do for his mother is incredible, and that just speaks to the type of person that he is. And as a football player, he is a guy who's worked his tail off to get to where he's at. 2 years at Houston and then transferred to Texas. And I think Steve Sarkisian expected Isaiah Bond to maybe be the team's best wide receiver. That wasn't the case. Matthew Golden was their best one, and when they turned to him late in the year, he turned it up a notch, especially in the college football playoff when Texas needed him most. Elite cuts and ball skills, glides really gracefully in his routes. He's great at the line of scrimmage and his breaks to get a defensive back to bite a certain way. High-end speed that's showcased after the catch and before to create separation. He finds ways to win even with perfect coverage. You look at the SEC championship game against Georgia and even against Vanderbilt, something that Kyle, you and I talked about on our film room segment the other day. And then he adds the ability to help as a return specialist too, and he's going to translate very well to the NFL level. And he's just stolen the mic in Green Bay too.
Took the whole microphone.
Taking a message to the fans there, I guess. But this is a really good player.
The ceiling as a route runner is ridiculously high with him.
Yeah.
Like if you want to just talk about the actual skill set and the traits and everything that he has, it's not all put together yet. The issue is right now he does win on traits more than polish. So that'll have to be something that'll need to get cleaned up. Like Nick was saying, he'd probably be asked to do a lot more here right out of the gate. This will hopefully give him a little bit of time to clean some of those things up. Some nitpicky things, inconsistencies with effort and focus, but he was number 10 overall for me. I thought that when you look at body control, spatial awareness, the alpha mentality, standing out there on the island, I think he checks a ton of boxes.
He can play inside. He can play outside. He was successful in the red zone in Texas as well. He builds so much separation off of minimal movement that it's impressive from a wide receiver standpoint. And we've seen that on his tape throughout, and he did it through SEC competition. He got better and better as the year went along, which I think is important. He was at his best down the stretch against some of the top competition in the college football landscape. This is a good fit for the Packers. And like they said, it's been a long time since they've taken a wide receiver in Green Bay in the first round. This is the type of guy that they definitely wanted to hit. Now, that's back-to-back picks now. I'm blaming Tommy Yarish on terms of no running back, no wide receiver. And no, I'm just kidding. But it is running back, wide receiver off the board. Could the skills player run possibly start here and continue through the end of the first round?
Yeah, definitely could. I think, the Texans are going to be looking at offensive line. I wonder if they stay there, but they could definitely make a case for a receiver. Tank Dell, the health that he's dealt with. Stephon Diggs is no longer there. They need kind of a guy to pair with Nico Collins potentially. The Rams, if you tell Sean McVay, hey, I'll give you an offensive weapon, he'll say yes. Ravens probably not, but you get into a run there where there's a lot of teams that are trench needy, from the Lions, Ravens, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs. I think you can make a case for any of those teams to get some guys in the trenches, but there could be some skill guys come down the pipe too.
Josina Anderson, by the way, a little bit ago reported that the Giants are working to move back into the first round.
And the Vikings,
that may be Shedeur.
Vikings are a team that wanted to move back. They don't have a lot of picks.
Their pick just came in.
And that
okay, so they're having to lock in and stay here then.
That is official. Giants are coming into the first round awaiting trade details.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Maybe it's with Houston?
Maybe. Houston was a team that was looking to trade up earlier.
Yeah,
of course.
maybe they just haven't got their tackles are gone.
With the 24th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
It's a phenomenal pick.
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal pick.
I saw this kid for the first time in 2020. I believe it was March 2020. And he at 6'4", 200 and height weight check me right quick if y'all have it in front of you. At his size, I saw him box jump 35 inches.
6'4", 315.
6'4", 315. I saw him box jump 35 inches as a high school junior. And I was like, hold on, this guy's a freak. And out of the Houston area, Bel Air Episcopal, he certainly lived up to that hype at Ohio State. Mainly played at left guard and had an opportunity to come out last season. And there was a hard decision about it, about if he would come out. And he did not. And I actually got a text while I was in Mexico that he was not going to come out. And I was so disappointed that I look around and I ate some tacos in honor of Donovan Jackson. That is a true story. Nice. I did, because I wanted him to come out in the last year's draft class. But I'm glad he stayed another year, because he was good at left guard. Then when Josh Simmons got hurt and he swung out to left tackle, he was great at left tackle. I think he showed positional versatility. He showed that he can play dominantly out on the corner, especially in the run game, and the athletic presence that he brings. I'm glad that this guy ended up being a first-round pick, and high character guy too. Everyone you ever come across that has met Donovan Jackson loves that guy.
Yeah, I had him as the 12th best player on my board. I love Donovan Jackson. I put a 1 on him. I thought he was arguably the best lineman, period, in the draft. I mean, he got better every game he had to play at left tackle, but he is an elite guard. I mean, the awareness, you talked about the awareness that Tyler Booker plays with. Donovan Jackson's a processor like that as well, but he's probably a better athlete when it comes to being able to move laterally and get out in space. The redirection skills are really good. He's not as strong as Booker. He could improve the upper body strength a little bit, but Donovan Jackson, that's a great pick for the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, it moves really fluidly, and I think you're right. There's some Tyler Booker aspects as a mental processor and things like that. He's not as powerful as Tyler Booker. I don't think he's quite as clean as Tyler Booker, particularly with his hands. But, he's a really good player. I thought this was a borderline first-round player and makes sense. Interested that he went ahead of Simmons, though. I am a little surprised by that.
Yeah, that's got to be character, right?
Yeah, Simmons, I think Simmons, that's character, that's
maybe
injury, it could be a combo of all of it.
And by the way, the Giants officially back into the first round. You said, Zach, it may be the Houston Texans. It was indeed the Houston Texans. They're on the clock right now. The Giants are at pick number 25.
Ooh, okay.
So they traded with Houston. And Bobby, you said it a moment ago. Are they coming to get their quarterback?
I'm picks in immediately. Yeah, I would assume this is the quarterback. And I would assume it's Shedeur, but maybe it's Dart.
Could be. Remember,
they go Shuck.
Sanders.
If they go Shuck.
Dude, we should be celebrating that. That'd be amazing.
Yeah,
Do we have any more Miller Lights in the back?
It would hurt my football brain if they go Tyler Shuck.
I accidentally saw it.
It's the Giants.
Yeah, don't.
I'm not going to say.
I'm not going to look at you.
I accidentally saw it.
Yeah, I'm not going to look at you so I don't get tipped.
Yeah. So those are the three quarterbacks at least here. Did you see?
I haven't seen it, but looking at Bobby's face, I'm preparing for something hilarious.
Oh man,
it's going to be fun regardless. It's going to be fun regardless.
I'm rooting for Shuck.
I'm kind of rooting for Shedeur.
It'd be interesting.
I'd be happy for him.
Remember, he had the cleats at the end of the college regular season. Remember which team he had the custom cleats for At that point, it was the number 1 overall pick in the New York Giants. Instead, it ended up being, of course, to the Tennessee
Mel
Titans.
Kiper is apparently for the last hour on ESPN. People are all over Twitter saying that for the last hour, Mel Kiper's just been melting down that Shedeur has not been picked yet. So that's apparently taken over the draft coverage. So maybe we get him here.
The Texans traded 25 to the Giants in exchange for pick 34 and then a third, 99 as well, and a third in 2026. So that's the draft compensation.
So it was 99 and what?
34. So they moved up from 34 to 25, and so Houston gets 34.99 and a 3 in 2026.
That's not like an overpay.
It's pretty accurate.
They must think that there's going to be a lineman there at 34 they like, I would guess.
Or, yeah.
I feel like that's their biggest need.
Could it be like Josh Connerly from Oregon? Maybe
Connerly was one of the names that had come up when I was asking people about a guy that could slip into the first that's not being talked about a ton.
What about Simmons, Tate Ratledge? I mean, some of these other guys that they need all over.
Yeah, Simmons, would be a steal at 34.
Simmons has dual questions about him, though. There are teams that are worried about him medically and off the field.
Can't forget about the Giants GM's son last night on Instagram posting Jackson Dart highlights and then quickly making his account private when everyone realized it.
They just showed Shedeur, and there was no phone call being made on the TV stream.
Well, there are reports that Daboll likes Dart, that Dart was the number 2 quarterback for them. Then I'd also heard that Chuck was also a guy that was maybe the top quarterback on some people's boards. So I think Dart would be my guess. But gosh, Chuck would be hilarious if that were the pick. They love
themselves some Ole Miss quarterbacks, don't they?
They do. Eli Manning. Can they channel their old Eli Manning here?
There you go. 25th overall pick, awaiting the selection from the New York Giants, and then we will send you into hour number 4 of NFL draft coverage. We'll see if we get the pick here before we have to go to break at the top of the hour. Remember, last couple picks, Matthew Golden, 23rd overall, wide receiver out of Texas, to the Packers at 23. Yes, the Green Bay Packers took a wide receiver in the first round. And then Donovan Jackson, interior offensive lineman from Ohio State, to the Vikings at 24.
We got another trade. The Falcons are back in the first round, according to NFL Network.
Go get you some Mike Green.
Traded. The Rams are trading out of their spot. That's a little surprising to me. I thought that they would maybe take a QB, but maybe New York's taking the guy they want.
Remember,
but the Falcons are not trading back in for a quarterback. So where are they trying to go here? A running back?
I mean, could you be?
I didn't think they'd pick a quarterback at 8 last year.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Maybe.
Could you go Jalen Walker and Mike Green, and all of a sudden your biggest weakness as pass rusher is now a tremendous strength for you?
Maybe.
Because your offense is pretty darn good.
What about defensive tackle?
Do
they have Darius Alexander from Toledo High?
Yeah.
Here's the pick for the New York Giants at 25.
Atlanta traded a 1 in next year's draft to move up to take the pick.
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Mississippi.
Phenomenal.
Hey, we knew explosion was going to happen at some point through this first round. We've seen some explosive moves over the last 2 minutes or so. Jackson Dart on his way to New York, quarterback out of Ole Miss. We've got to step aside. More to come as we enter hour number 4. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
Thanks, everybody. See y'all tomorrow night.
Thank you, guys.
It's gonna be a blast.
Buenas noches.
Trading up for a 4th-round quarterback is bold.
Yeah, that's that's the Giants for you, man. I'm not upset about that at all.
I did some research at the end of the year where I was just trying to look at top quarterbacks and how they performed throughout their college career against former NFL coaches, defensive coordinators, whatever. Like just looking at coaches with NFL experience on defense at the college level and how they dealt with those concepts. Dart was awful. Dart was absolutely awful. And I think if you see just outside of that, I think you see a really bad mental processor. I think you see somebody who has as I unplug my headphones, I think you see somebody who he doesn't see it quickly enough a lot of the time. And so to me, I think that there's a lot of hesitation. There's a lot of misreads. There's a slow release. There's a lot that I just do not like about Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I think he can spin it, man. He does have a good arm, but this is not a guy. I mean, we talked about it with Cam Ward earlier. That can win out of structure. You just don't see him have to go and make off-platform throws. He's really helped a lot by, I think, Lane Kiffin schematically from the pocket. But maybe Daves is seeing, he's got some stuff I can work with. But yeah, Jackson Dart in the first round I think is pretty rich for me. But it's the quarterback bump.
I mean, if you're telling me I can have Joe Milton or Jackson Dart, I'm taking Joe Milton.
Well, they have Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Tommy DeVito, and Jackson Dart on that roster, so things are going to get a little
Walking
crazy.
in as the fourth best quarterback on your team? Jeez.
Behind Tommy DeVito? I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. I think it's the quarterback bump. He's got a cannon of an arm, but there's a lot to work on there with Jackson Dart. It's going to take some time. And you're going into a quarterback situation where you don't necessarily have to start right away. And so I think it is a development process with Dart. And they felt like they had the traits available, and it was worth trading back into the first round in order to do so. Special thanks real quick to Nick Harris, Tommy Yarish for doing some incredible work throughout. They're going to be a part of this official Cowboys draft presser momentarily when, of course, the first round comes to a close. Welcoming back in Brian Broaddus and Voch Lombardi alongside Zach Wolchuk and Bobby Belt. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you guys both gasped at the Atlanta trade. I didn't hear. What did Atlanta?
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
The Falcons traded 46, 242. And their first rounder in 2026.
Wow.
Mike Green?
First
to get up to this pick for the Rams.
To go up to 26 in 101.
I mean, I've been seeing Green mock to the Falcons, so I'm just assuming, he's on the board now, I guess. So are they trying to get back in there and make a push at him? It'll make a little bit of sense.
That's a lot.
That's a lot to draft.
And they're going back-to-back Jalen Walker and Mike Green.
I mean, I would love
that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
I think it'd be why not?
You could. I mean, you
why
could
not?
play both of those guys. They're different types of players.
They're going to get Luther Bird, man. That run just happened. They're trying to get a wide receiver, man.
You think so?
It don't make sense. I'm just trying to say a little something while I'm on.
That could be.
While I just got back on the microphone trying to set up.
Second year in a row where the Falcons have just done something absolutely mind-boggling.
Yeah.
A first in next year's draft to move up.
Yeah,
for a non-quarterback because they just
non-QB.
Well, I mean, who knows? Maybe they do take another quarterback.
Yeah,
can we put it past them?
Yeah, no,
let them fly.
really.
Man. Let them fly.
I mean, Mike Green is clearly the best player left for me. Maybe, I mean,
Josh Simmons.
Josh Simmons. They're 5 and 6 on my board.
Simmons is the best player for me. Yeah.
Brian, what have you thought over the last 10 picks or so since you left the air?
Yeah, I kind of disagree with you guys on the Jackson Dart stuff.
Okay,
why so? I think when you watch him play, I think you see a guy who's kind of a rhythm passer. And, I think he plays in the middle of the pocket. And I think he does a great job of putting the ball where it needs to be.
Sorry to interrupt.
No
Here's
problem.
Roger.
3 times in a row.
The 26th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr.
Oh, wow.
Defensive end, Tennessee.
We were looking at the different edge rusher.
Ooh.
So they gave up next year's one for the opportunity to take Pierce. So they obviously feel good about the situation.
He
right?
looks thrilled.
Yeah.
He said, really? What?
James Pierce just looked like he was just trying to choke back tears, not the good ones.
I just, to me, there were a lot of questions, right, Bobby, with this guy coming out. I mean,
how many boards was he off? Like just guesstimate. How many teams you think he was just off the board altogether?
I mean, I heard from 2 separate people that said he was completely off.
Yeah.
So I mean, that to trade up for him that's a lot.
Yeah.
They had to do their homework in order to make a move like that.
Where's my pen? Take James Pierce.
One final hour to go in the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft. James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee, edge rusher, is now an Atlanta Falcon. The Falcons trade up. They trade their 46th pick in the second round of this year's draft. They add another pick on there as well, and a first in the 2026 draft to move up and take James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee. Alongside Zach Wolchuk, Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus of 105.3 The Fan coverage. We've got Voch Lombardi here as well. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Glad you're with us for first-round coverage. We'll be here throughout all 257 picks of the 2025 NFL Draft, and we have about 8 picks remaining in this year's first round. Running through the last 5 selections
off the board. 21, the Steelers take Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon. At 22, the Los Angeles Chargers take Omarion Hampton, running back from North Carolina. 23, the Green Bay Packers take Matthew Golden, wide receiver from Texas. 24, the Vikings take Donovan Jackson, offensive lineman from Ohio State. And then most recently, the Giants at Jackson Dart, quarterback from Ole Miss, 25. And we just mentioned James Pierce Jr., edge rusher at 26 to the Atlanta Falcons. Brian, a little bit of craziness over these last two picks.
Yeah, no, I mean, I got to talk about Jackson Dart a little bit. I think that he's really better than what we all were kind of talking about here as a group. The Pierce one is interesting to me because I think he's really a good pass rusher. I'm not sure about playing the run.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I think that he tends to be in trouble when he becomes a run defender. There's some inconsistencies to his game. When the ball's at him, there's some issues there. But when the ball goes away, he has a better chance of running that down. I've seen him miss opportunities to make a tackle in the backfield, which is kind of concerning about me. But there's no question about this guy's explosiveness, and he's being a fit for a club. I think that might have plays a little bit of some odd man front, maybe use him as a stand-up edge rusher. I think that Atlanta will probably play him with his hand down, but his quickness can give blockers some problems. Obviously, they feel comfortable with the off-the-field things, and so Atlanta, it's a very bold move for them to give up next year's one for this opportunity.
If Pierce continued to tumble into the second round, then I think it's a discussion for Dallas. I think Dallas would have at that point gone.
He was never going to be considered in the first round.
No, I don't think so. I think this more would have been about if he were to get into the second round. Honestly, a similar situation in terms of where he got. And kind of a similar player as a prospect, Randy Gregory. Like it would have been a similar conversation as they got to in 2015, where they got to that pick and they said, well, the value's too good. So we need to take advantage of this. And Pierce reminds me a lot in terms of as a prospect coming out to Randy Gregory, as a guy who had some issues with the run game, obviously is a little lean, has some issues with power and bulk, but is a rare pass rusher in terms of the explosiveness and the way he gets after the quarterback.
He's a super athletic freak. I mean, he is one of the best pass rushers in this draft, but I completely agree with you, Brian. Teams can exploit him by running right at him, and that's an issue. Now, he's got the frame. He's super skinny. Maybe he can put on some weight, and he can do a better job of setting the edge. But to me, I kind of looked at him as maybe he ends up being a position, like a situational pass rusher at the next level, worst case scenario. But that is a lot to give up to move up for James Pierce Jr. But the Atlanta Falcons wanted to improve their pass rush. They certainly did that with Jalen Walker, who they got tremendous value for, in my opinion, getting him at 15. But to move up here to get Pierce, hey, I hope that works out for him.
Go ahead, please.
I'll just say, when he ran at the combine and he ran in that hoodie because he forgot his combine track outfit, I had somebody text me and say, that right there is the definition of James Pierce, where James Pierce just forgets his stuff and it's a little flaky, but then he goes out there in a hoodie and he runs 4.46 or whatever he ran at the size that he is. They're like, that's a really good picture of what James Pierce and the frustrating issues about him is. Such a rare athlete, such a rare type of talent for the position, but then also kind of a knucklehead.
Yeah. On the field, I mean, this is worth this draft spot. Just the on the field player, just as a pass rusher. I mean, this checks out. But if you think about the idea that you got to trade up for him and you've given up a first for him, and the idea that he may not have been on some teams' boards at all. I think maybe you could have got him in the second, and the Falcons picked 13th in the second round or something like that. Maybe he would have gotten around to him. I just think this is a bit of a reach there, but it ain't my team, so it's cool. Just on my board, I got Mike Green better than him. I got Donovan EZ. I'm not going to try to say his last name, but from Boston College. And Princely Umamanyel, I got those guys a little bit better than him, and those guys don't have the off-field stuff like James has. But shouts out to the Falcons. They got a guy that they love.
The Rams receive pick 46, pick 242 in this draft, which that's very late. That's the 7th-round pick. And then next year's one from Atlanta. The Falcons receive pick 26, but they also get 101 back from the Rams. So they do get to exchange there slightly, but that first-round pick next year is pretty significant to move back 20 spots or move up 20 spots and get back into the first round of this year's NFL draft. All right,
The Baltimore Ravens pick is in at pick number 27. Brian, who's your top-rated guy on your board?
That's exactly what's going to happen. They're about to take the best.
Mike Green, is this Mike Green for you, Brian?
Oh yeah, this is absolutely going to be Mike Green. They're the team that kind of sits there and watches the draft kind of unfold, and then the next thing you know, it's like, hey, they win the Super Bowl, then the best they need to tie it in, and there they are. Best tight end falls right in their lap. So not surprising at all.
In the 2025 NFL Draft,
they love Alabama players.
The Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks.
They got my top player left.
Malachi Starks does feel like a Raven, doesn't he?
They're going to do some fun things, like safety-wise.
Yeah.
Kyle Hamilton. They're just going to just versatility. So that's two guys now that the Ravens have that can line up in the slot. They can play down and strong. They can play back and free. They can chase tight ends around. And if there's a conversation about safety, I mean, when people talk about Malachi Starks, it's about his size and him moving and him playing all over the place. He even does some linebacker things sometimes. So if you're the Ravens, they're a team that's known for defense and defensive creativity. I'm just hating on the Ravens every single year, man. Great pick.
By the way, Nick Harris in our 1 month out mock put Malachi Starks in a Ravens uniform at pick number 27. So shout out Nick Harris as he continues. When you look at Malachi Starks, Brian, he does a lot of things really well in that Georgia defense.
Yeah, he does. But to be honest with you, I have a couple of guys ahead of him.
Who do you have ahead of him?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, let me tell you exactly who I have. I think I like Andrew Makuba a lot, and I also like Watts from Notre Dame. I think there's some things with Starks. He's probably he's a good football player. He does not test very well, and so some athletic ability stuff, in that Raven defense, he'll probably be fine. But I think overall, if you ask him to have to do a lot of things athletically, I think that's a little bit of a problem for him. So I personally like Makuba a lot, and I like Watts. I would have selected either one of those guys over Starks, to be honest with you. But they'll probably like the versatility. I think you could play him down in the box. But he's the run support stuff looks well enough, but. He's one of those guys that is very, very aggressive, and that will get him in trouble at times. You'll see him overrun some plays. You'll see him overrun plays that result in touchdowns. Yeah. Being back on the back end like that. So Florida took advantage of him on some couple of deep shots and stuff like that. If they the thing with Hamilton, they play Hamilton down. Mm-hmm. I mean, Hamilton could play kind of like all over the place. But man, I tell you what though, this guy right here was a guy that I kind of feel like in coverage, he might be a little bit of a liability.
I felt like Malachi Starks was incredibly steady across the board. Like to me, I just looked at Starks and thought of him similarly to like some of the questions we asked. Obviously, a different type of player, but some of the same stuff we ran into with Kyle Hamilton. Where Hamilton, it felt like he did everything right to me. I think he is such a high IQ player, which is critical when you're playing safety. I feel like the physicality, pound for pound, I feel like he's willing to stick it to guys. I think that I get what you're saying, Brian, about some of the coverage stuff. I wouldn't want to stick him in the slot necessarily, but I think as a IQ player playing the deep middle, I think he can do that, and I think he sees everything really quickly and makes up for some of the athletic limitations. But he is terrifying because he might be Tease Tabor at safety. Because he is. Yeah, we're talking about a guy who is 197 pounds.
Yeah.
Shamar Stewart at 267 pounds had a better 40 vertical jump and broad jump.
Yeah.
And a lot of defensive ends had better three-cone times than Malachi Starks. Malachi Starks is 197 pounds and had like a 7.3 three-cone. That was Taco Charlton's three-cone.
Yeah. Damn. I think the thing, and this kid had a shoulder problem that he was kind of dealing with too. So you wonder, like, he is super physical. No question about that. We're seeing the highlights right now of his ability to come up and drive on the football like that. But like I say, I just worry if I had to put him in a lot of different coverage situations, if it's in front of him, I think he has a better shot. But there's sometimes, like I say, that they'll run right by him, and that will cause him some problems.
Yeah, the gambling aspect of it definitely cost him in the Alabama game. That first half was...
He had 3 missed tackles in
It was
that
not
game.
good.
Yeah.
It was not good. But I do think he's got some range. I mean, I've seen you can see him go sideline to sideline, and he does do a good job for the most part keeping everything in front of him. I think he's just his own worst enemy at times, really. But I do like the player overall. I think that this could be a good fit with the Baltimore Ravens. I had him in the second round, and there are other safeties. I'm with you on Watts, Makuba. I love Kevin Winston Jr., but Malachi Starks, he seems like a relatively safe pick. prior to the testing. The testing was really bizarre to me. I did not think that he would struggle that much.
And there were times on tape where his athletic ability and his change of direction jumped off. And there were times, Tennessee game for one, South Carolina game for another, where I thought he did a good job of changing direction. He was able to play in coverage a little bit. I thought he gets himself by being overly aggressive while working downhill. That's where those 3 missed tackles against Alabama came into play. All 3 of those were right around the line of scrimmage and in the box. He's going to have some growing to do, but the good thing on the backside of that Baltimore defense is he does have a Kyle Hamilton that he can pair with.
That's what I'm saying. Hamilton can play down, and you like him around the line of scrimmage as a blitzer and things like that. Watts, to me, is a guy that you could play back and play more as a true free, and kind of the ball it gravitates towards him. Errant throws, crossing routes. Watts is a better cover guy. If you really wanted to pair 2 safeties, pair Hamilton and pair Watts. And now you got 2 guys back there that can cause a lot of problems for you.
Looking at a couple things on the social media side, former head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, said he loved the pick by the Cowboys. He said he likes Tyler Booker up front. Mike McCarthy said that. How does that make you feel, Vach?
I'm not gonna say nothing mean about Mike McCarthy, man. He's chilling, doing his thing. Big as in.
Here's the Lions at 28.
Select Tyleek Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Tell me about him, Vach. Tyleek Williams. We'll tell you about it on the other side of the break, actually. More of the first round continuing to wind down in Green Bay, Wisconsin. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
6'3", 300 and big as hell pounds. And what I love about that is his ability to move for that size. He's going to be a one-tech, going to be a zero, and I think he's incredibly stout. I think they're going to try to double team him. He's not going to move. If it's a one-on-one situation, he will stack and shed you to pieces. He will get his arms up, bat down passes. Even if you don't run directly at A-gap, because he'll grab you if you run up in there. If you're running B-gap, he'll grab you. If you're running C-gap, he'll beeline down the line of scrimmage. He'll chase you all the way to C-gap. He's a very active humongous man. Humongous fan of this humongous man. I'm really, the one thing that really had me ranking him over some of his peers is his hands and just as a technician and where to put his hands and how I'm going to stack you and how I'm going to, work this combo, or I'm going to get down to a knee to deal with this double and then get up and go and make a play. High effort for this humongous man. I was hoping that the Cowboys would get him at 44, but he is off the board, so we need to be looking at some more one-two.
Yeah, this guy's a massive tackle, and he's not sloppy at all. I mean, at 334 pounds, he's quick to get up the field. I liked him personally. I know, Zach, you're a big fan of Harmon, and and rightfully so. But I think that when you talk about this guy, he's got a really good football IQ for a big guy. And he plays very, very active, up and down the line of scrimmage. They line him up at a couple of different spots. I think the motor, the effort, he just doesn't stay in one spot and kill grass. I mean, he's moving around. He can improve as a pass rusher a little bit with some of his moves, but he does a pretty good job with the arm over move, and you can see him free himself. He collapses the pocket with some power. Maybe he'll be a little cute sometimes, but I'll tell you what, though, this guy right here, I really did like the way that how active he was and how hard he was to block along the line of scrimmage.
He's a power player, man. Takes on double teams, and he's difficult to move. He pushes the pocket really well. Yeah, I did like other defensive tackles more, but Tyleek Williams is a really good player, and they needed defensive line help. I do think this was a missed opportunity to take Mike Green personally if I were the Lions. You have Mike Green opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Yeah. I think that could have been absolutely filthy, but Tyleek Williams will also help out Aiden Hutchinson in the middle.
I have not spat out my comp for him because I've been chicken Brian, because I know the name I'm about to say is going to put me in the jackpot. I look at him, I see Dexter Lawrence in a lot of ways.
Okay.
And Lawrence, I think the upside as a pass rusher is there in bunches with Tyleek Williams. I think you see it flash from time to time. Honestly, if he can fix how upright he tends to get at times.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue.
If he can strengthen his lower base at times, I feel like there occasionally are times where his lower body, he gets moved a little bit. But otherwise, I think that this is a guy who, at that size and the type of explosiveness I feel like he has, I think that's a guy who can in today's NFL, where they want you to rush up, those B gaps as quick as possible and try to get to the quarterback, I think that this is a guy who can be a game wrecker.
Did I miss something with the Lions last year? Like towards the end of the season, they started losing guys. Wasn't it like defensive tackle like a real problem for them?
Yeah. McNeil was hurt.
Yeah, they got a bunch of guys hurt.
McNeil.
Yeah, and I was thinking, man, I think Detroit does a good job. I think they know their team really, really well. I think they take, look, once again, here's another Big Ten player kind of in that area, that part of the country, the toughness element about it for Dan Campbell and the coaches up there. So, I think that's a really, really good pick. I had him as the 31st best player in my stack. So right inside, potentially if you're talking about 32 picks, he was right inside that first round for me.
Bobby, I got killed for my comparison for Tyleek Williams by Vach and Vach and Brian on this show before.
What'd you say?
I said Mozzie Smith.
Yeah, you was wrong.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Oh, was I? What pick did Mozzie Smith go?
Well, the Cowboys was wrong for that.
Well, he went at 27.
Right.
One pick before Tyleek.
I would take this guy over Mozzie Smith, to be honest.
Probably would. From the Star in Frisco, the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft rolls on. Last 4 selections, the New York Giants at 25 take Jackson Dart, quarterback from Ole Miss. The Falcons take edge rusher out of Tennessee, James Pierce, but the kicker on that, they traded back into the first round to get to pick number 26. They give up 46. They give up a 7th-round pick, and then next year's 1 to trade with the Los Angeles Rams to get James Pierce Jr. The Ravens at 27 take safety Malachi Starks out of Georgia, and then the Lions at pick number 28 take Tyleek Williams, interior defensive lineman from Ohio State. The Commanders are on the clock at pick 29. We are in the final 4 selections of the first round, and then stay tuned. We will hear from the Cowboys front office and their post-first round draft press conference here from the Star in Frisco shortly after the end of the first round. The Commanders on the clock, followed by the Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles. Brian, if you're Dan Quinn and the Commanders fresh off a NFC title game appearance, where could you go in the first round?
I kind of feel like with the Commanders, is their secondary play exactly where they need it to be? Was there some things in the nickel that they were dealing with last year? There was a lot of thought that maybe that might be the direction that might go. Could we see one of these corners that has maybe a little bit of an injury history to him? Could this be when you Ravel from from East Carolina, we'll see. I mean, they might be looking at a corner right
in
there.
The 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Connerly Jr.
Went offensive line.
There you go. Oregon.
Went with one of the top offensive linemen remaining in the draft, trying to protect their.
Well, actually, it's Simmons, but
one of. I said one of. When you talk about Connerly, though, out of Oregon, you give an opportunity to protect your top-notch quarterback that you got in the draft last year.
Yeah, I think the thing with Connerly that's interesting, me personally, like I say, the injury teams must not feel very great about the patella with Simmons at all.
They have character issues with him too.
Okay, well if that's the case, then like I say, but his tape is better than a lot of these guys I think that are getting picked right now. But when you look at Connerly and what he was able to do there at Oregon. I was pretty impressed by him, but I kind of had him down below some other guys that I really, really liked. But this guy was a starter at left tackle. He doesn't appear to be the biggest guy on tape. He's 6'5", he's 3'11", but the lengthwise, he does a really good job of handling his assignments. I think the leverage, the balance. Very rarely do you see this guy on the ground. I think the hand use, I think he's got a feel for how to strike with his hands, make the best use of it. His hands are usually winning first when it comes to dealing with pass rushers. He looks very comfortable in his pass sets to get away from the line and all that. Does not appear to be in a very big hurry, but he's very smooth without the stress. But if you like these lighter type of offensive tackles, I think this would kind of be your guy, but he's a good player. I think he's going to need to develop some strength, but he's got a lot of the tools that you like.
You mentioned lighter offensive tackle. One of the guys that he kind of reminded me of to tie to a Dallas thing, like I did see some almost Terrence Steele-like stuff with him, I felt like at times, in terms of when Steele has been at his best as a run blocker and a guy who doesn't always win with power, but wins with, furious effort and just trying to push guys upfield in pass protection, things like that. I think you see some of that with Connerly. He really was impressive against Abdul Carter, and put out, I thought, some good tape there. Connerly to me was a guy that when I asked around and said, hey, who's a first-round guy potentially that we're not talking about as much, Connerly was one of the names that came up a few times. And so, Washington going offensive line here is a little interesting because, like you said, I was wondering about their defense, Brian. But
I was too.
Getting Cliff Kingsbury more, protecting Jaden Daniels. That's what they're worried about, I guess.
And doing so throughout the defensive-minded head coaching of Dan Quinn. I thought you were on the right track there with corner. Some of these guys are Dan Quinn type of corners. We got to learn that through his time as a defensive coordinator here in Dallas. And I thought maybe Will Johnson, like you talked about with the Amos is on the board still. I mean, some of these other long, lengthy corners could possibly be in that conversation. Instead, they go with the offensive lineman.
Kyle, on
29.
On Will Johnson, Schefter did say about an hour ago, apparently, that there are a lot of teams worried about his medicals.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I say I don't want to break in any HIPAA laws. I don't want to get us in trouble for doing this, but there are definitely some concerns. And, this guy makes a living with his feet. He makes a living with his legs. There's some things that they're looking at right now that he's dealing with both. And I think that's something that teams are clearly like, is there things that he's going to have done to him in the future? And so that's where I think that a lot of teams are kind of pushing back on him right now.
Will Johnson at 44 is not a pin thrower, right? Brian Broad is like, that's something that we could be on.
Yeah,
I'd be in on that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Would you take him or Ravel?
I would take Ravel because I would take actually, and this is the whole thing that I've talked about on all these draft shows. I have nothing against Will Johnson, even before the injury or the injuries that he's dealing with. I have nothing against him. I just have players that are better, and that's the selfish side of me right now. I would just like the opportunity to take Ravel. I think the opportunity, to take a Morrison from Notre Dame, I think is something I would entertain as well. If you're going to give me hurt guy, give me those two hurt guys over this hurt guy.
So as we stand now, 15 picks away from the Cowboys at 44.
Yeah,
there are a lot of really good names on the board that are going to be there at 44, or at least are there now. We haven't seen the run on the skills positions quite yet. We saw Hampton and Golden go off at 22 to the Chargers, and then Packers at 23. We haven't seen a skills player outside of Jackson Dart at quarterback since then. Do you feel pretty good about where the Cowboys are sitting at 44 and what the board could look like going into day two?
Looking at my board, I got a ton of corners here. Revel, Morrison, Johnson, Noah Williams, Thomas from Florida State. And my wide receivers are here. Besh, A.O. Manor, Royals. So these are just like my round two guys. I'm looking at my running backs. Johnson, Henderson, Harvey. Like they're there for you.
Yeah.
Both linebackers, Campbell and Schlesinger. I don't have Walker as linebacker, so I just left his name out there. But both of those guys are available. Now, what's interesting is if you're a Cowboys fan and you're interested in drafting a one tech, or if the Cowboys are interested in one tech, your one techs are kind of wiped in round two. Darius Alexander is probably going to be more of a 3. He can play some 1, but that's my last second round tackle there. Then we got our round 3 guys, but I would assume that some of our round 3 guys, TJ Sanders, Norman Lott, Wes Phillips, Peebles, those guys are going to go in round 2.
Here's the Bills selection at pick number 30. It looks like they have Tommy from the Make-A-Wish Foundation having an announcement here in the final 3 selections.
So we'll definitely get back into that. But yeah, just looking at my board now, it's favoring wide receiver, running back, and corner for you.
And here's the selection from the Bills.
Shouts out to Roger Goodell. He's been drunk all night. He's been hanging out.
Tommy is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder. Is a huge Buffalo Bills fan.
Before they get to the pick, Eagles have flipped spots with the Chiefs.
For his beloved Bills.
Okay, they're going to end up with Mike Green.
Some great players.
Here we go.
Let's go, Buffalo!
Let's see that.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
Oh, good for him going in the first round.
I kind of thought that was maybe a Commander's pick. I could say one of those corners, but yeah, Harrison, go ahead. If someone else has got him, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of Maxwell Harrison. I mean, he's got the size. Started 20 of 32 games at Kentucky. Tied the school record for most interceptions returned for touchdowns with 3. He also only allowed 3 touchdowns his entire career. He was a 3-star recruit coming out of high school in Michigan. He also lettered in track and basketball. His cousin is Tywan Jones, who played at Michigan State and with the Jets. He's also got a cousin who played basketball at Michigan State, then played in the NBA. Team captain. Ball just seems to kind of find this guy. He breaks on the ball well, passes off coverage well in zone. Light build, long frame. I like the recovery speed. And he'll come up and hit you. True. I mean, this guy's not going to shy away from being physical. You can't teach the knack that he's got for tracking and finding the football. Now, he did get in trouble against Theo Weiss when I watched him go back and play Mizzou 2 years ago in man coverage. He allowed him to run by him without getting his hands on him. And that's just simply, hey, he didn't get his jam at the line of scrimmage. But his ability to high point the football and go and get it, I think he's a really, really good player.
I talked with him in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, and you can tell he has a knowledge for the game. He's got a high football IQ, and then you can see it on his tape as well. I mean, he's so fluid in the way that he moves. He's able to adjust in his change of direction, had success playing in both man and zone coverage at different times throughout his time with Kentucky and the SEC. I actually compared him to Deron Bland. I think he can play inside out. I think he's a ball hawk. He's got those pick sixes, of course, to the total as well. And then he went to the combine and just lit it up with a 4.28 40, put that 1.53 split out there too. I mean, he's an athletic and rangy corner with some football IQ. I'm not surprised to see him in the first round. I was kind of low-key hoping he would work into the second, get closer into that 44 range. I think it would have been a reach for Dallas to have him fall that far because I think he's a big-time player. Buffalo, I think, gets a steal here and fills a need that they really need on that outside at corner.
Yeah, there's some looseness to his game, and I mean looseness with the way that he plays. He's a fluid, moving guy. There's not much tightness or stiffness to him at all. You know, when you watch him plant, drive, come forward, his IQ is super high, and he is a finisher. If he gets his hands on the ball, he's going to get an interception. He's not one of those guys that's going to drop those types of things, but he's really good at reading routes. He can play zone coverage. He's good in space. He's got awareness, and he's a sure tackler. This is a really nice pick for the Buffalo Bills.
I had polled a few different people that I knew around the league, asking them who was the second corner because I was curious if it was going to be Barron or Will Johnson. The more frequent answer I got back was Hairston.
Do you guys have him?
I think most of the league had him above Will Johnson.
Wow.
Do you guys have him as a nickel or is he outside corner for y'all?
I think you can play
flex.
Both.
I think that one thing that I said was in my last line was I think he's going to start as a nickel and then they're going to find a way to kind of kick him outside if necessary. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know the Buffalo Bills starting cornerbacks and stuff like that.
It ain't Elam.
Yeah, and so I was, it might be a situation where I think they're going to play him inside and then make him have to kind of learn that part of the game. If he gets that part of the game, and I don't doubt he will. I think that, you let him have to cover the whole entire field playing inside. These receivers, when they play in the slot, they got the whole field to work with. I think this guy can carry. I think he can carry those inside slots with his ability.
He may be the number one corner on their roster right now.
Brian Brothers, get ready. We got some Christian Benford in here. We got some Taron Johnson and Trey Weiss there, and Daquan Hardy. So yeah, he might be the best corner.
Dane
on there.
Jackson. Yeah, I mean, these are all 6 and 7.
That's why I didn't act like I wanted to know who all those guys were.
I got some more names. Brandon Cordrington. Where you got him at, Brian?
He was number 1 on my board.
Brandon Cordrington,
quality player.
Jamarcus Ingram.
Quality name.
Corey Couch. Where was he on y'all's board?
Corey Couch, 6th rounder from me.
Yeah.
So Maxwell's starting outside.
Yeah, he may be outside. Just looking at the way this plays out.
I'll tell you what. Something as we look at this real quick, what's encouraging to me right now, and I think that Nick Harris brought this up. We haven't seen the run on the running backs yet.
Correct.
Yeah. And when you got guys, with Genty and Hampton being gone, okay, that was something that kind of be expected. But, with Johnson being there for me from Iowa, Henderson.
I was terrified Henderson to be gone by.
Yeah, Sampson, Junkins, Harvey. I mean, Dallas might, if they want to go that route at 44, this thing might stretch. I'm looking for very good. I'm not looking for good. Trying to make it as simple as possible for you. Give me very good. Don't carry me too far down into good.
And take a look at wide receiver, too. You still have Burden. from Missouri. You have Trey Harris from Ole Miss, Jalen Royals, Utah State.
Bobby,
Jack Besh, TCU. All these guys are still available.
Bobby, is Burden a pain in the ass?
I think there's a question about his commitment.
Okay.
And how locked in he is.
Drinkwitz came out and said, listen, everybody that's talking poorly about this kid, and there's some people that says that when he was running routes and things like that, that he knew the ball was not going down the field to him, and maybe there wasn't the fire in the belly like there was. Man, I'll tell you what, this
leadership will fix that, Brian.
Yeah.
4-88 will fix that. Get that kid here. I don't care if he's a headache or if he's a butt. I don't want to cuss on .com right now. But if he
on the radio,
if he got some like diva issues going on, like get leadership around him to fix those diva issues. As far as him being a player, look, he's a guy that's on my board. He's a first round player on my board.
Yeah,
he's way up top for me. So if you can get him at 44, I think it's a party. I think you run to go get Luther Burden.
I think they like him.
Yeah.
Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I've got him at 20 on my board. He's the best receiver left, in my opinion. He would absolutely be tremendous value to get him at 44, and that's where you take if you're worried about. Yeah, it does. And saying wide receiver is a diva? Are you kidding me?
They all
Yeah.
are.
That's the position.
I just
you had Michael Irvin on your team.
like I said, hey,
Come on.
I'll deal with a pain in the ass if he's making a lot of plays.
Can we say on the
But
radio?
I'll tell you what, this guy wins. This guy wins off the line.
Yeah.
And the separation and the way he moves and the short area quickness. I mean, I know we're going to be talking about Dallas, but if in fact people are dinging him because he's a pain in the ass, and you get to 44, I'd sure consider this guy at that spot.
I only ding him for the fact that I was not a fan of. I mean, obviously 24 was not as good as 23. 23 is better tape. That was a little disappointing.
Yeah.
He was a little banged up, I think, in 24. But for me, the bigger issue is the fact that I don't know how much I saw consistently enough him running NFL type of routes, or the type of routes that I would want him to run in the NFL. There's just a lot that was catch, make a play, and
Missouri.
No, I know, but I'm saying in general, like I'm not saying it means he's a bad player. I'm saying I don't have enough information to feel really comfortable with it. It's the Malachi Corley question that kind of burned me last year.
We're going to talk about Tootin from Virginia Tech, the running back. And you know what? I'm going to come on here and say, man, I love the way he runs the ball. I love this. I love that. Can you tell me if he can catch the ball? And is that the kid's fault? No, it's Virginia Tech's fault for their terrible offense. So to me, like I say, I think there was some things at Missouri. You're right about the tape being better. Maybe the quarterback playing a little better. But, man, when this guy caught the ball on the move, he was running through. I mean, he was explosive, almost like watching CeeDee Lamb at Oklahoma when he'd catch the ball underneath and then go. Yeah. That type of guy. So, I don't know.
Burden, Henderson, or Revel at 44 for you.
Okay, I've got it. Let me pull up the stat because I want to make sure. I don't want to.
We got the Eagles pick.
Yeah, while you pull it up, the Eagles are on the clock at 31. They trade.
So, I got you.
They trade 32 and 164 to the Chiefs to move up one spot. Here's Roger.
Traded the 31st pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
They just
rich get richer, my boy.
They just do it. They can't stand these guys.
That's a good pick for a team that's in your division. All right.
It sure is.
We are about ready to wrap up round number 1 of the NFL Draft. When we come back, we will have all 32 picks in, and we will update you on the status of the Dallas Cowboys post-first round draft press conference. You're listening to the 2025 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. So Jahad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama, is now a Philadelphia Eagle, and it just happens every year.
Mike Green must be a terrible person too.
Yeah, because my gosh, he's outstanding.
Is he a leader though? Because I'll take him.
See, you
work hard.
You watch him. Yeah, but you watch him play, and it's just he's got the bend. He's got the ability to dip under people. I mean, there must be a lot of things that we're just watching tape, and that's the thing that and that's the disadvantage that we have right now. That tape is damn good.
I mean,
the problem is there's something else that's keeping Mike Green from getting picked in this thing.
I mean, he's the 5th best player on my board. I love him. Somebody's going to end up getting a steal on day 2. This is a good pick for them, though, the Eagles, to get Jahad Campbell, who also played at IMG Academy and then in college at Alabama with Tyler Booker, your newest Dallas Cowboy. But
34th best player on my board.
Yeah, he's a really good linebacker. I had him as the top linebacker. Super athletic, and he looks the part. I mean, he's got the size, plays with range. He's got a good feel and awareness for zone coverage. Big interception in the Georgia game for Alabama, and he can run with tight ends up the field. He's also got pass rush ability off the edge. He's a field general type of linebacker. He's got burst, acceleration. He can just refine the angles and consistency when it comes to shedding blocks, but he is a very talented 3-down linebacker. There were just some possible injury issues with him as well.
Y'all didn't see a guesser? That's why I didn't have him in the first round. I saw a guy who guesses a lot.
Yeah, I think he trusts
and
his
guesses
athleticism.
wrong. And I mean, that's something that you hope he can clean up. But again, that's something that you'd have to feel comfortable about. What kind of a student is he? So I mean, it's something where Philadelphia getting a guy here who has got big upside. That's great, but like I think this is far from a slam dunk player. I think there's a lot that still needs to be worked out with him.
See, Bobby, just you saying that, let me just take you on my journey. Watching Campbell first, I was like, all right, cool. He kind of sees it all right, but then I watched Carson, and I was like, all right, cool. Jahad really don't see it as well as I thought he did. So, Bobby, you on to something. That's
I think, Bobby, the problem that I saw is where he will take himself out of position because he'll trying to go under blocks.
Yep.
That's the thing that I kind of was, but then the sideline to sideline stuff, and he's got some power, he's got some pop. He does a good job of forcing the ball back to the inside, but he understands where he needs to fit by reading the quarterback. I think he does a good job with the length and presents problems for those tight window throws. But the one area, and like I say, you might think it's guessing, and I you know what, I can't disagree with it, but I just think he tries to run under things, and that gets him in more trouble than it should.
I'm right there with you, Brian. I said on my notes, I said there were times Campbell would get caught flat-footed or out of position, but most of the time that was when he was caught in traffic trying to be too aggressive, trying to go over underneath those blocks, try and get underneath it. Do it all linebacker, notable instincts, coverage ability, physical tackler, downhill rusher overall. I liked Campbell enough to put him in the early parts of the second round. So at 31st overall in the first round, I think this is a right
Would
spot.
you guys take, and I have Campbell over, I'm just asking, would you take Schlesinger from UCLA ahead of him?
Yes.
He's a more extinctive player.
For this team, yes. But
No, for just as a draft pick.
No, I have my stack higher with Campbell.
I'm phony, man. I got Campbell higher, but I love Carson a little more. I'm just phony.
I kind of feel what you're saying.
I'm phony. You know what I'm saying?
I put Campbell ahead of Schlesinger as well.
Yeah.
But I think
Campbell as a pass rusher.
Why would you put him ahead if you don't like him?
I just don't know that there's a single position on the football field that will kill you quicker if your instincts are bad.
Yeah,
than linebacker and Schlesinger.
And Schlesinger has some of the best instincts in the draft.
Schlesinger's got such a natural feel, and Jahad Campbell, he's a great athlete, but I can't trust it.
To go back and answer your initial question there, Vach, about like how you got them stacked.
Yes, sir.
I've got Revel, Bird, and then Henderson in that order. I also would expect Travion Henderson to probably be the first running back off the board tomorrow, just based on the speed, the explosiveness. I think it's probably going to be Quinshon Judkins is the guy they'd be looking at 44 if he makes it there.
And I know they like him a lot. I put it in my mock draft this morning. I think their dream would be Henderson making it to 44, but don't be surprised if Quinshon Judkins is the pick at 44 if he ends up making it that far. Either way, I mean, we talked about Burden as an opportunity. We've got one more selection. The pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Here's our Ohio State.
Probably this got to be semi.
Yeah, and I'm going to kiss Andy Reid when I see him next time.
What a pick!
Second time you said that this week.
Yep.
He
means it.
We'll go straight to Roger Goodell.
Love Andy.
On the other side.
First round, it's from Kansas City.
With the 32nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State.
Roger Goodell giving us the final pick of the first round in the 2025 NFL Draft. Tackle Josh Simmons, Ohio State, one of Brian Broaddus's and Vach Lombardi's favorite players in this NFL Draft. And he goes to one of the richest offensive lines and offensive powers?
Just a natural, man. It's easy for him. Just a fantastic pass setter, fantastic pass blocker. His hands just fall into the right place. And you would think with some of these guys that are fantastic movement guys that maybe they lack some physical and some grit. Man, Josh Simmons puts people in the dirt too. He moves bodies in the run game. Fantastic down blocker. And I think whatever you want to run, whether you're comboing guys, whether you duoing guys, whether you want to outside zone, pin and pull, whatever you want to do, he's versatile enough to do anything. The whole knee thing is a thing, but if you tap me on the shoulder and say that the knee is fine, he'll be ready for camp. He's the sixth best player on my board, and he's one of my last first round grades here. So the Kansas City Chiefs to be at the very end of the draft and to get this fella here that I thought could go top 10. I mean, kudos to them while Brian is kissing Andy Reid.
Yeah, I gave the big man a kiss for that. This guy's effortless in the way he plays, the body position, the balance. It's like he's not even trying.
Easy.
And he's able to get in space, second level. He's a nightmare when he gets into space. He sees a target, he finishes. He plays with natural leverage to his game. He's a drive blocker. He gets under defenders. He gets them out of the hole. He's got violence. He's got natural ability. I mean, there's so much to like about, I said, can improve his hand use. I'm nitpicking right there.
Sure.
That's just trying to make something up to make him sound a little bad. But this guy, if not for the knee injury, we'd be talking about this guy in the top five. There's just, he would be the best tackle. I still think he's the best tackle in the draft.
Yeah.
But obviously people thought that his patella tendon was going to be a problem here.
And character.
Yeah, sure.
He was a character guy too, apparently.
I'd be happy to have a character that's kicking people's ass.
I'm sure has some good character, bro.
Yeah,
By the way,
I just played in the Super Bowl, and I got an offensive tackle that could probably play for 12 years for me right there.
I did ask,
And he's
her,
in a good spot. I mean,
I think he's the best pick of the first round.
Tell you.
I did ask around. At least one team has Mike Green off their board.
Okay, that's understandable then. If that's the case, that's what we're dealing with. And the disadvantage we have is we can sometimes hear medical or character and stuff. We're just trying to watch the tape the best we can, and the kid's got some really good tape. But the character is, that's big for some of these teams. And so that's why Mike Green is going to be a consideration for some teams tomorrow in the second round.
All right, wrapping up the final 5 picks of the first round in the 2025 draft. 28, the Lions take Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle from Ohio State. 29, the Washington Commanders take Josh Connerly Jr., offensive tackle from Oregon. The Bills at 30 take Maxwell Hairston, corner from Kentucky. And then the Eagles trade, flipping spots at 31 and 32 with Kansas City. So the Eagles at 31 take Jahad Campbell, linebacker from Alabama. The Chiefs pick up pick number 164, and they take Josh Simmons to end the first round, offensive tackle from Ohio State. All 32 picks on day one are now in the books. Brian, I want to look at your board, top to bottom. Where do you end up having your top names going into day two? And we're going to get to sleep on this thing, but looking at it, there are a lot of really good names.
Yeah, I'm all about Luther Burden at wide receiver. I'm all about Ravel at corner. I'm all about Morrison, Green. Bobby's got to convince me that otherwise, but I would sure consider him as an edge. I'm just giving you names. But I'm really encouraged by these running backs with Johnson from Iowa being there, Henderson being there, Sampson, Junkins. I'm encouraged that if you want to go that route, but there's some good wide receivers. You felt like if you missed out, maybe you could get one of these wide receivers there at 44. I think this thing sets up pretty good for them tomorrow, the way this thing's going to start.
It's really good for corners. I mean, you got all your guys there. Will Johnson's still available. Revel's still there. Benjamin Morrison's available. Trey Amos is still out there. So the corners are there. And to only have 2 running backs go in the first round, I thought maybe 3 could go. So Caleb Johnson, Travion Henderson, I think Quinshon Judkins is certainly in play. Do they end up waiting and addressing corner? Maybe Luther Burden falls to them. Yeah. Maybe a Mike Green falls to them. I mean, Mike Green was the 5th best player on my board. So it definitely, hey, I can't speak to the character. The player itself, I don't think there's any doubt, in my opinion, he's going to come in and be an excellent pass rusher at the next level. But there are still a lot of really good players and a ton of good safeties.
Yeah.
I mean, Makuba, you've got Watts, Winston Jr., Emin Wari, who I've got behind all those guys. But still, and at receiver, Jalen Royals is certainly a guy that I'd like out of Utah State. Trey Harris, Ole Miss. I mean, it sets up very nicely for the Cowboys tomorrow.
Pick 12 guys you like, and one of them will be there. And I think we have a fantastic opportunity to walk away with Luther Burden if he's there. You go run and get him. I'm just giving you guys 4 or so names just to kind of rank them a little bit, but just looking at it, like Jack Besh could be in that conversation.
Sure.
For you. Even some of these tackles, I don't know if we're going to go tackle that early, but, third round possibly. Sanders, Norman Lott, Wes Phillips, like they're all there for you. So I think these next 2 picks could possibly be defense, whether it's a combination of linebacker and tackle. All your edges there. You want to go edges. Donovan Easy is there. Sorrell, Swenson. Just pick a guy. Don't overthink it. Like there's talent here, and we're picking at 12. It's not like we're at the back of 12, the back of the second round, and we're looking at like a third round grade. Like we could walk away with a 1-2 punch that we feel really, really good about, Brian.
Yeah, that's this thing with the wide receivers. I think is very encouraging to me. The running backs encouraging me. The corners are very encouraging to me right now. I think, like I say, there's plenty of names that when you start to run down and you get to Dallas' spot there at 44, I think you're going to be really happy with when we're talking about them. I think we're going to talk about 2 or 3 names that could really come in here and potentially be starters for you.
Yeah, I mean, receiver, corner, running back, this all sets up pretty well, I think, for them tomorrow. The running back, I think you mentioned, Zach, the fact that only 2 win. I think that's the thing that you should be most excited about if you're Dallas and you're really looking to add to the run game is the fact that it seems like a lot of the league thought this is a deep running back draft. We don't have to push anything. Like we can let this slide a little bit. We can let it ride a little bit. And so does Travion Henderson make it all the way down to you at 44? That would have been, thought, I think, as really wishful thinking at the start of today. The fact that he's there in the second round, though, is good. Now, we'll see how frequently every year it seems like what's going to happen tomorrow. Brian's going to come in here with 4 guys he likes. Zach's going to name 4. Vach is going to have 3 or 4. And what we're going to do is we're going to see in the first 5 picks, every single one of those 5 picks are going to be somebody that y'all mentioned. And that's the way it works typically. And so, you sleep on your board. There will be teams that really start to target people. You may see some trades up at the top of those first few picks of the second round. But I think if Dallas is just willing to sit there and hold tight, I think that they'll have somebody follow them that they like.
So you said sit there and hold tight. Is there anybody worth taking? I know we talked about moving up to possibly 27 using the 3rd round pick in order to package it to get back into the first. It would be a cheaper move now. Is there anybody worth moving up even a little bit for if they're available? Is it a guy like Burden?
Burden's a 1 on my board.
Burden's a 1 on my board.
He's on
too.
mine as well.
And I think I got corners that are the corners that I have are first-round grades are banged up guys. It's the knees, it's the hips, things like that. I think they're going to be great value, much like what Porter was a couple of years ago, that everybody kept passing on the guy, and now you got a couple of guys. So, yeah, to me, I'd definitely think about going after Burden if it was me.
How quickly would you wait to start making those calls?
You know what? As soon as I walk in the building tomorrow and get me a nice little breakfast here, I'm getting on the phone with some teams ahead of me and seeing where these guys are at. And if some teams are saying, yeah, come on up, I'm planting some seeds right off the jump. And I'm trying to get myself in position to maybe grab him if I could go up some spots and kind of gauge, okay, what are the teams ahead of me? Does anybody need a wide receiver? And then I kind of just said, okay, that team doesn't, and then work it that way.
You're looking at the Browns to start it off. It's Browns, Texans, Titans, Browns again as a part of that trade with Jacksonville. Yeah. Then it's the Raiders. The Browns could certainly use a wide receiver in that conversation. So maybe Burden's right off the board at the jump, and you don't really have any flexibility there. But I think as soon as he's off the board, I mean, the Texans there at 34 could possibly do it. Burden's going to be a tough fall. I feel like you're going to have to start getting up there early.
It's like I said, okay, give me a couple positions. Would you guys do you think like you want to move up for Henderson? Does anybody interested in doing that?
I'm not interested in moving for anybody right now. The way I look at it, I'd rather it just fall down, especially not having a 4th. If I had a 4th, maybe I'd talk about some of these, but right now I'd rather just sit and see where it goes.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that are going to happen when you get to sleep on your board.
Next year's picks.
You get to look at it. You got next year's picks.
Let's do it next year's picks.
To mess around
Let's
with
go get our guys.
As well. I mean, there's a lot of different things to handle going into it.
I'm going to get that wide receiver.
A 1 what?
I'm going to get. He's a first-round wide receiver.
I don't want those divas on my team. Brian, you give up one now.
I'm not giving him next year's one. I might.
Oh, okay.
You shored up your offensive line. 12th
not the
overall
Atlanta
pick.
Falcons, okay?
Tyler Booker, offensive guard from Alabama, was the pick for the Cowboys at pick number 12, as he is the newest Dallas Cowboy. We'll get to hear more from him tomorrow, hear from the coaching staff in the front office very quickly. Fred Davis, Chris Arnold are going to take the local programming all the way up until 1 a.m. Special thanks to everybody on the Dallas Cowboys radio network over the last 4 hours of coverage. It's been a ton of fun throughout night one. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Voch Lombardi, Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, Tommy Yarish. Be sure to follow their coverage all weekend long on 105.3 The Fan, DallasCowboys.com as well. Special thanks to Peyton Russell, Dylan Moore, Carter Freeman back in the Dallas Cowboys radio network studios tonight in our flagship station of 105.3 The Fan. Back behind us, we have Scott Purcell, Chris Beam, Matthew Kent, Derek Eagleton, Nick Eatman, everybody that puts it all together for us throughout the draft coverage. Our draft coverage for round number 2 and 3 starts tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central Time. Be there or be square on 105.3 The Fan's streaming app, on the Odyssey app, and on DallasCowboys.com through the entire weekend, as we lead you through all 257 picks of the NFL draft. Once again, the Cowboys take at 12 overall. They take Tyler Booker, offensive guard out of Alabama. He's your newest Dallas Cowboy. For our entire crew, I'm Kyle Yeoman saying so long from the Star in Frisco in night one of the 2025 NFL draft.
Thanks, Peyton.
Thanks, buddy.
Good job, Peyton. Well done, man.